The house sits at the end of a steep lane just off campus, wood-framed, split-level with sliding glass, and a lattice of balconies that look toward Sorority Row. On Sunday, November 13, 2022, shortly before noon, Moscow police are dispatched to 1122 King Road for a report of an unconscious person. Patrol units stage, then make entry. Inside, they find 4 University of Idaho students deceased. The scene is secured. Additional resources from Idaho State Police and the FBI are requested. Initial indicators point to sharp force injuries. The county coroner will later confirm homicide by stabbing for all 4 victims. No weapon is recovered at the scene that day. The cause and manner are announced to the public in early updates as investigators urge tips and video from the neighborhood. Detectives begin a timeline. They learn 2 residents, Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogen, returned to the house just before 2:00 a.m. Roommates Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin arrived earlier, around 1:45 a.m. A food delivery around 4:00 a.m. is documented. What happened between roughly 4:00 and 4:25 a.m. becomes the focal window. Inside the residence, surviving occupants and visitors from the morning become critical witnesses. One housemate describes hearing a voice and later seeing a figure dressed in black moving through the home. The details are recorded in a sworn probable cause statement and will drive early investigative hypotheses about entry and exit routes. The legal frame is stark. Under Idaho law, murder is the unlawful killing with malice aforethought, and first degree applies to willful, deliberate, premeditated killings. Those definitions will shape every charging decision that follows. Outside, the town changes overnight. Students leave early for the break. Some withdraw to family homes. Those who remain attend vigils in the Kibbe Dome, clutching candles as parents speak their children's names. The mood is a blend of defiance and fear. Classrooms thin out, porch lights stay on. Command holds frequent briefings, but answers are scarce in week 1. Detectives log interviews by the dozen, canvass the neighborhood for surveillance, and caution the public against rumor. The message is consistent. Credible tips matter, misinformation doesn't. As the perimeter tape flutters in the November wind, a working theory hardens only in its constraints. A targeted attack, a close contact weapon, a narrow time band, and a community suddenly measuring nights by footsteps and the hum of security cameras. The house is quiet. The investigation is not. Patrol hands the house to detectives at 12:22 p.m. Logs start. Who entered, why, for how long? A path is taped from the front door to a staging area. Body-worn cameras are docked, batteries swapped. The first objective is simple, not easy: stabilize the scene. A senior detective sketches the structure, a split level with staggered bedrooms and exterior access points, then assigns lanes. One team photographs every surface from the threshold inward. Another team maps the interior with a laser scanner, capturing angles, distances, and lines of sight. A third begins the itemized search. What is obvious, what is near obvious, what must wait for lab work? Evidence triage follows a grid. Category A, transient trace, fibers, impressions, residues that degrade with time or movement. Category B, semi-transient, handheld devices, paper records, food containers, footwear. Category C, durable fixtures, larger objects, building materials. Nothing leaves without a chain of custody tag, a signature, and the time to the minute. Phones on the victims and in common areas are isolated in Faraday sleeves. A whiteboard lists each device, last known owner, lock type, and whether emergency access is justified under exigent circumstances or requires a warrant. A parallel list starts for cloud data, account handles, likely providers, recovery emails, and the inevitable subpoenas. Outside, the canvas turns the neighborhood into concentric circles. Officers move door to door with standardized forms. Did you hear raised voices? A thud, footsteps on gravel, a car idling. Hours are bracketed 1:30 a.m. to 5:00 a.m., then widen both directions. Residents are asked for security footage. Many don't check their cameras routinely. Officers schedule return visits to pull clips before systems overwrite. A bolo goes out for any late-night rideshares, delivery vehicles, or unfamiliar cars captured on dash cams. Dispatch flags calls from the last week tied to the address or adjacent streets. A separate analyst scrubs social media geotags around the campus radius, looking for posts or live stories that incidentally sweep across the house's facade. Back inside, footwear impressions are lifted with electrostatic film. Latent prints are dusted in low-traffic areas first, to preserve the most interpretable marks. A bloodstain pattern specialist notes directions of travel and voids, careful with conclusions, strict with labels. Suggestive isn't the same as determinative, and the notes reflect that. The medical examiner coordinates transport. Identification protocols proceed with redundancy, visual confirmation where appropriate, property cross-checks and official records. Time of death ranges are logged conservatively pending autopsy. No rush to narrow windows that biology hasn't yet allowed. By evening, the command post runs like an air traffic tower. Tip lines route to a triage cell that classifies leads, direct knowledge, second-hand rumor, out-of-state noise. Viable leads are split into action items. Re-interview, collect media, verify alibis. Unviable ones are documented and archived, never discarded outright. Legal groundwork accelerates. Draft warrants compile into packets. The residence, vehicles associated with the address, cell site data for a set of hours, and platform-specific data for relevant accounts. Each affidavit is factual, restrained, and sworn. No narrative flourishes, just the dots the court must see to connect probable cause. Campus liaison officers brief university leadership. Safety escorts expand after dark, counselors set up on site. The message to students is measured. Heightened patrol, practical precautions, and an acknowledgement that uncertainty is now part of the air. People listen. Doors that were often unlocked are now double-checked. Near midnight on day one, an investigator pins a paper strip to the board. Unknown entry exit. Under it, 2 columns. Elevator hypotheses for ideas that rise with evidence, and gravity hypotheses for those that fall as facts arrive. No names live there. Just paths, timings, and the stubborn geometry of a house on a hill. Morning of day 2 begins with a clock, not a hunch. Detectives line up digital sources on a folding table like instruments in an orchestra. Phones in Faraday sleeves, a smart speaker from the living room, a router recovered with its blinking lights taped over. The aim is correlation, seconds lining up with footsteps. Victimology sheets are stapled to clipboards. Each student's last 48 hours is rebuilt from the outward in. Class schedules, work shifts, social plans, the small rituals that make a Saturday night feel ordinary, coffee runs, shared playlists, a photo from a porch, a text about wearing a borrowed jacket. Ordinary becomes evidentiary when something interrupts it. The whiteboard divides into layers. Layer 1, known return times to the house, drawing arcs from campus and downtown. Layer 2, outside observations, neighbors noting laughter earlier, a dog barking once, a distant engine reversing. Layer 3, the gap, those hushed minutes when the house holds its breath and the street goes quiet. Witness fragments trickle in. A rideshare driver remembers a cluster of students at a curb, cold hands, quick goodbyes, a phone light flicking on to confirm the fare. A neighbor, sleepless and scrolling, recalls the shape of a car turning too carefully near the address. Something about the way taillights paused as if the driver was unsure which driveway belonged to whom. Inside the scene, a staircase becomes a question. Entry or exit? The tread marks are inconsistent, some crisp, some smudged as if stepped on again. A footwear impression analyst cautions everyone. Similar is not identical. In the log, interpretations are bracketed, not bolded. Digital warrants move through channels. Service providers are asked for limited windows, narrow slices around the 1:35:00 AM band. Investigators request subscriber info tied to IPs seen on the house's network, plus any strange handshakes from devices that appeared and vanished in the night. The legal language is tight, specific, particularized, bounded in time. Community mood shifts from shock to watchfulness. Hardware stores sell out of motion lights. Campus group chats share maps with suggested walking routes. At a candlelight vigil, a professor speaks softly about unfinished papers and empty seats, the kind of grief measured not in tears but in silences. Patrol cars idle near dorms longer than usual, engines ticking, beacons off. A pair of detectives run the campus perimeter again, physically. They time the walk from popular late-night spots to King Road, counting crosswalk cycles and the slope of the hill that steals breath after midnight. A stopwatch tells them what anecdotes can, how long it really takes when the wind bites and the sidewalks shine with frost. Back at the lab station, phone extractions begin, but gently. Consent is sought where it should be. Court orders cover what consent cannot. An analyst flags the first clean alignment. A food delivery ping at roughly 4:00 a.m. A porch camera across the block capturing headlights near that same minute, and a neighbor's memory of hearing a brief singular thud. 3 sources, 1 moment. The victim's world is sketched with care. Group photos show inside jokes in the margins, post-it notes on a fridge, a "see you at noon" scribble on a whiteboard, a shared calendar dotted with exams and birthdays. Detective notes underline the human routine. Exam stress, weekend plans, a favorite takeout order. The case file carries their names more than their labels. Rumors try to outrun facts. Command reiterates the ground rules at the briefing. No public naming, no premature theories, no shortcuts disguised as certainty. If a lead moves, it moves because the evidence pushes it, not because someone online shouted louder. By nightfall, the timeline isn't complete, but it's no longer blank space. It looks like a heartbeat on paper, spikes where phones flare, troughs where silence holds. Somewhere inside that waveform is a path in and a path out. The clock, indifferent and exacting, keeps time while the detectives learn to hear it. The command post wakes before the town. On a corkboard, pushpins bloom into a map, King Road at the center, radiating streets traced with a highlighter that fades toward the edges of town. An analyst draws tiny hatch marks where cameras exist, porch cams, parking lots, traffic intersections that store video for a day if no one asks, 30 if someone does. Evidence Control opens its logbook. Brown paper bags, breathable, labeled, line a rolling rack. Each seal is signed over tape, each bag a chapter number. Bedding, device, garment, packaging. A technician photographs every seal before the items leave for the lab. Chain of custody reads like a relay. Collected, transferred, received, processed, returned. Digital forensics settles into cadence. The router's logs, exported and scrubbed, display a parade of familiar device nicknames. Phones, a TV, a laptop that auto-updates at odd hours. In between, the analyst hunts for a stranger, an unfamiliar MAC address that visited once and never again. The list is long, the window narrow. Unknown doesn't mean suspicious, not yet. The canvas expands to commercial corridors. 2 detectives visit a strip of gas stations that frame the route to campus. They ask for overnight footage and find a clerk willing to help, the way people are when fear has a local address. One camera's clock runs 5 minutes fast. Another's timestamp resets at midnight to 00:00. Notes capture each quirk, time offset is its own evidence. At the university, a liaison officer compiles an email to student organizations. It's practical. Save your doorbell footage if you live near Greek Row. Check your car's dash cam even if you think you didn't drive. Send anything that captures traffic between 1:30 and 5:00 a.m. The message avoids urgency theater. It asks for specifics and thanks people by name when they respond. In the lab, trace exams begin without fanfare. Fibers under low magnification are described, not interpreted. Color families, weave patterns, filament counts. A senior tech repeats the rule for a new hire. Description first, comparison later, conclusion last. Words like consistent with carry weight. They're never used lightly. Witness fragments keep arriving, and each one is tested for sturdiness. A student remembers a dog barking twice, a pause, then a third bark clipped short, nothing. And yet it gets a line in the log because sometimes memory measures what clocks do not. Another caller mentions a car that circled the block, gray or maybe silver, older or maybe just dull under streetlight. The form's drop-down boxes don't like maybe, but the detective writing does. Legal work hums beneath it all. A prosecutor on call reviews draft affidavits that seek cell site data for a tight corridor of time around the house. The language is precise. Limited scope, minimal intrusion, defined objectives. If approved, the returns will be a column of numbers that only look like certainty. Interpretation will still require care. The victim's world stays visible in the case file. Photo boards with warm light, names written clearly, dates beneath. Detectives refer to them as students, friends, roommates, not abstractions. That discipline matters when exhaustion invites shortcuts. It keeps the investigation human. By late afternoon, patterns begin to separate from noise. A delivery car's route shows up in 3 separate videos, its logo confirmed, its timing consistent. A cyclist crosses a frame at 1:54 a.m. and again at 2:07 a.m., a metronome on 2 wheels. And then an outlier, a vehicle passing the block more than once in the quiet hour, headlights angling as if the driver is feeling for a turn. It could be nothing. It will be treated as something. At sunset, patrol units drift through neighborhoods not to stop cars, but to be seen. Front porches flicker on, curtains don't. A student posts in a group chat that they're walking home and 2 replies come back. Share location, text when in. Ordinary rituals harden into precautions, night falls. In the command post, someone writes 2 words on the whiteboard above the timeline, stay narrow. The board already has enough lines to tell 10 stories. The task is to find the one that really happened, patiently, without naming it too soon. Dawn brings a colder light to King Road. The outer tape holds. The inner tape flexes for a measured re-entry. Detectives walk the same narrow path they chalked on day 1, shoes covered, sleeves taped, minds on what they might have missed when adrenaline was loud. Re-entries happen not because the first pass failed, but because scenes change as questions sharpen. At the mobile lab, a 3D scan of the interior renders on a monitor, point clouds settling into walls, door frames, the angle of a banister. Investigators fly through rooms, checking sightlines and the height at which a head would appear in a doorway. Measurements that were once scribbles become coordinates to the millimeter. The coroner's office sends preliminary ranges, cautious and conservative. Time of death stays bracketed. Wound characteristics are described in clinical phrases that never guess at motive. Detectives copy those phrases onto the board without embellishment. The language is spare on purpose. Facts first, interpretations parked in the margins until more arrives. A search team fans out along probable approach and exit routes, treating curbs and culverts like index cards that might hold a note. A metal detector hums across frost-stiff grass. When they find nothing, that result is documented too. Absence is still information. It constrains where something could have been discarded or whether it ever was. Tipline triage develops its own rhythm. Calls are sorted by freshness, specificity, and verifiability. A heard something goes into one bin. A saw this at this time on this street goes into another with a colored flag. The team phones back quickly when a detail aligns with the growing map. People remember better when fear hasn't had days to rewrite the edges. Legal packets stack higher. A narrow cell site request is refined to account for towers, coverage breathing with weather and terrain. A parallel draft seeks outward-facing camera footage from rideshare and delivery fleets, whose vehicles drift through town like moving surveillance posts. Boilerplate won't do. Each provider needs the right key to open the right door. Victimology deepens without drama. Detectives interview classmates, employers, baristas who know a usual, and neighbors who can place laughter on a deck at a certain hour on a different night. The point isn't to pry, but to pattern what a normal Saturday looked like before it stopped being normal. The victims' names remain at eye level on the case board. It keeps the file honest. An analyst builds 2 timelines side by side. On the left, what is known to the minute, pings, videos, receipts. On the right, the quiet intervals where the map goes pale. Between them are arrows that never assume, they propose. Each arrow is tagged with its strength: strong, moderate, weak. Weak arrows don't vanish, they wait for company. In the afternoon, a meeting runs like a checklist. Scene stable, Canvas expanding, digital pending responses, forensics processing, turnaround realistic not rushed. University liaison messages delivered, escorts increased. Media, factual update only, no adjectives big enough to outrun rumor. The watchwords repeat, precise, restrained, consistent. As evening settles, patrol shifts recalibrate routes to touch the neighborhoods that wrote the most on the Canvas forms. Visibility is a strategy and a promise. Lights roll past porches where students lean out to wave, and for a moment, breathe easier. Back in the command post, a detective pins 2 fresh photos on the outliers section. A vehicle captured twice at a long interval, and a porch cam frame where motion starts at the far edge of the street instead of near the door. Neither is proof. Both are paths. Under them, a note in block letters. Pursue edges, confirm centers. Night draws a tighter circle. Inside it, the house remains quiet, sealed and mapped and stubborn. The investigation widens by inches, not miles. Every inch recorded, every mile resisted until the inches demand it. The lab's first returns arrive like postcards, short, precise, and refusing to say more than they should. DNA swabs from common surfaces suggest a busy household, roommates, friends, the normal traffic of campus life. Anything foreign is flagged of interest, not significant. A technician underlines the term in her report. Significance is earned downstream. A bloodstain pattern analyst submits diagrams with arrows of travel and impact angles. The notes avoid narrative, directionality, velocity, likely positions. A detective copies the angles to the 3D house model and watches the digital lines skim through doorways and stop at thresholds. The overlay doesn't solve the scene. It narrows what could be true inside it. On the digital side, the first service provider responses come back on a staggered schedule. Cell site returns, limited by court order to the narrow early morning band, display as a spreadsheet of handoffs and signal strengths. An analyst loads the data into mapping software and cautions the room. Towers breathe, sectors overlap, dots on a map are not footprints. Still, patterns bloom. A device that belongs to no one in the household threads the edge of a sector near King Road, then fades. The entry in the margin reads, "Candidate requires corroboration." The Canvas crews push into second pass interviews. People are calmer now, less raw, more precise with times. A neighbor admits they adjusted their estimate after checking a streaming history log. An episode started at 1:57 a.m., paused at 2:19, which means the sound they heard happened between those beats, not after. It's small and it matters. Legal packets widen by inches, not yards. A geofence request drafted with surgical scope, 1 polygon, 1 window, strict minimization, moves through review. The affidavit references statutory guardrails, particularity, necessity, minimization. The goal is not a net that catches everyone, but a mesh that lets almost everything pass while holding a few potentially relevant threads. On campus, a liaison team meets quietly with residents' advisors. They go over practicals, escort lines, reporting channels, how to preserve a voicemail without forwarding it through 5 apps that strip metadata. The mood is taut but cooperative. People want to help and worry about hurting the case by guessing. The message back is steady. Facts first, feelings to counseling, rumors to the trash. A crime scene reentry focuses on vertical travel, stairs, railing heights, the audible profile of each step. A detective walks the flights wearing soft covers, another records sound levels at fixed intervals. The notes are clinical. Step 3 creaks under 75 kg load at 52 dB. Step 4 quiet at center, creaks at edge. A small detail, but small details are what timelines eat. Trace results start speaking carefully. A fiber found on a windowsill is described by its dye class and cross-section, then set aside until there's something legitimate to compare it to. A partial footwear pattern, ball and first metatarsal, no heel, suggests a style but not a brand. The lab resists the urge to name anything. Naming too soon is how patterns lie. Tipline triage flags an unusual call. A night shift worker claims a car with a specific body shape. An oddly bright license plate lights idled near an alley at roughly 3:40 a.m. The description is thin but testable. Detectives pull adjacent cameras. Step the timestamps forward and back to account for known drift, and capture a vehicle that might be the one. Might is enough to place it on the track and verify list. A prosecutor joins the evening briefing to translate legal scaffolding into operational terms. Idaho's homicide statutes, willful, deliberate, premeditated, frame probable cause later. Right now, the threshold is narrower. Is there a lawful basis to ask for this account, this dataset, this piece of video? The room keeps to the lane. No grand theories, just requests that meet the standard and returns that meet the need. In the victim's world, interviews fill in the humane, mundane specifics. A planned brunch, an exam date circled on a calendar, a running joke about a squeaky porch step. These facts don't arrest anyone. They anchor the timeline in real lives, keeping the case from floating into abstraction. A detective writes the names again at the top of the whiteboard before the shift turns over. Ritual and reminder. After dark, patrol units adjust posture, more stationary presence, fewer passes at speed. Visibility without theater. Students in hoodies walk in pairs. Porch lights seem brighter than last week, though the bulbs are the same. A campus bus driver notes more riders after midnight and radios in a simple line. Lots of eyes tonight. It goes in the log. Observation isn't evidence, but it draws the map of fear. Near midnight, the analytical cell pins a fresh printout to the signals wall, a heat map of movement from city cameras in the relevant hours, filtered for direction and speed. Most routes show the slow pulse of ordinary nightlife. One path loops, stalls, resumes. No labels, only coordinates and timestamps. The legend reads, gray for ambient, pale for uncommon, dark for rare. No names, no leaps, just the hunt for alignment, a fiber that may one day meet a fabric, a loop that may meet a plate, a sector blink that may meet a camera frame. The house stays sealed, the town stays lit, the board stays honest. In the quiet between updates, the case moves, measured, incremental, forward. The city's overnight video pulls into a single screen, a mosaic of small rectangles moving at mismatched tempos. An analyst dials in the offsets, nudging each feed into agreement. Midnight on Maple isn't midnight on Queen. Every camera keeps time the way people do, close enough until it matters. When the clocks finally align, a single vehicle draws the room's attention by doing the one thing midnight traffic almost never does. It loops. Pass 1, east to west, slow at the intersection near King Road. Pass 2, west to east, a brief stall, brake lights breathing once, then gone. Pass 3, the same pattern but a hair earlier on the clock. The car's color is a rumor under sodium vapor, but the shape, roofline, trunk length, the way the rear pillars rake, gives analysts a family to start from. Not a make, not a model, a family. The team builds a feature sheet rather than a guess. Headlight spacing in pixels at a known distance. Plate illumination that flares brighter than its neighbors on 2 separate frames. Wheelbase approximated by counting concrete expansion joints between frames at a fixed speed. Each measure collects in a column with a confidence score and a note. Subject to parallax, low light distortion likely. Verify against second camera at cross street. Detectives walk the route on foot to feel what the camera can't say. At the corner, the asphalt rises into a slope that makes drivers feather the gas. Sightlines pinch between parked cars and a leaning pine that eats streetlight. From a windshield here, house numbers blur. From a sidewalk there, tail lights pool red on wet pavement. A loop could be indecision. It could be something else. The note in the margin stays conditional. A dispatcher retrieves overnight calls for the corridor going back 2 weeks. Noise complaints. A lost phone reported outside a late-night cafe. A suspicious person check that ended when a resident recognized a neighbor in a hooded jacket. Nothing about looping cars. Still, the entries are plotted next to the camera captures. Context keeps patterns from pretending to be unique. Legal drafts pivot. Instead of asking who everyone was, the packet asks who this might be. Requests focused on vehicles matching the measured profile during the 4-hour window. No fishing language, no any and all. The affidavit leans on particularity like a guardrail. Defined streets, defined times, defined features extracted from defined frames. Tipline triage gets a tailored ask. Patrol officers canvass again with stills clipped from the videos. No faces, no plate, just a silhouette and a timestamp. They ask residents if anyone else keeps odd hours, if a visiting car struggled to find the right driveway lately, if delivery drivers have mentioned a hard-to-see street sign. Answers are more helpful when the question is small. Inside the lab, footwear and fiber work continues on a separate track, purposefully insulated from the vehicle chatter so no one starts seeing wheels in fibers or treads in taillights. A senior tech keeps the mantra going. Convergence happens in the case file, not in your head. Results are logged in the same flat tone whether they suggest a match or suggest patience. The victim's world remains the center of gravity. Interviews with friends pull out a few more anchors. A planned Sunday call, a borrowed textbook due back Monday, a joke about changing a porch bulb that flickers after midnight. Normalcy piles up like bricks. The more solid it becomes, the more that loop on camera looks like a stone skipping against a calm pond. At briefing, the map shows 3 lines in pale ink tracing the vehicle's passes. No bold arrows, no labels, no narrative, just time and place. A detective draws a small square where the sightline to King Road opens for 3 seconds if a driver is looking left at exactly the right moment. The square gets a sticky note. Test again at same temperature. Tires sound different in the cold. Drivers behave differently when the air bites. By night's end, the loop isn't proof, only a place where the case presses a little harder. The city quiets the way it does on school nights. The porch lights stay up the way they do when people need them to. The board above the timeline earns a new heading in fine-tip marker. Repetition without purpose. Beneath it, 3 times, 1 silhouette, and an investigation that refuses to round a corner too fast. The best progress sometimes sounds like no. By midweek, detectives have a growing column labeled excluded, people whose proximity to the house or the victims requires attention, and whose timelines, devices, and verifiable alibis release them back to ordinary life. The process is methodical. A roommate's out-of-town hours are cross-checked against toll plazas, and a gas receipt that prints minutes like coordinates. A friend's rideshare record matches the driver's dashcam angle, the audio a soft murmur of small talk and seatbelt clicks. A campus coworker's keycard pings march across a library floor plan at the exact intervals of a closing shift. Each no is documented with the same precision a maybe would get: source, time, variance, conclusion. Detectives revisit the food delivery window. The driver's route is reconstructed through 3 cameras and a time-stamped photo of a doorstep, the kind that proves a job was done. The delivery app's internal logs confirm what the video suggests: in, out, short stop, no loop. Another line on the excluded list. Relief recorded in ink. Attention turns to the doors and windows, not as drama but as engineering. Hinges, strikes, latch plates. A scene tech photographs screw heads at macro distance. Disturbed paint around a latch can read like a diary if you let it. Measurements of sill heights and reachable angles are entered into the 3D model. The report's language is spare. Intact here, undisturbed there, anomalous where, undetermined. Nothing sensational, everything useful. Analysts draft an internal memo on edged weapons without naming one. It summarizes types common to the region's retailers, typical sheath dimensions, packaging patterns, and shipping footprints. The memo avoids flourish. Steel composition classes, blade geometries, handle materials, retail availability. The point isn't to dramatize an object, but to map how such an object might be procured and what records that procurement might leave behind. The legal team files narrow requests to a small set of vendors, defined SKUs, defined dates, defined delivery radiuses. Idaho's statutory requirements for particularity are cited line by line. The affidavits read like checklists: necessity, scope, minimization. If returns come, there'll be numbers and names, not conclusions. Second pass interviews refine edges. One neighbor, initially vague, brings a notebook where they've reconstructed their night. Streaming start and stop times, a smart thermostat's temperature dip at 2:00 a.m., a dog's automated feeder that whirred at 3:30. The details look ordinary until they bracket silence. In the log, an entry appears. Ambient markers, useful as guardrails. Patrol runs a courtesy sweep of parking lots within a 10-minute radius. They're not hunting, they're counting vehicles that sleep under frost, those moved at odd hours, the pattern of empty stalls near stairwells. A community officer chats with a custodian who mentions a car that always stays longer on Sundays except this one. The note is neutral, an absence, not yet an implication. In the lab, a latent print examiner returns early tallies, smudged partials on handles consistent with frequent use, clean ridges on a seldom opened drawer, fragmentary marks on a glass that may never resolve to more than pattern. Results are staged in tiers, ready for AFIS submission, ready for comparison if a candidate appears, ready to archive. There is comfort in order when answers lag. The vehicle loop from cameras earns a cautious upgrade, from curiosity to track. A traffic engineer is consulted about camera angles and lens distortion on that block. They mark the map with shaded cones where apparent speed is skewed by perspective. The loop remains. Its timing looks a little different under corrected math. Precision is a kind of mercy. Victimology adds anchors that resist rumor, class deadlines, a shared calendar event about a study session, a screenshot of a group chat making breakfast plans. The case board keeps those printouts near the center. When fatigue threatens to turn people into data, the photos insist on the reverse. At briefing, a detective circles the excluded column with a dry erase marker. This is forward motion, they say, not for the room but for the record. Every exclusion sharpens the outline of what remains. The map on the corkboard looks nearly the same as yesterday, same pins, same lines. But certainty has shifted by degrees you can't see, only measure. Night comes with a thin frost. Porch lights stay on longer. Windows crack open just enough to hear a patrol car idle. In the command post, someone writes the day's date on a fresh strip of tape and adds it to the timeline. Beneath it, more no's, fewer maybes, keep going. Rain erases edges the way time does, softening tire chalk, dimming dust. Detectives use the weather, not fight it. A night operations test is set. Lights out in the split-level exterior porch left on, blinds as found. 2 investigators move through the house at measured paces. Another waits outside with a decibel meter and a stopwatch. The goal is stillness, then measurement. Footfalls on the middle landing register faint at the street. Voices under a whisper vanish at 5 houses down. Notes add asterisks for wind and wet pavement. The geofence return arrives with guardrails intact, an austere spreadsheet that names no one, only device IDs that blinked inside a tiny polygon for a sliver of time. Most belong to residents, walkers, a delivery route we already know. One string of pings touches the edge, leaves, touches again, too few hits to tempt certainty, just enough to earn a tag. Reconcile with traffic captures. An analyst tapes the printout beside the looped vehicle frames. Convergence is never declared, it's invited. A trash pull executed by the book yields more questions than answers. Packaging from a nearby address carries no obvious relevance. A receipt fragment refuses to give up its store name. Everything that could be, everything that might be, goes into paper bags, dried and labeled. The log reads like haiku: fragment, thermal paper, 021. Even the dashes are data, they mark what isn't known yet. The weapon memo matures into checklists. Retailers capable of stocking certain blade shapes are ranked by distance and likelihood. Online vendors are flagged for shipping practices that leave logs. The legal team's language stays tight. Specific SKUs, narrow dates, predefined radius. Detectives visit a handful of stores anyway, in person the old way. Managers are professional, faces drawn. They remember the headline more than any single sale. That answer goes into the record too. Inside the lab, the first AFIS queries speak softly. A partial print from an out-of-the-way surface finds no immediate candidate. Low ridge count, smudged delta, probative value uncertain. Footwear impressions produce an outline more than a fingerprint, forefoot emphasis. Possible herringbone at a scale common to too many shoes. No one pretends that's a lead. It's a future comparator, an empty frame that might someday hold a picture. The victims' circles give detectives the texture of ordinary life that timelines need to breathe. A study session draft doc shows comments at 10:43 p.m., punctuation corrections, a shared joke about a professor's cat. A calendar notification for Sunday lunch goes unanswered, and the absence is recorded not as drama but as an anchor point. The future they expected, the appointment the world missed. Canvas crews return with second sweeps of the same street, same doors, different questions. Not did you see anything, but did your porch light sensor trigger at odd times? A homeowner checks logs they never before opened. There's a spike at 4:04 a.m. Could be a cat, could be fog, could be the truth in disguise. The entry is added to the ambient markers lane, the column that keeps rumor out and weak signals in. A behavioral note lands quietly in the case file, not a profile, not a story. Just observed tendencies tied to the scene's geometry. Close contact suggests familiarity with risk. A narrow window prefers preparation over chance. Re-entry without theft suggests a focus narrower than property. The memo does not infer identity. It cautions against chasing specters that only fit fear. At the command post, the whiteboard begins to show negative space, the outline of what the case is not. Not a burglary gone strange, not a random prowl that wandered into tragedy, not a cascade of accidents. Each knot is earned by evidence, not intuition, and each opens a clearer view of what remains. The excluded column grows another inch. Detectives circle it again for the record. Progress measured in careful subtraction. Night falls with a low ceiling, streetlights halos in mist. Patrol slows its pace to a glide, presence without pressure. A student tugs a beanie low and crosses the street to an escort van, ordinary steps, newly deliberate. In the quiet house on the hill, tape seals hold. In the lab, dryers hum. In the analyst's room, a cursor blinks at the end of a line that reads, "Devices reconciled with cameras pending." The investigation breathes in that space between lines. The part that isn't glamorous, isn't loud, and is, more often than not, where the truth waits. Thanksgiving break thins the town to a whisper. Empty parking stalls sharpen sightlines. Porch lights glow over quiet steps. Detectives use the lull to run controlled tests. Vehicle approaches at set speeds along the streets that frame King Road. Cones mark breaking points. Dash cams record headlight throw and plate illumination at fixed distances. The loop on video gets a better ruler. A license plate survey, permitted and narrow, sweeps the immediate grid. Officers catalog what sleeps curbside every night and what appears only on weekends. The list looks ordinary: students, hatchbacks, hand-me-down sedans, a delivery van that keeps odd hours, until it's compared to breaks in routine. One car that usually claims a spot behind a cedar is absent on the night that matters and returns the next day with due lines broken in a way the morning sun can't explain. It's not a conclusion, it's a note to revisit. The geofence reconciliation proceeds with tweezers. Device pings that kiss the polygon's edge are matched against camera timestamps, then against doorbell motion logs. Two fall away, delivery routes already accounted for. One remains a question mark that neither resolves to a resident nor vanishes under verification. Hold for further legal process, the margin reads. In the lab, a quiet backlog moves forward. A few trace items are returned with the same disciplined caution as before. Fibers described to the dye class, fragments cataloged by cross-section. A partial DNA profile emerges from a non-obvious surface, insufficient to stand alone, enough to enter as of interest pending comparison. The report's tone never changes, the stakes do. Campus security shares a heat map of escort requests by hour. Peaks form around midnight and 2 a.m., bracketed by the hours detectives already marked. The map doesn't reveal a suspect. It reveals behavior, how people move when they're wary. Analysts keep it beside the timeline to remember the cost of time passing. Legal packets narrow again. A judge signs off on a limited request to vendors for purchases that match a short list of blade geometries within a small date window and defined shipping radius. The affidavit is careful with language. Particular items, particular times, minimal retention. Nearby retailers are revisited with updated stills of packaging features, not to scare, but to jog memory with something concrete. A second pass canvas turns to sound. Residents are asked not what they heard, but what they didn't. The usual laughter from a patio, a late return of a neighbor who keeps odd hours, the unmistakable clatter of a lid that always blows off a bin when the wind swings south. Silence is logged where noise should have been. Negative space now mapped. Inside the house model, investigators simulate door swings and human height at thresholds using the earlier laser scans. Sightlines are recalculated with seasonal light, November's sun angle, midnight's blank. A note under the render reads, "Observer at stair landing, limited peripheral visibility, auditory cues dominant." It's a geometry lesson that keeps testimony honest. Tipline triage promotes one lead to action. A night worker's description of plate lights too bright aligns with corrected video metrics. The team doesn't leap, it constructs requests for nearby traffic cams at the city's edge, a question to the highway district about recent lamp replacements on certain vehicle models, a courtesy call to neighboring agencies to see if anyone else logged a similar description on that night. The victim's routines remain the investigation's ballast. A planner turned in by a family member shows upcoming deadlines, a weekend phone reminder to call home, a scribbled grocery list that never made it to a cart. Detectives keep these pages near the front of the file. The case is about what interrupted ordinary life, not about making the interruption the only thing that matters. At briefing, the whiteboard now carries 3 columns: known, excluded, persistent. The looped vehicle, the unresolved device pings, and a handful of ambient markers live in the last column, not upgraded to lead, not demoted to noise. The command message repeats, "Tighten radii, not theories." Night settles earlier each day. Frost crystals form along the tape line like tiny sentries. A patrol unit idles 2 blocks down, engine ticking in the cold. In the command post, someone caps a marker and says what the board already shows: progress in millimeters, measured exactly, aimed forward. The command post opens with a checklist rather than a briefing. Items move from pending to in progress with the thud of a capped marker. Convergence is the theme of the day, how to place separate lanes side by side without forcing them to shake hands. First, the scene. A reentry team performs a clean pass under fresh lighting, raking LEDs dragged low across floors and doorframes to coax out shallow impressions and stray fibers. New photography is taken at oblique angles only. Straton has already said everything it can. A technician calls out measurements in centimeters, not inches, precision by habit, not effect. The notes don't declare discovery, they document possibility. Second, the street. A pair of detectives runs a sound and sight drill at the hour bracket investigators keep circling. One stands at the base of the slope near King Road, head turned just so. The other walks the route and stops at pre-marked points. They test variations, hood up, hood down, soft-soled shoes and harder treads, pauses on the landing versus continuous motion. The log records what carries and what doesn't. The result is plain. Sound travels in seams here, not evenly. Third, the cameras. An analyst applies lens correction profiles to the block's porch videos, mathematical untwisting that straightens curbs and trues distances. The looped vehicle's pacing shifts by seconds, not minutes, still a loop, still an outlier. A new still is printed with time offsets listed in small type along the bottom edge. No bolder claim than before, only a cleaner ruler. The digital lane advances in a separate room. Warrants with narrow windows have returned data from devices that nick the geofence in the timeframe that matters. Most fall away when compared to residents' habits and known transits. One record, still a string of numbers, not a name, continues to brush the edge of relevance. The analyst's margin note is the same as yesterday, word for word. Corroboration required. Treat as candidate, not conclusion. The lab releases an interim report that resists drama. Trace findings stay in their careful categories. Fibers consistent with household textiles, nothing that crosses the threshold into unique. A small, partial DNA signal on a surface unlikely to be touched casually. marked of interest insufficient for standalone inference. The phrasing never budges. It's deliberate restraint and it holds. Legal work keeps pace. A judge signs a tailored request for outward-facing fleet cameras along 2 feeder streets. The affidavit cites particularity line by line, constrained geography, narrow hours, specific query terms keyed to vehicle headlight behavior observed on corrected footage. If the returns arrive, there'll be timestamps and pixels, not suspects. Canvas teams turn toward routine deviations. They ask residents about the unremarkable, whose recycling bin wasn't at the curb when it usually is, whose porch parcel sat longer than normal, whose car switched sides of the street between dusk and dawn. Small departures from habit seed a fresh column labeled anomalies, each entry tagged with a confidence score and a plan to verify. The victim's world stays central and concrete. Interviews with professors confirm assignment timelines. A planner page with checkboxes shows ordinary accountability. Lab due, reading quiz, a note to call home. A family member hands over a screenshot of a group chat full of logistics and inside jokes. These artifacts don't solve the case. They anchor it against the pull of speculation. During the afternoon huddle, a detective presents a 2-panel chart. Left panel, the case if the looped vehicle is unrelated. Right panel, the case if it is not. The exercise forces discipline. On the left, the investigation leans harder on interior forensics and close contact dynamics. On the right, it leans on roadway timing and approach-exit paths. Both panels demand the same next steps: confirm, then conclude. A community briefing goes out with measured language. No adjectives, just verbs: canvassed, collected, processed, excluded, requested. The department asks again for specific items: exterior video from set hours, any dashcam captures from 2 corridor streets, doorbell logs saved before systems overwrite. The message includes a small tutorial on exporting clips with intact metadata. Clarity is a kind of courtesy. Evening brings interagency sync. State police analysts share a scatterplot of regional vehicle theft reports, nothing clustering near the date, nothing that gestures toward an easy answer. A neighboring agency mentions a late-night suspicious vehicle call 2 towns over with plate lights described as unusually bright. The timestamp doesn't line up, but the description earns a sticky note and a request for stills. Back at the house model, a fresh overlay tests an observation recorded early and set aside. A figure seen moving through the home. Investigators mark expected lines of travel and occlusion zones, the blind wedges created by banisters and half walls. The simulation yields nothing flashy, only constraints. Constraints are valuable. They keep testimony from stretching to the shape of fear. The tip line produces a steady thrum of goodwill and guesswork. Triage routes anything fantastical to archive with a polite note, anything precise, time, place, corroborating artifact, to action. One caller offers an exact segment of a morning commute where a camera might have caught a westbound car at the right minute. Detectives mark it on the map and draft a narrow request before the call ends. Speed matters when overwrites loom. Near shift change, the board gains a quiet promotion. The looped vehicle and the unresolved device each move from persistent to tracked, not because belief has grown, but because validation steps exist that weren't possible 2 days ago. It's a procedural upgrade, not a narrative one. Outside, frost maps the hoods of parked cars like topography. A patrol unit glides past the end of the street, slows, idles. Students walk with shoulders set, calls on speaker, location sharing toggled on. Inside, a planner page, unticked boxes, errands postponed, lies under a clear sleeve in the file. The day's last entry in the log is short enough to fit on one line. Convergence attempted, conclusions deferred. Morning opens with paper and restraint. The legal team finalizes a set of targeted requests, each one bounded by time, geography, and purpose. Minimization sits at the top of every draft in block letters. It's not a slogan, it's the rule that keeps the net from turning into a trawl. A judge signs narrowly. Outward-facing fleet cameras on 2 feeder streets, porch cam spans from 1:40 a.m. within a tight radius, transaction records for a short list of blade geometries and sheath SKUs limited to the week before the crime. Know all dates, know any item. Particularity is the spine of the day. Detectives split into pairs for a business sweep. Gas stations first. They note clock drift, camera placement, reflection glare on wet concrete. Clerks pull clips. Detectives copy with hashes recorded so the files can prove they haven't changed. Next, a 24-hour grocery. Cameras above the cart bay. Another at the west egress where headlights wash out plates if the rain hits just right. Every quirk goes into the log. Quirks decide whether a frame becomes evidence or decoration. At the mobile lab, an analyst reconciles returns against the looped vehicle timeline corrected earlier for lens distortion. A fresh segment of roadway footage fits like a puzzle piece. Same roofline silhouette, same rhythm at the stop, the plate area flaring brighter than ambient. There's still no number you can read, just behavior you can measure. Behavior earns the label tracked. Inside the house model, investigators run silent pass drills again, this time with footwear that matches the partial forefoot impression as to pressure pattern, not brand. The difference is audible if you know to listen. Heel-light steps change how a stair speaks. Notes remain cautious. Possible consistency with forefoot emphasis. Cannot attribute uniquely. The model is a constraint generator, not a fortune teller. Digital forensics releases a second tranche of device data under the existing warrants. Most of it describes ordinary life. The hum of notifications, a midnight meme, an alarm set for a morning that never came. One candidate device continues to touch the edge of relevance in the right hours. It doesn't enter the house's network. It skims the neighborhood's sectors and fades. Margin note unchanged. Corroboration required. Canvas teams switch tactics from broad to surgical. They return to 3 homes with motion logs and ask to export raw files, not screenshots, metadata intact. Residents oblige, relieved to be useful in a way that isn't guesswork. A doorbell graph shows a spike at 4:03 a.m. A driveway cam captures nothing but a brief wash of light across wet asphalt. The light angle is logged. It matches the approach vector of a vehicle that would have slowed at the corner. The excluded column grows in disciplined increments. A rideshare driver who lingered after a drop is fully cleared when a second camera shows them stuck behind a garbage truck. A neighbor's maybe silver becomes definitely their roommate's gray when a rain bead on a lens distorts the color temperature. Each subtraction tightens the outline of what remains. In the lab, trace continues its slow, unflashy march. A small DNA signal is deemed suitable for mixture analysis but not individualization. It's entered the same way the rest are, carefully, caveated, preserved. Fibers are set aside awaiting legitimate comparison. No one browses catalogs to meet them halfway. The culture holds. Compare when there's something real to compare to, not before. The victim's world adds weight against rumor. Professors provide attendance logs and assignment portals that show routine, not turmoil. Friends hand over screenshots of ordinary planning, brunch jokes, study notes, a shared ride request solved by someone saying, "I'm up, I'll go." These artifacts don't point outward, they anchor inward. The case stays human. Command pushes a one-pager to every unit titled Language Discipline. It lists phrases to avoid, we believe. Likely, theory is, and phrases to use, the data shows, recorded at, documented by. The reminder is procedural and moral. Precision protects both the case and the community. Afternoon brings a what-if-not drill. The team sketches the path forward assuming the looped vehicle proves unrelated. Heavier reliance on microtrace, renewed focus on approach, exit on foot, expanded second pass interviews keyed to ambient markers. Then they sketch the path if it is related, targeted vehicle canvas by body style, vendor checks for specific parts tied to the plate light brightness anomaly, regional queries for similar headlight behavior. Either way, next steps exist. Optimism never carries the plan, redundancy does. A quiet lead moves from persistent to action. A county traffic camera 2 miles out holds a buffer long enough to matter. A tailored request goes in with the exact minute, direction of travel, and a short description of the vehicle's silhouette and plate illumination. The clock is the enemy now. Overwrites erase possibilities without malice. Evening patrol shifts adjust posture again, parked presence at key corners, officers on foot for a stretch to be seen and to hear the block at ear level. Students mirror the stance. Group texts chirp with home check-ins. Location shares bloom on maps like constellations. The town is cautious without curfew, alert without panic. At the board, 3 columns hold steady known, excluded TRACKED. Under TRACKED, a silhouette on wet streets, a device that brushes the edge and leaves, a handful of ambient markers that refuse to collapse into coincidence. Under known, the victims' names, their plans, the topography of a house mapped to the centimeter. Under excluded, a growing list that represents progress you can't see from the street. Before lights dim in the command post, someone writes the day's final line in the log. Scope tight, asks narrower, answers pending. Outside, frost begins its slow climb up windshields. Inside, files close with seals over tape, signatures crossing edges. Minimization isn't about doing less, it's about making every ask count. The case advances one careful square at a time. A new clip arrives near dusk, a county camera at the edge of town, old enough to stutter on motion, steady enough to keep time. The analyst lets it spool once, twice, then rides the jog wheel frame by frame. There, a low roofline, a short trunk, and the same plate illumination blooming brighter than the sign it passes. No digits, no letters, just the behavior of light. On the wall, 3 stills line up like a flipbook. City block, feeder street, county edge. The distances grow, the silhouette stays stubborn. A ruler in millimeters runs along each print, annotated with lens correction and known time drift. The board doesn't call it a match, it calls it coherence. Coherence is the closest the room allows to excitement. Detectives take the road at the same hour with a tripod and a tape measure. They mark curb joints, note the grade, and film control runs with vehicles borrowed from the motor pool. Standard plate lights flare at predictable ranges. None push past the sign's reflectivity the way the silhouette did. A traffic engineer shrugs and circles the observation. Aftermarket brightness plausible. Legal leans in without leaning wide. A request goes to parts retailers for recent sales of plate light assemblies in a narrow radius and tight dates. Not all models need them, not all buyers install them, not all installs leave receipts. The affidavit repeats the day's refrain: particularity, necessity, minimization, until it stops being rhetoric and feels like a metronome. Back in digital, the candidate device earns another tick on the timeline. Its brief handshake with a sector east of town lines up, barely, with the county camera capture. The analyst refuses an easy conclusion and writes the same line they've written for days. Correlation noted, identification not inferred. A second analyst reviews the log and writes it again. Redundancy is policy. Canvas pivots to motion by proxy. Residents with smart bulbs export automation histories. On-off, brightness shifts triggered by exterior motion or sunrise rules. A spike at 4:02 a.m. appears on one file. At 4:04 a.m. on another 2 doors down. Offsets corrected for device drift, not drama. Whether it was cat, wind, or car remains unknown. The map adds faint dots along the likely route, not bold ones. In the lab, microtrace work continues to resist story. A tiny fiber recovered from an unexpected surface is cataloged by dye family and cross-section, then sealed to wait for a legitimate comparison. Partial footwear impression gains a second exemplar after the house reentry drills. 4-foot pressure consistent across 2 locations. The note stays careful. Class characteristics consistent. Individualization not possible. Victimology keeps the file grounded. A friend provides a screenshot of a weekend plan, breakfast, a library block, a text about returning something borrowed. None of it points to an intruder or a looped car. All of it reminds the room what was supposed to happen next. The names at the top of the whiteboard are re-inked before shift change, as if fading would be a kind of failure. A small meeting tees up contingencies. If the plate light parts request yields returns, verify purchaser identity, compare vehicle fit, ask for consent interviews without burning channels. If it yields nothing, expand the camera radius another mile, recheck private lots that purge on 7-day cycles, and refresh the community ask with a narrower window and a clearer export guide. The plan is two-pronged, never singular. Patrol alters posture for visibility, parking at corners that feed the likely path. Officers step out long enough to be seen in the cold. A student passes with a hoodie up and a phone in hand, glancing once, then twice. The sightline matters to the neighborhood even if it doesn't move a datum on the board. Near midnight, the analyst tapes one more print beside the others. A brightness profile traced from the plate area across 3 frames, converted to a simple graph. Peaks match. The caption is plain time, place, correction factors, not a claim, just a measured echo. The day's final entry in the log is a single sentence. Light behaves like a signature, treat it like a clue. No names, no leaps. Just a path that glows a little in the dark and a team willing to follow it one precise step at a time. The day's work starts with a stack of small asks that might add up. Detectives call it paper cuts, thin records that bleed a story slowly, receipts, parts orders, shipping labels, return authorizations. The legal team has already drawn the boundaries, defined SKUs, defined dates, defined radius. Now the task is translation, turning catalog numbers into people, then back into numbers if those people turn out to be ordinary. Retailers respond in the way businesses do when headlines live nearby, promptly, if imperfectly. One shop produces a list of plate light assemblies sold in a 2-week band. Another logs only cash sales under MISC. Lighting, the kind of ledger that hides truth and trivia in the same line. Detectives prioritize entries with names attached, then work the nameless ones through surveillance where it exists and employee memory where it doesn't. Fuzzy recollection earns a line with a caution mark, not an asterisk of certainty. A warehouse on the edge of town offers the most useful artifact of the morning, shipping scans with time stamps and box sizes. Not what was in the boxes, privacy and policy fence that off, but the dimensions that suggest whether a Sheath box could have fit. Analysts don't leap, they sort. Possible fit is not probable cause. It's a place to stand while you look for actual footing. On campus, detectives meet with parking services. Overnight permits and citation logs sketch a quiet portrait of who usually sleeps where. They're not hunting for a name, they're hunting for negative space. A sedan that kept catching tickets near the same staircase is suddenly absent the night in question. 2 days later, it reappears across campus with a temporary dashboard pass. The entry gets the same treatment all anomalies do: recorded, bracketed, scheduled for verification. The looped vehicle work matures by inches. A regional parts distributor confirms a small run of aftermarket plate-light kits moved through local stores in late fall. The list is short and surprisingly ordinary: students upgrading older cars, hobbyists tinkering on weekends. Detectives split the list and start polite knocks. Most conversations end at the door with a receipt and a look at an undercarriage. Each quick no sharpens the silhouette still on the board. Inside the mobile lab, an analyst overlays motion events from doorbells with the corrected timing of the county edge camera. The fit is close enough to be interesting, not close enough to brag. A dispatch supervisor suggests another angle. Municipal power logs sometimes record microevents when sodium vapor streetlights cycle. It's not forensic gospel, too many variables, but it's data. A request goes out for the block's maintenance telemetry. The answer might be a flat no. The ask still belongs in the file. The scene team performs what they call a materials audit. Every bagged item is reconciled against a photograph seal and a digital ledger. It's not drama, it's hygiene. One tag shows a smudged signature where the line curves over the tape edge, valid but messy. The evidence tech reseals under witness and adds an addendum to the chain of custody. Later in court, such addenda read like insurance policies. Now they read like discipline. Victimology adds another ordinary anchor. A shared note in a phone about splitting utilities. A Venmo description that's just an emoji and a leaf. A reminder to bring a charger to the library. None of it points outward. All of it insists on who the case is for. The names at the top of the whiteboard are re-inked again. A ritual that keeps the room honest when fatigue suggests shortcuts. Tipline triage promotes a narrow, verifiable lead. A resident 2 blocks off King Road reports a dashcam that overwrote most of its buffer but saved a single clip by accident. The device auto-archives when it detects a sudden stop. The sudden stop appears at 4:05 a.m., near an intersection detectives already care about. The clip is short and grainy. It shows light sliding across wet asphalt, a shadow hesitating at the mouth of a side street, and briefly, the bloom of plate light brighter than the sign it passes. No numbers, just the same behavior. Legal drafts pivot to preservation. Overwrites are the quiet enemies of nights like these. A judge signs an order that is more freezer than fishing net. Hold specified video, don't search it yet. Particularity isn't only about what you take, it's also about when you touch it. A small meeting calibrates tone for the next public update. The department will ask again for specific things. Video with intact metadata from 1:40 to 4:40 a.m., receipts for aftermarket lighting purchased in late fall, dashcam clips from 2 corridors. The phrasing stays procedural, collected, documented, preserved, not performative. Words can spook cooperation as easily as they can invite it. In the lab, the footwear story refuses to grow teeth. Class characteristics hold 4-foot emphasis across 2 impressions, but the pattern is too common to travel alone. The report resists romance, suitable for exclusionary comparison, unsuitable for positive identification. It sounds like a letdown until you need to eliminate an innocent pair of shoes 6 months from now. Then it's gold. The Anomalies Board gains a new row titled Financial. It's not about bank accounts, it's about behavior. Who stops using a card along a routine route? Who switches to cash in a week when they usually do? The answers, if they come, will be ambiguous. Ambiguity isn't failure. It's a reminder to pair records with something that sees, camera, witness, timestamp. Evening settles under a low ceiling that makes streetlight a kind of fog. Patrol parks rather than prowls, letting presence do the talking. A community officer answers questions outside a grocery. What to send, how to export, whether saving over a clip hurts the case. The answers are practical and short. People nod. The town holds its breath a little less. At the board, paper cuts earns a small check mark, not triumph, progress. A handful of receipts narrowed, a few conversations closed, a clip saved that should have been lost. The day's last log line fits in the margin beside the silhouette. If a path exists, it will pass through paper. The tape on the house doors holds. The files seal with fresh signatures. The work moves, one thin record at a time. The day starts with corridors, of road, of data, of habit. Investigators draw them as bands on a map, then ask a simple question. What moves cleanly through all 3? Traffic first. A grid of intersections is rechecked at the same pre-dawn hour, cameras calibrated with fresh time cards taped into each frame. Control runs from marked units confirm headlight bloom and plate glare under matching weather. The silhouette that looped before now threads 2 more lenses on the periphery, never lingering, never committing to a full stop. The behavior is consistent enough to live under one label. Recurrent. Data next. Cell sector returns from a narrow window yield a handful of transient handshakes that don't belong to residents. Most die on verification, delivery routes, a graveyard shift workers commute. One device keeps brushing the edge of relevance, like fingertips at the rim of a glass. Analysts resist the urge to christen it. They mark it candidate again and chart its earlier nights. The pattern is not constant. It is not random either, habit last. Canvas teams deliver a second, smaller questionnaire to the same slice of streets. Not did you see a car, but did you change a routine? Porch lights left on that are usually off. A walk moved from 1:00 a.m. to dusk. A dog kept indoors that usually ranges a fenced yard until tenants sleep. The answers form quiet topography, caution rising like elevation after the night that matters. A search team works the green belt as if it were a ledger. Culverts, leaf-caught corners, the stubborn seams where wind loses interest. They carry poles with mirrors and small evidence tins. When they find nothing, they write negative and the coordinates, not to fill space, but to draw a boundary for where the answer is. The store lane trickles in with no's that help. A parts counter clerk recognizes a receipt but not a face. The surveillance camera that might have solved it was angled at the register, not the door. Another shop produces customer names for aftermarket plate-like kits. 2 are students whose cars shine politely under inspection. Paper cuts, healed and noted. Inside the mobile lab, the 3D house model earns another overlay. Audibility maps tied to door swing and stair tread. The print looks like weather, bands of louder and softer. A detective tapes it beside the sworn statement that first mentioned a figure in black. The 2 documents don't answer each other. They prevent one from overruling the other. Legal keeps the tempo of minimization. A judge signs a preservation order for a small set of private lot cameras at the town's edge. Hold, don't search. 7 days. Another narrow ask targets vehicle registrations by body style and year bands that fit the silhouette's roofline and wheelbase. DMV returns are hay, not needles, but haystack shape matters when you start to sieve. In trace, patience is policy. Fibers are described again, stored again. A partial print advances one small step, deemed suitable for exclusion should a clean comparison ever be warranted. The report's language is steady as a metronome, no conclusions sneaking in, no adjectives that promise more than the ridge count can pay. Victimology threads through the day like a handrail. Professors confirm Sunday expectations. Friends speak to small plans. A brunch, a library stint, a borrowed charger to return. The case file keeps these facts near the front, ballast against the drift toward myth. Tipline triage elevates a call with coordinates instead of guesses. A runner's headlamp footage, saved by habit, not intent, captures a sliver of the feeder street at 4:01 a.m. The clip shows only light moving across wet pavement and the brief shadow of a car's flank. Analysts measure the interval between 2 reflective lane dots to estimate speed. The number isn't dramatic, it is repeatable. Repeatable gets ink. At briefing, the board shifts without fanfare. Known, excluded, TRACKED remain. A 4th header appears in fine marker, corridors, under it. A band of road stitched by 3 cameras, a sector edge where a device flickers, a lane of habit where lights stayed on later than usual. No arrows, just bands to type. Night drops early, pulling breath into small fogs at every exhale. Patrol parks with hoods steaming, presence turned into a kind of reassurance. The command log closes with a line that sounds like a rule and reads like a promise. Follow the corridors. Cross only where evidence says they meet. Morning assigns circles to people. Each team owns a radius, one around the house, one around the corridors of travel, one around the slivers of data that keep blinking at the edge of relevance. The rule is simple: compress your circle until what remains can be measured twice. Scene first. A cold eye pass, investigators who haven't set foot inside since day one walk the taped path. Fresh minds notice stubborn, ordinary things. A screw head that sits proud where its twin is flush, a paint scuff on a door edge at hip height, a dust bloom on a shelf that shows where something once sat and doesn't now. None of it screams. All of it is photographed, scaled, logged. The 3D model absorbs the updates like a tide taking pebbles. Small shifts, truer shoreline. Street next. Detectives run a dawn rehearsal using a car with stock plate lights, then with an aftermarket kit documented from a cleared owner. They drive the loop at set speeds, stop at the same corners, and let cameras see what cameras saw that night. The result is a stack of control frames labeled with weather, temperature, and tire pressure, variables that never get headlines and always matter. The silhouette's brightness curve still sits higher than stock, repeatable, not theatrical. Digital hums in parallel. The candidate device earns a map of its earlier life, nights when it never appears, a handful when it does, all within a geography that brushes but doesn't embrace the house. Analysts resist the urge to narrate. They annotate: tower breathing, sector overlap, likely multipath reflection. A second analyst audits the math and changes nothing but the font color of the caution line. Red reads better when you're tired. Canvas narrows again. The question is no longer what did you see, but what did you keep? Router logs, motion histories. Dashcam scraps that autosave when brakes bite harder than usual. One resident produces a tiny clip of headlights washing a ceiling through a window blind at 4:06 a.m. Not a car, just its light. The angle fits one corridor better than the other. The board gains a thin arrow that points without promising. Supply chain checks deliver more paper cuts. A vendor's pick sheet places a box of a certain length in a delivery bin 3 days before the crime, destined for an address inside the widened radius. But the account holder is a hobbyist with a garage full of tools who opens their door and their records without hesitation. The item inside was a drill housing. Not our box, the detective writes, and means both the package and the story. Tracework refuses to hurry. A microfragment from an unexpected surface is rerun with a different die-extraction protocol. The spectrum doesn't sharpen enough to sing. The report stays flat, disciplined, retained for comparison. Latent prints from low-traffic areas are queued for an exclusion-only run if a lawful comparator later exists. Everything is a placeholder for the future moment when two things can finally be set side by side. Victimology remains the ballast. A parent offers a screenshot of a half-written grocery list. A classmate provides a shared doc whose last revision settled a joke about page margins. The photographs on the board don't fade. They're reprinted when the paper curls. An investigator underlines the names again, ritual against abstraction. A lunchtime huddle tests the scaffolding. What if the looped vehicle is a neighbor's visitor who hated U-turns? What if the candidate device is a passerby's phone hitching to a tower seam? What if the motion spikes are cats and the dashcam stutter is a bus's brake squeal? Each what if is met with a step, not a shrug. Interview, verify, replicate. The lanes stay clean. None is allowed to carry the whole case. Afternoon brings small alignments. A municipal maintenance log notes a brief voltage fluctuation at a streetlight 2 blocks off King Road in the right minute. It proves nothing. It times something. A runner's headlamp clip, measured earlier, becomes useful again when a corrected camera angle shifts speed estimates by the same margin. The notes call it concordant error, which is another way to say separate things bent in the same direction. Legal moves to preserve before it asks to search. A fresh order freezes 2 private lot cameras that have longer buffers than anyone expected. The request is precise to the minute and includes a short paragraph on how to export without altering metadata, a courtesy that saves investigations more than it slows them. Particularity remains the spine. It is also the tone. Patrol shifts posture to footwork at dusk. Officers walk the corridors not to chase, but to see the block at human height. They note where puddles gather, how headlights glance off a dented mailbox, which porches hum louder because their transformers are older. These things sound small until a witness says, "The sound came right after the transformer buzzed, and now small is a clock." At briefing, the board acquires a new header in small print, radius tests. Under it, seen anomalies to remeasure in daylight, control runs that must be repeated after rain, vendors to revisit with sharper stills of packaging tape patterns rather than product photos. A detective adds a note beneath. Tighten the circle, don't thicken the line. It's cryptic until you've watched theories harden faster than facts. Night settles like breath on glass. The house holds its sealed silence. The corridors keep their patient geometry. In the log, the last line of the day reads like a math problem with all the work shown. Radii compressed by verification. Overlap zones identified. No expansion without cause. Outside, frost forms on hoods in fine lace. Inside, tape is signed over with fresh ink that crosses edges like a promise kept. The morning brief swaps bullets for blanks, the kind you fill, not the kind you fire. Each lane gets a pair of empty boxes labeled seen and should be seen. Interpolation is the day's verb. Estimate the points between the points, then go prove or erase them. Street first. Detectives lay transparent overlays across the corridor map. Curb joints, stop bar distances, tree shadows from November at 4:00 a.m. A control car runs the loop again with plate lights in 3 configurations. Stock, dim aftermarket, bright aftermarket. Frames are printed and cut to scale. The silhouette from the night in question sits between dim and bright, closer to bright. The note under it refuses poetry. Brightness above stock, repeatable under settings BC digital next. The candidate device timeline becomes a ladder, rungs at each handshake, gaps where silence lives. Analysts test the gaps with network logs from nearby buildings that broadcast public Wi-Fi. A Mac that never appears inside the house might still brush a cafe router at the edge of the hour. Two routers yawn with nothing helpful. One coughs up a passing probe request at 3:58 a.m. on the right block, unclaimed but time-stamped. Margin note: low probative, keep for corroboration pass. Scene breathes under different light. A rake pass with oblique LEDs is repeated after a humidifier runs for an hour to settle dust. New flecks appear where air currents funnel near a stair post. Nothing screams this case refuses to, but the flecks align with the 4-foot heavy tread path already mapped. The lab writes it the only way it will. Additional particulate consistent with prior travel vectors, origin undetermined. Canvas strips down to single prompts. Set your phone to the night of the 12th, detectives say at doors, and scroll your smart bulb logs. People do, fingers hesitating, then swiping. A porch 3 houses off King Road shows a light dip at 4:05 a.m. A dimmer slider tripped briefly by automation. It could be a stray cloud on a sensor. It could be a car easing by. Either way, the trend line of tiny motions thickens by 1 pixel. Paper cuts keep bleeding slow. A regional distributor's manifest proves dull until a warehouse picker remembers a peculiar return. A customer swapped a too bright plate-like kit for the legal one. Receipt scribbled with a note about glare. The date fits the window. The clerk doesn't recall a face, but the return is tied to a card. Legal drafts a narrow request key to that single transaction, citing necessity and minimization like a blueprint. If approved, the result will be a name that still proves nothing, only a conversation to have. Trace grinds carefully. A microfiber is remounted and compared against exemplar swatches from bedding and common garments collected with consent. Consistent with household textiles, the report says again, then adds a half line. 1 filament with dye variants retained. The variance is not a match, it's a bookmark. A midday huddle tests the narrative vacuum. No profiles, only physics. If a person walked the route, which seems in the sidewalk sing when stepped on? If a person drove, which way do headlights wrap a corner without washing a distant fence? Teams split to prove both, measuring with meters and tape, not adjectives. The chalkboard collects numbers that look boring until they rhyme with earlier ones. Victimology stays steady at the center. A friend produces a screenshot from a shared calendar. Brunch, library, laundry. Under it, a small, practical reminder. Buy dish soap. The board keeps that note beside the names, an index card against melodrama. Tipline triage lifts a lead that's modest and verifiable. A cyclist's helmet cam, archived by habit, caught a reflection skittering across a storefront at 4:02 a.m. Analysts turn the clip into trigonometry, angle of the window, distance to curb, height to the reflection line. The math yields a speed bracket that sits inside the corridor's known pace. Concordant, the note says, the day's favorite word for separate things that refuse to disagree. Legal secures preservations like sandbags ahead of rain. 2 more private lot systems are told to hold a narrow span. A third, unexpectedly cooperative, offers a live export under supervision. Hashes are recorded, times corrected, files sealed. The order of operations reads like ritual because ritual prevents mistakes that look like doubt later. Evening brings the kind of almost that keeps people in this work. A county camera far out catches a silhouette whose roofline and plate bloom track with the earlier trio. The timestamp is close enough to stand beside them without embarrassment. Still no plate, still no make, only a corridor stretched by 1 more post. Recurrent beyond town limits, the analyst writes, and pins it under TRACKED. Patrol walks, not rolls, for the last hour. Boots learn what mufflers hide, which drains gurgle after 5 minutes of rain, which fences rasp when wind crosses at the corner, which mailbox lid slaps once and stops. These sounds become dials on a private map. Later, when someone remembers a slap, then nothing. The map answers faster than a theory could. The board ends the night with 4 tidy rows. Known, excluded, tracked, and interpolated. Under interpolated, a reflected wash of light, a probe request with the right minute, a bulb that dimmed then brightened, a return note about glare. None is a conclusion, together they sketch where a conclusion might be willing to live. The log's last line avoids flourish and lands like a promise. Points estimated, tests assigned, nothing named. The house on King Road stays sealed and mapped. The town exhales in small, careful breaths. Somewhere between two cameras and a porch light, the next square waits to be colored in. Daybreak finds detectives calibrating not hope, but angles. Parallax is the word on the board, a reminder that what looks aligned from one vantage will slide apart from another. The plan is simple: change the vantage. Street first. A tripod goes down at the exact curb joint where the county camera lives. A surveyor's rod marks known distances in half-meter bites. Control cars run the corridor at preset speeds while an analyst watches how plate light blooms against reflective street signs. At 10 meters, stock lamps fall under the sign's flare. At 8, bright aftermarket light briefly climbs above it. The silhouette from the night in question rides that ridge, never exploding, never disappearing, just present, stubborn as math. Digital next. The candidate device gets a mourning built around it. Analysts map its weak appearances against tower sectors that breathe in cold air and shrink in rain. They overlay wind speed from the airport, because wind bends signal paths in ways most people never consider. Two earlier, anomalous, pings settle neatly once the weather layer sits on top. One remains out of pattern, perched at the rim of the corridor exactly when the looped silhouette enters frame. The margin note stays conservative. Correlation holds under weather-correct model, identification not inferred. Scene takes its turn under eyes that prefer edges to centers. A texture pass with raking light finds a faint scuff at hip height on a door edge that looked ordinary a week ago. It's paper-thin and horizontal, consistent with a grazing contact, inconsistent with a direct strike. Photographed, scaled, logged. The model absorbs the mark and a detective scribbles a question beneath it. Bag placement, shoulder, sheath. No answers, just 3 plausible nouns. Canvas tightens to objects. Detectives ask about trash cans with broken wheels, bins that squeal, mailbox lids that slam. One resident remembers a lid they rigged with a magnet so wind wouldn't wake a baby. It still slapped once at 4:00 a.m. and then didn't. The sound aligns with a corridor curve. The map gets a small dot for singular slap, not because it proves anything, but because it brackets a minute without asking anyone to remember emotion. Paper cuts bleed quietly in the background. A distributor produces a return authorization with the clerk's note about glare too bright. Legal surgical request yields a purchaser's initials and the last 4 digits of a card. The name attached is common enough to be noise in a phone book and specific enough to warrant a knock and ask. Detectives plan the approach like they always do. Courtesy first, questions bounded by what the records strictly support. Body-worn cameras rolling, no theater, no pressure. In the lab, trace holds its slow tempo. A filament flagged yesterday for dye variance is re-examined under a different illumination wavelength. The curve doesn't pop, it nudges. The report expands by 1 trim line. Variance persists under alternate light. Comparative value potential, retain. A partial print earns a note that seems small until you need it, sufficient for exclusion against clean knowns. Eliminate later accurately. The DMV sieve begins. Body style plus model year bands plus regional registration yields haystacks, not needles. Analysts tune the filter by wheelbase measured from frame counts and curb joints. The hay thins. It's still hay. Teams divide the stack, prioritize by proximity to the corridor, and pencil in polite visits paired with simple asks. May we see the rear lighting assembly? A lot of doors will open to a quick look and a quick thank you. Each no issue gets ink. Subtractions tighten the silhouette's outline. A midday drill tests foot versus wheel again without romance. 2 detectives run the approach on foot in soft-soled shoes at the same hour, stopping where the audibility overlay says sound should go faint. A third logs decibels and time against a yard's old transformer buzz. The notes read mechanical, landing creak audible at porch 2, mast at porch 3 if transformer active. The house's own geometry remains the loudest witness. Victimology stays present like a metronome. A friend forwards a screenshot of a playlist queued for Sunday chores, 3 upbeat tracks, a podcast bookmarked at the halfway mark. It doesn't point outward. It pulls the investigation back to the people at the center. Their names on the board are re-inked. The playlist line sits beneath them like a thread someone meant to pick up. The tip line promotes a lead that's the opposite of dramatic. A commuter's Nest cam aimed at a birdhouse caught a wash of light across a fence at 4:01 a.m. The timestamp lives inside the corridor. The angle suggests a pass, not a stop. Analysts add it to the brightness profile chart. One more peak, small, aligned, unglamorous, useful. Legal runs in balance. Another preservation order, hold, do not search, goes to a private ramp camera that sweeps a corner no public system sees. A narrowly drawn request for receipts of legal plate light replacements fills the other half of the hinge. If someone swapped brightness down, they left another paper seam. The affidavits keep their spine, particularity, necessity, minimization. By late afternoon, 2 lanes brush without being forced to clasp. A polite knock tied to the glare return yields a garage with tools and a car whose rear lamps indeed went from too bright to compliant last week. The owner produces the old kit in a box and an installation video time-lapse that lives in their camera roll. They're cooperative, borderline sheepish. Location history places them nowhere near the corridor in question. Their name goes straight to excluded, proof that not every line pointing toward brightness touches the event that holds the town. The county camera yields one more virtue of parallax. A second unit, offset by 20 meters, catches the same silhouette at a marginally different angle. Plate light still blooms, the roofline still reads low, timing still tracks. The analyst labels the pair stereo support and pins them under TRACKED. Still no digits, no letters, just coherence that survives a shift in viewpoint. Patrol changes posture as the light fades, windows down, radios low. Officers listen to the block's heartbeat. The hums, the slaps, the brief hiss of tires folding over a shallow crack. Those sounds turn into coordinates on the private map they'll use when someone, weeks from now, says, "I heard the hiss, then the slap." Memory gets a ruler. The board closes with 5 tidy headers. Known, excluded, TRACKED, interpolated, parallax. Under parallax, stereo frames, weather overlays, a streetlight's micro flicker, a mailbox lid that protested once. None is a conclusion. Together, they straighten a picture that keeps trying to curve. The final log line is as unshowy as a signature across evidence tape. Angles corrected, overlaps preserved, no names. The house stays sealed, the town keeps its lights on, and the investigation moves the way it has since morning, by shifting where it stands until what remains holds still. The day starts with a list, the kind that grows shorter by being read. DMV filters have turned a region's worth of cars into a stack of candidates. Body style inside a narrow wheelbase band, roofline within a tolerance measured from curb joints, model years that match the silhouette's rake. It's not a suspect list. It's a maintenance schedule for patience. Pairs of detectives take routes like sales reps. Knock, greet, state the request. A quick look at rear lighting, a moment to confirm whether the assembly is stock or recently replaced. Most doors open with relief. People have been listening to the same whispers and want a way to help that isn't rumor. Cameras roll because they always do. Glances go under bumpers and along trunk lips where wiring harnesses get improvised. A tidy install reads like a factory. A messy splice reads like a question, not an answer. At the mobile lab, an analyst builds a grid of lighting signatures from cooperative vehicles. Brightness curves across fixed distances, glare profiles against a reflective sign, the fall-off when cars crest the slope near King Road. The silhouette's curve remains a little higher, a little longer than stock, repeatable now across 4 separate control runs. The graph isn't dramatic, it's useful. Digital runs a parallel sieve. The candidate device gets plotted against prior weeks, then against midnight weather. Cold nights make sectors breathe differently. Rain turns surfaces into mirrors that fool signal paths. Once corrected, two older pings that looked promising flatten into ordinary commutes. One remains perched on the corridor at the same minute the county camera blinks the silhouette through. The margin note refuses to change. Correlation persists, identity not inferred. Scene work trades spectacle for geometry. A materials audit reconciles every bag, every seal, every signature. One item, an envelope with a smudge where ink crossed tape, gets resealed under witness with a clean signature that bridges old and new. It's dull and perfect, the kind of procedural neatness that prevents easy questions later. A second texture pass finds a near-invisible nick along a door trim that lines up with a hip-height scuff found yesterday. It is thin and horizontal. It argues for a grazed contact, not a forced one. Photographed, scaled, logged. The 3D model absorbs both marks and draws a line that isn't a conclusion, only a constraint that keeps imagination from kicking doors. Canvas plays a quieter game, asking for the habits people don't think of as habits. A runner who never saves anything hands over a single, accidental clip his wrist cam kept when he tripped and stabilized at 4:03 a.m. Headlights washing a fence from a direction that fits the corridor. Another resident's smart plug shows a heater cycling more often between 3:58 and 4:06, likely a draft, maybe a door, certainly a time bracket. Ambient markers deepen by one shade. Paper cuts keep nicking. The parts return with a note about glare too bright, yields a clean conversation and a quick exclusion. Another vendor produces a receipt for a legal replacement purchased 2 days later by someone who pays cash and says little. The store's camera is old and tilts purposeful, more ceiling than face. Legal drafts a preservation first, then a narrow ask keyed to the single transaction, not a day's worth. Minimization remains the spine. Trace doesn't hurry. A filament with persistent dye variance is preserved without adjectives. A partial footwear impression holds its class characteristics across 2 spots and gains a third, 4-foot emphasis, herringbone-ish, common to too many makes to name any. The report stays steady, exclusion-ready if clean knowns obtained. It sounds like a stall. It's how you avoid being fooled by lookalikes. Midday brings a test that isn't fun and matters anyway. Detectives run the corridor with a vehicle whose plate lights have been deliberately mise-aimed upward. A legal brightness, bad angle. Cameras catch a glare that overperforms at specific distances, then dips. The silhouette's curve sits between that and the bright aftermarket control. A traffic engineer underlines one line on the board. Aim can masquerade as output. A small truth that saves big errors. Victimology threads through like a heartbeat. Screenshots of shared chores, reminders to call home, a calendar block for Sunday study. The names at the top of the board are re-inked again. A detective says nothing while doing it. Ritual makes a perimeter around the people at the center. Tipline triage promotes 3 small leads because they're small and checkable. A commuter's dash cam that auto-saved on a hard break. A porch cam with a motion graph spiking at 4:04 a.m. A convenience store lot camera that sweeps a corner no public lens sees. Preservation orders go out like sandbags before rain. When copies come in, hashes are logged before thumb drives leave a clerk's hands. The boring choreography that keeps evidence from fraying at the edges clicks without squeak. The DMV sieve pays its unglamorous dividends. A handful of candidates open garages to reveal stock assemblies and tidy looms. Exclusions in under 5 minutes, each recorded with a still and a signature. One car presents bright plate lights that bloom a touch too hot against a reflective sign at the test corner. The owner is polite, curious, and verifiably out of town the weekend in question. Another subtraction. The silhouette's outline sharpens by what it is. Legal keeps the hinge swinging between preserve and inspect. A judge signs a tailored request to examine 2 private ramp cameras for a 4-minute slice key to the corridor. No rummaging, no drift. When the clips arrive, one shows a flicker at the edge of frame, a pass that matches the silhouette's rhythm, not its detail. The other shows nothing but emptiness with good time stamps. Absence is still a tile in the mosaic. It guards against stories that try to be everywhere. By late afternoon, the board's headers haven't changed. Known, excluded, tracked, interpolated, parallax. But the counts beneath them have shifted by inches that feel like miles when you add them up. Tracked now lists 4 captures along the outward path, 1 brightness profile with stereo support, a speed bracket derived from a reflected sliver on glass, and a mailbox slap bracketing a minute. Interpolated holds low probative digital blinks that rhyme with those minutes without demanding to define them. Patrol walks the corridors at dusk, radios low. They listen for the block learning itself, transformers that buzz at irregular intervals, drains that clear after 6 minutes of rain, the far hiss of tires over the same shallow crack. Later, when someone says, "I heard the hiss and then the slap," they'll know whether those 2 sounds can live in that order. The last meeting is a decision about posture, not theory. Expand the DMV Civ 1 model year in each direction. Keep the corridor camera asks narrow and rolling. Revisit the retailer with the cash sale to see if a shift log remembers a jacket, a cap, a detail that turns haze into shape. No names, no leaps. Just the long sieve pulled again. The log's final line avoids adjectives and lands the way a good knot does, plain, tight, and right where it should be. List shortened, controls expanded, coherence holds, conclusions deferred. The house stays sealed and mapped. The town keeps its lights haloed in cold air. And somewhere between a curb joint and a reflective sign, the path out of Moscow is being measured in millimeters that add up. The morning starts with clocks, not theories. Evidence clocks. Camera overwrite clocks. Sanitation clocks. A whiteboard lists each in red, 7 days, 14:30, beside addresses and contact names. The goal is simple: hold what time usually eats. Solid waste gets the first call, transfer station, then landfill. A supervisor explains the week's routes. Detectives translate that into a grid of truck IDs and tip times. A preservation letter goes out within the hour, narrow and plain. Halt compaction in 2 identified cells. Isolate loads tied to a 3-day ban. Document chain of custody from truck to trench. No one pretends this is glamorous. The work smells like diesel and wet paper. The notes read, section, tagged, staged. On the street, a drive test team mounts antennas to a car roof and runs the corridors with a scanner that listens the way towers do. Every block becomes a tiny radio map, where handoffs swing early, where reflections off brick make phantom strength. Back at the mobile lab, the drive test layer drapes over the candidate device's weak pings. 2 oddities flatten under the new geometry. One remains, stubborn and right on the minute the county camera blinked the silhouette through. The annotation doesn't change. Correlation persists, identity not inferred. Inside the house, talk turns to the edge of release. What can leave? What must stay? What moves from scene control to sealed storage? A senior CSI walks the rooms with a checklist that reads like ritual. Items cleared for return are photographed in situ, bagged, signed across tape, and logged into a temporary property room with family liaison present. Nothing travels without a witness and a signature that crosses the seam. The structure itself stays sealed. Decisions about drywall and carpet are postponed. Decisions about compassion are not. A K9 team works the approach routes before traffic wakes up. The dogs run artifact train, not magic, quartering culverts and fence lines with handlers calling wind and pace. Hits are interest points, not treasure chests. They mark a map without promise. A culvert gets a small flag and a GPS coordinate. Revisit after rain, the handler says, and it goes in the plan. Paper cuts keep bleeding in useful ways. A cashier's shift log tied to the glare return entry yields a scrap. Customer mentioned too bright, don't want a ticket. The wording matters, concern about compliance, not stealth. It narrows nothing and cleans a narrative at the same time. A second store's card terminal finally coughs up a partial authorization code that aligns with a time-banned detectives already care about. Legal drafts the smallest possible follow-up key to that single transaction. Trace grinds. A microfragment once listed as retained for comparison meets a legitimate exemplar from a cleared vehicle and is marked inconsistent. Exclusions can be victories when you're cleaning the board. A partial print yields ridge flow sufficient to rule out 2 cooperative visitors from earlier in the week. The lab's tone never rises, the value does. Canvas goes trauma-informed for a pair of interviews that matter. Detectives arrive with a practice calm. Consent first, clock second, no fishing. The questions are crisp and bracketed by what records already support: when a message was sent, where a phone was resting, who heard a door squeak and when. Answers are recorded in the same flat prose that's carried the file: times, places, corroborants. Feelings are noted only when they carry a clock. An analyst builds a Guy's heat map of everything small and true: porch light spikes, smart plug cycles, motion graphs, mailbox slaps, birdhouse cams catching washes of light. The map doesn't declare a route. It deepens a corridor into a band with a core and a fade. A legend at the bottom reads like weather: pale for ambient, darker for uncommon, darkest for rare. The DMV sieve continues its quiet march. One candidate car arrives at a voluntary inspection with tidy looms and plate bulbs aimed correctly. The owner is patient. The check is brief: "Thank you," and a stamped exclusion slip. Another vehicle shows an aftermarket kit aimed upward just enough to bloom on reflective signs. The driver produces a citation from another town dated the same week, proof of presence elsewhere. Another subtraction. The silhouette on the board sharpens by erasure. Command drafts the community briefing with the same disciplined vocabulary: collected, preserved, processed, excluded. The ask stays specific: exterior video with intact metadata between 1:40 and 4:40 a.m., dashcam clips from 2 corridors, receipts tied to plate light replacements during a narrow week. The department includes a 1-page export guide with screenshots. The goal is frictionless help, not viral theater. Late afternoon brings a landfill decision. The section cell will be hand-searched. It's labor, not luck. Layered lifts, photographed trenches, flagged anomalies, every bag opened with a blade that never leaves the pit. The plan spells out PPE, rotation schedules, and a rain clause that moves the search a day rather than turn evidence into paste. The notebook line that captures it is blunt: order, speed. At dusk, patrol parks rather than patrols, lights off, windows down. They take in the block's metronome: transformer hum, tire hiss over the same shallow crack, mailbox slap that never quite repeats since someone added a magnet. These sounds will matter if a witness remembers them out of order. They give memory a ruler when emotion would rather guess. The board earns a thin new header: retention. Under it, landfill sections frozen, cameras preserved before overwrite, items moved from scene to sealed storage under witness. It looks administrative, it reads as survival. Without retention, there is no later. The final line in the log is as clean as a signature across tape: clocks extended, evidence held, compassion practiced, conclusions deferred. The house remains sealed. The corridors stay measured. And the case moves forward by protecting what time tries to take. The day opens with crossfades: how one lane enters as another fades out, how separate tracks can play at the same time without stepping on each other. The briefing lists them like cues: landfill search on, corridor runs paused, device analysis on, retail knockbacks paused. No lane owns the morning. At the landfill, order beats appetite. Crews work in grids the size of living rooms, shifting layers with flat shovels, not teeth. Every lift is photographed from the same corner. Every bag gets a new number even when it looks like nothing. The smell is the kind you don't forget. The notes don't mention it. They read: Layer 4, Sector B3, negative, then Layer 5, Sector B3, textile non-probative, then Layer 5, Sector B4, metallic fragment retained. The fragment isn't dramatic. It's logged, bagged paper side, signed across tape. Back in town, the drive test car reruns the corridor with antennas listening to towers and brick reflections. The map turns into a heat layer that respects weather, slope, and wind. 2 pings that once sounded special settle into ordinary. One stays where it has always been, perched at the right minute, the right block. The annotation refuses to budge. Correlation persists, identity not inferred. Scene work shifts to release planning. A senior CSI walks the rooms with a family liaison and a clipboard that reads like a contract. Items cleared for return listed by photo number, location, and time of removal. Nothing leaves without a second signature. The house remains sealed. The threshold is where process does its best work. Compassion on one side, sterile procedure on the other. Canvas turns to maintenance logs, the kind no one reads until a town needs them. Street sweeper routes and times. Salt truck passes logged by GPS. A southbound sweep clipped the feeder street 10 hours after the window that matters. The brush pattern is recorded, the hopper emptied at a public works depot with a compaction schedule. Preservation letters go out to hold what the sweeper might have kept. No one advertises this kind of evidence. It just waits where machines dump habit. Digital takes its crossfade at noon. Analysts line up router beacons from businesses along the corridor against the minute-by-minute playback of the outward path. A probe request lands at 3:59 a.m. near a storefront whose camera sees only its own door. The team doesn't romance the ping. They box it with the others under interpolated and add a to-do. Verify device mask behavior versus OS version. Small, nerdy, necessary. Retail lanes keep bleeding paper. A tinted accessory shop shows a handwritten entry. Plate lamps customer asked legal, sold OEM. The date sits in the week. A knock finds the buyer, a person with a commuter's life, a car with stock lamps, and a habit of asking questions before buying anything. They produce a receipt and a photo from the install bay with time stamps that live nowhere near the window that matters. Another subtraction, recorded with the same care as a lead. The silhouette on the board sharpens by what it is not. Trace refuses to hurry. The metallic fragment from the landfill lines up under a microscope, thin gauge, stamped edge, coated. The report refuses imagination. Non-diagnostic, possible consumer packaging component, retained for comparison. The word packaging matters. It suggests a world of boxes, not blades. It also protects the file from the kind of certainty that collapses under an expert's cross. Patrol walks the corridors again in the hour when sidewalks remember the night. Officers mark new gum spots and fresh tire scuffs at the curb like cartographers who know maps update themselves. A mailbox whose slap once bracketed a minute now shuts softly. A resident tightened the magnet. The log notes the change because later, when a witness remembers the slap, the file has the courtesy to ask, which day? Victimology stays warm in a cool room. A friend forwards a screenshot laundry checklist, a shared grocery note with 3 items and a heart, a photo of a dog in a sweater captioned study buddy. The board keeps these near the center, a ballast against drift. The names are re-inked. It's not ceremony, it's calibration. A small legal hinge swings open mid-afternoon. The narrow ask key to a single glare return transaction yields a full authorization code and with it a card issuer. A second request, just as small, confirms a purchaser who lives outside the corridor and works nights in a different town. Their lighting swap was exactly what the clerk wrote, compliance, not stealth. Another clean no that keeps the narrative tidy. Sound gets its own pass. A detective and an audio tech plant a recorder at the bend where headlights wash a fence and run cars through while a decibel meter ticks at 2 porches. The numbers read more like slope than sound until you slide them against a witness note about a hush, then a distant hiss. That combination lives in one direction, not the other. The map adds an arrow that doesn't name a driver, only a lane. The DMV sieve lands a familiar rhythm, 2 quick exclusions, 1 longer conversation. A car with bright plate lights blooms hard at the reflective sign. The owner produces a traffic stop from another county logged at 3:50 a.m. the night in question. Bodycam video from that stop shows the same bloom against a different sign and a plate you can read. Out of corridor presence plus video equals subtraction. It isn't wasted time, it's time you won't waste later. At the landfill, a flag rises in Sector C2, a heavy-duty bag with a newer tie, not compacted like its neighbors. It holds food waste, paper, a broken hanger, ordinary life. At the bottom, a cardboard sleeve with a torn barcode, dimensions closer to small appliance packaging than anything else. Photograph, location, bag, signature. No leap. The fragment goes with its sleeve. The notes record what it is, not what it could have been. The evening huddle is short and unsubtle. Cameras preserved against overwrite. Yes. Landfill sectors flagged, searched, logged, in progress. Corridor track extended by one more faint capture near the county line. Yes, with corrected time. Candidate device correlation under weather layer. Unchanged. Paper cuts. A few more stings, a few more bandages. The board gets one thin addition, CROSSFADE written small. Under it, 5 items that transformed across the day. Landfill to lab, ping to caution, sweepers to preservation, glare receipts to exclusions, mailbox slap to silence. Each entry is a reminder that evidence changes shape as lanes swap the lead. Patrol parks with windows low and the heaters on their lowest hum. The block breathes in small, even sounds. Fear doesn't like even. A student in a beanie walks the long way around the corner because that's where the light is. Someone texts home and 3 thumbs up arrive like porch lights. The log's last line lands without flourish. Crossfades managed, retentions enforced, lanes clean, no names. The house holds. The town keeps watch. The investigation moves on the quiet beat it's chosen, measured, exact, and unwilling to rush the moment when separate tracks finally align. The morning briefing writes a box around the case, 4 lines that every lane must respect. Time window, geography, lawful process, evidentiary reliability. Boundary conditions, the supervisor says, tapping each line with a capped marker. If a lead can't live inside that box, it doesn't live here. Corridor teams start at the eastern edge. A city plow left a ridge of sand after a light dusting the week prior. The ridge, now dry, holds tire stories in a thin gray grammar. Detectives pace it with measuring tapes and a camera on a monopod. Most marks are broad, laced with tread noise from winter tires. One shallow scuff shows a narrow contact patch and a gentle yaw where a driver eased the nose around a parked car rather than braking. It's not a print, it's a posture. Photographed, scaled, logged. A traffic engineer adds a quiet note, light rear load or cautious throttle. It goes to the margin, not a personality, just physics. Digital builds its own boundary. Analysts layer the drive test radio map over the candidate device's faint appearances and then lay a hard rectangle for the 355-415 window. They add one more correction, building occupancy. Night shift HVAC cycles alter indoor router reach. Vent fans push signal into alleys and steal it from sidewalks. 2 maybe blip smooth into noise under that layer. 1 holds perched at the corner where streetlight telemetry hiccup the same minute. The annotation unchanged. Correlation persists, identity not inferred. At the landfill grid, the search continues like a slow metronome. Sector C2 yields 2 more cardboard sleeves with torn barcodes and a cracked phone case, ordinary life, opened and dismissed. Sector B4 turns a corner of plastic strapping and a flattened receipt that refuses to print a name. Photograph, bag, signature. The notebook builds lines without adjectives, order over appetite. Scene control moves into a phase the board calls selective release. With family present, items cleared by earlier audits, books, a framed photo, a mug with a chipped rim, are documented and transferred to a property room for pickup. Releases happen under a camera and a witness signature and a log entry that reads like a promise. Photographed in situ, removed at 11:22, property receipt, liaison present. The structure remains sealed. Compassion threads around tape, never through it. Canvas leans into maintenance again. Public Works produces a sweep of storm drain baskets from the block, dates, weights, photographs of the basket contents before disposal. The metal mesh captured leaves, wrappers, the confetti of a college town. Nothing that dramatizes the case. Something that prevents a story from pretending a weapon washed away where a basket would have objected. Negative, the entry reads with coordinates. Negative is still a brick in a wall. Paper cuts add 2 more stings. A hardware store shows a midweek sale of nitrile gloves and paper drop cloths, seasonal painting supplies, common and cheap. The buyer used a loyalty number that maps to a dorm in a room where 3 friends are repainting furniture. Detectives look anyway. Consent, courtesy, clean hands, and a table covered in turquoise. Subtract it. A different receipt shows a return of a legal plate light assembly for cash at a franchise across the county line. The camera angle is poor, the timestamp is good. The clerk recalls ball cap, quiet voice. Preservation first, narrow follow-up next. Minimization keeps the hinge from squeaking. Trace keeps its cadence. The thin metallic fragment from yesterday's grid gets a provenance partner. A second sliver from the same sector with the same stamped edge, both more like packaging strap than blade. The report remains dry. Consumer packaging consistent. No probative tool marks. A partial print grows useful in a way that sounds small and isn't. Ridge flow sufficient to exclude a helpful neighbor who worried their visit to drop off a care package might have mudded the scene. The file protects the innocent in both directions. A noon constraint drill asks each lane to argue for a wall, not a path. Corridor argues for the time wall. A pass any earlier or later loses coherence across cameras that agree within corrected drift. Digital argues for the geometry wall. The candidate device never touches the house network, never behaves like a resident's phone, and never repeats with the regularity of a commuter. Scene argues for the access wall. Wear and scuff suggest a grazed passage, not a forced entry. Legal argues for the process wall. Every ask must be particular, necessary, and minimization compliant under Idaho and federal standards. No rummaging, no retroactive catch-alls. The exercise produces no names and trims a dozen temptations. Walls are ballast. Victimology anchors the center quietly. A parent offers a photo of a weekend grocery list, inked in two handwritings, asterisks beside staples that ran out. A classmate scrolls to a text, "Study at noon." Yep. The board re-inks the names and tapes the list beside them. The case is about an interruption. The file keeps the interrupted visible. Patrol walks the dusk hour with radios low. They mark a new reflection at the feeder street. Someone hung tinsel around a porch light for the holidays. The note matters. Reflections move. Apparent brightness shifts. Later, if a clip shows a flare that wasn't possible before, the file will know why. Memory is fickle, maps are patient. A narrow legal hinge opens near 3. The cash return at the franchise across the county line yields a transaction code that points to a terminal rather than a person. A second order freezes that terminal's 4-minute slice, while a tech supervisor exports exactly what the order permits. No drift, no curiosity. The clip shows a cap, a jacket, the edge of a face under fluorescence. No plate, no car, no headline. Just enough shape to ask better questions at the counter without guessing. The DMV sieve adds an oddity under boundary. A car that matches the silhouette's wheelbase exactly but lives outside the corridor and shows a registration lapse. The owner explains a seasonal hold and produces a garage snapshot with a trickle charger clipped on the same weekend. The photo metadata says noon the day after the murders. The timestamp is clean. The story is plausible. Detectives take the quick look they always do. Rear assembly tidy, bulb stock, aim correct, and write the subtraction with the same ink as every no. Around 4, the corridor gains a small reinforcement. A private lot camera at the town edge, preserved 2 days ago, yields a faint pass at the far frame, just a roofline clipping the corner and a bloom where plate lights fight a retroreflective arrow on the asphalt. Corrected for lens and clock, it sits dead inside the outbound timeline. The analyst writes one word beneath it, accordant, and pins it under TRACKED. Accordant isn't proof. It keeps the picture from curving. The evening huddle is about posture, not promise. Keep the landfill grid steady. Extend the DMV Civ 1 model year narrower, not wider. Repeat the drive test after rain to confirm brightness curves under spray. Knock the franchise again with the still from the terminal export and a short, disciplined question set. Every plan has a stop line. Every stop line has a reason. The board gets a thin new strip of tape labeled boundary conditions. Under it, 4 bullets that have carried the day. A hard window, a finite map, lawful requests, and evidence that can breathe on its own without a narrator. Beneath them, the smallest handwriting on the wall. Stay inside the box, make the box smarter. Night lowers like a lid. The house stays sealed, its tape signed across seams that matter. The corridors hum their patient geometry. The town is quieter than the week before, still lit. The log's final line is a sentence that sounds unremarkable and is exactly right. Walls held, lanes advanced, Story refused. The morning plan is a checklist of controls. Run the same tests with known answers, then lay them against the unknowns until the differences refuse to hide. Corridor first. A control car with stock plate lamps repeats the outward path at set speeds under a light drizzle. Another car runs the same loop with bright aftermarket lamps aimed correctly. A third, with OEM bulbs aimed upward by 2 degrees. Frames are printed, lens-corrected, and labeled with weather, temperature, and road spray. The silhouette from the night that matters still rides a brightness curve higher than stock, lower than the worst mise-aim, and steadier than glare only. The note beneath it is procedural, not poetic. Output stock, profile consistent across wet-dry, aim effect insufficient alone. Digital controls follow. Analysts feed known commuter phones through the drive test radio map to watch their handoffs under identical weather. Predictable ladders emerge, clean rungs at predictable corners. The candidate device refuses that rhythm, appearing only where the corridor narrows and the timeline hardens. The annotation stays disciplined. Intermittent presence within window, no house network association, correlation not equal to identification. At the landfill, control grids flank the search sector to prove method, not luck. Crew A pulls the neighboring cell, older fill, similar composition, logging negatives by the dozen to set a baseline of ordinary trash. Crew B continues the active grid, flagged items, photographed, bagged, signed across tape. A strip of packing strap matches yesterday's metallic fragment. A flattened mailer reads like something a campus bookstore would ship. The report will call them both consumer packaging and move on. The discipline is the point. Scene control performs a null sweep, walk the rooms with instruments that should read nothing where earlier passes read nothing, to prove that noise isn't pretending to be signal. Moisture meters, VOC sniffers, luminol blank tests on inconsequential surfaces. Nulls hold. The model gets a simple update. No new reactive areas, prior maps confirmed. Canvas shifts to control blocks outside the corridor, knocking on streets with similar topography but no bearing on the case. Why? To measure how often porch sensors spike between 3:55 and 4:15 when nothing is at stake. The answer is, sometimes, but not like the cluster inside the corridor. The comparison earns a small chart and a larger caution. Clusters tempt stories, controls tame them. Paper cuts tight. A franchise terminal's 4-minute export preserved earlier yields a clearer still after the tech re-encodes with the right flag. Ball cap, brim low, jacket collar high, fluorescent wash bleaching detail. Detectives do narrate the face. They time the transaction to the second and reconcile it with a receipt string. The follow-up at the counter is courteous and bounded. This one sale, this one time. Do you recall anything specific? The clerk remembers only quiet voice said legal twice. It belongs to compliance, not stealth. Still, the still goes on the board as a control. What quiet face under bad lights looks like when it isn't the case. Trace runs a control set of fibers from bedding, towels, and common garments collected with consent from comparable houses on the same block. The dye classes sing the same song, campus life in textile form. Against that choir, the one filament with a slight variant stays interesting without graduating to unique. The lab's line doesn't change. Retain for comparison, no individualization. Control swatches keep everyone honest about how common really is. Midday, a silence drill returns to audibility. Recorders sit where a witness once stood, while a detective walks the stairwell in soft soles and then hard heels. The decibel peaks align with the house's earlier map. Step 3 creaks under weight. Step 4 creaks only at the edge. A second recorder at street level hears none of it, even in the near-still air. The log writes it flat. Interior noise unlikely audible streetside under tested conditions. Legal turns control into posture. A memo lays side-by-side examples of lawful asks versus asks that would fail the particularity test, annotated with Idaho and federal sites. It reads like a rule book for restraint. Time limited, place limited, item limited, purpose limited. Everyone signs off because signatures slow hands in the right ways. The DMV sieve, now thinned by dozens of quick exclusions, yields one vehicle whose lighting signature on a test pass hums close to the silhouette's curve. The owner's routine puts them near, not at, the corridor during the window. Their phone places them 2 neighborhoods away at 4:02 a.m. with a photo they took of a pet under a lamp, metadata intact, tower corroborated. Courtesy inspection, stamped exclusion. Controls again, proof that close is this. Victimology threads through like gravity. A calendar ping that should have gone off at 9:00 a.m. Sunday sits unread. A playlist queued for chores never plays the 4th track. Small, ordinary absences are entered as anchors, not drama. On the whiteboard, the names are re-inked before shift change, as they are every day. Afternoon brings a sliver that fits because controls made room for it. A private lot camera preserved on the east edge holds a faint pass that, after lens correction and clock drift, lands inside the outward lane within seconds of the county pair. The brightness profile sits on the same plateau as earlier captures, unshowy, accordant. It pins under TRACKED without promotion to anything louder. Patrol walks at dusk with headphones around their necks, playing back the corridor's control audio against the live block. Tire hiss, transformer buzz, flag chains ticking against a pole in wind. A mailbox that once slapped now thunks softly, new felt under the lid. Notes mark the change. Control again, how the street sounds when nothing is happening. The evening huddle is short and declarative. Controls run, yes. Any lane using an uncontrolled assumption, no. Any clock we're about to lose. 2 cameras gain 1 more day. The landfill search holds until weather. A storm drain basket cycle is frozen by order. The posture holds. Retain, compare, exclude, repeat. A thin strip of tape goes up on the board. Control SAMPLES. Under it 5 reminders. Wet dry brightness curves, commuter phone ladders, null sweeps, control blocks for porch sensors, and a still from a quiet compliance sale that doesn't belong to the case at all. Each is a ruler laid beside a rumor. The log's last line is plain as squared corners on evidence tape. Controls established, comparisons made, outliers preserved, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their geometry. And the investigation moves the way good work always does, by proving what normal looks like until what isn't normal finally has nowhere left to hide. The morning brief swaps slogans for math. Vectors, direction, and magnitude are the order of the day. Every lane must say not only that something moved, but how and how much. Arrows replace adjectives on the board. Corridor first. A survey tripod returns to the feeder street while a laser rangefinder stitches curb joints into a baseline. Control cars run the path at set speeds. Analysts convert headlight flare and plate bloom into distance, intensity curves. The unknown silhouette keeps tracing the same modest plateau, brighter than stock, steadier than glare, a curve that doesn't spike or sag. The note under the printout is blunt, vector stable across repetitions. Digital builds vectors from seconds. The candidate device earns a time-distance sketch, 3-week touches, each separated by just enough to suggest motion along the corridor rather than a stationary heartbeat. Drive test overlays remove the tower's breathing, whether layers subtract wind-refracted noise. The result is still small dots, not a line, but the spacing implies travel rather than drift. Margin note unchanged. Correlation persists, ID not inferred. At the landfill grid, vectors turn to hands. Crews keep the metronome, lift, photograph, bag, sign. Sector C2 yields a tangle of plastic strap and a crushed mailer. B4 coughs up paper that won't keep ink. Everything points to consumer packaging, nothing to tools. The report will say so without flourish. Order beats appetite again. Scene control runs threshold tests. Door clearances, latch angles, strike wear measured to fractions, not guesses. A faint hip-height scuff and a thin trim nick align in space like coordinates. A vector from one to the other suggests a grazing pass, not a strike. The 3D model absorbs the line and gives back constraints. A shoulder could do that, a carried object could too. A forced entry could not without making different scars. The log refuses to draw a person. It draws a path. Canvas goes granular. Residents are asked about flow. Trash cans usually placed to the left now set to the right. A bicycle that never leans out suddenly angled toward the street. Porch mats rotated a quarter turn. Small rotations can reveal how people moved around obstacles in the dark. One camera shows a mat turned 15 degrees by morning. A time-stamped photo from a delivery earlier proves it had lain straight the night before. It's thin, but it lives inside the window. The map earns a tiny arrow beside the porch. Evidence of presence doesn't need a footprint to exist. Paper cuts add edges. A franchise terminal preserved last week yields a second angle after the tech realizes the dome cam writes a backup file with a slightly different crop. The cap and collar still lacks a face. The timestamp now aligns to the second with the receipt string already in the file. Detectives keep it as a timing ruler, not a suspect sketch. Controls tame stories, clocks tame memory. Trace keeps time the way labs do, slow and exact. The dyed filament with a mild variance is retained again. The partial footwear class stays where it has lived, 4-foot emphasis common to too many souls to point at anyone. A latent ridge set rules out 2 more cooperative visitors from earlier in the week. Exclusions are vectors too. They point the room away from friendly error. The DMV sieve shrinks by subtraction. A handful of owners step forward for courtesy checks. Stock assemblies and clean looms send them home with stamped exclusions. One car finally hums close to the silhouette's brightness profile at the test corner. The owner, a graduate student with a messy trunk and a tidy calendar, is verifiably away the night that matters, phone, card, and a toll camera in another county rhyme without being asked to. The curve on paper and the curve of a life both say, not here. Another line through another maybe. Midday, the team runs vector rehearsals. Foot versus wheel, not as ideology but as physics. 2 detectives move the stairs heel light and 4-foot heavy, while a recorder lives at the landing. Another traces the sidewalk seam where tires hiss if you cross it at 30, but not at 20. A third watches a transformer hum roll in and out. The sequence that a witness once remembered. Hush, hiss. Lives in one direction of travel, not the other. The board adds a thin arrow the same color as the corridor line. No names, just flow. Legal keeps the edges hard. A memo lays out vector language for affidavits, verbs that describe movement without suggesting who moved. Approached, passed, departed. Particularity stays the spine. Time limited, place limited, purpose limited. Judges like math better than adjectives, so do good cases. Public Works contributes an odd, useful ruler. Street sweeper telemetry with brushhead RPM plotted over time. A small spike near the feeder street at 6:03 a.m. suggests grit denser than leaves. The hopper dump from that run was already preserved by this morning's letters. Vector meets material. What brushed from the street might now be sitting in a bin. The order of operations stays clean. Tag, export, hash, store. Victimology remains gravity. A note card from a kitchen corkboard, brunch, study, laundry, comes to the file as a photographed square with 2 inks and a small doodle in the corner. It anchors the center without begging for attention. The names are re-inked above it, as they are every day, as if the board itself refuses to let the case drift from the people it's about. Tipline triage promotes a lead not because it thrills, but because it measures. A commuter's rear camera, facing backward, catches a shadow of light lifting off wet asphalt at 4:01 a.m. Not the car, just what the car does to the road. Analysts fold it into the brightness profile like a new instrument playing the same notes. The curve doesn't change, it thickens. By late afternoon, the outward path holds 4 accordant clips, 1 rear camera light lift, a mailbox slap that bracketed a minute before a magnet quieted the lid, and a device correlation that refuses to become anything louder than candidate. The cluster lives inside a hard window. The vectors point the same way without help. TRACKED grows by 1 small pin. Interpolated keeps the caution tape around its own. Patrol walks the hour that used to be ordinary. Windows down, radios low. They mark a new reflection where someone hung a holiday wreath wrapped in foil ribbon. Reflections alter apparent brightness at angles, knowing that later keeps amateurs from turning festive light into evidence. Maps update so memory doesn't have to. At dusk, a quiet hinge swings. The frozen sweeper dump is sifted on tarps with magnets, rakes, and gloved hands. It yields bottle caps, paper clips, grit, and the patience it takes to call a negative a win. No probative objects, the log reads with weights and photos. Another wall made stronger by what it refused to pretend. The evening huddle is quick. Landfill grid steady. Corridor vectors stable under wet-dry. Candidate device correlation steady, ID withheld. DMV sieve narrower by 5 clean exclusions. Retail compliance stories documented, none crossing the box. Legal clocks extended where they could be. The plan holds, move by math, not by appetite. A thin strip of tape goes up on the board. Vector CHECKS. Under it, 6 lines, brightness curve plateaus, device spacing, door edge alignment, mat rotation, sweeper RPM spikes, rear camera light lift. None names a person. Together, they insist on direction. The log's last sentence is as square as a signature across an evidence seal. Vectors aligned, clocks preserved, lanes clean, no names. The house on King Road stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark, and the investigation moves by arrows that point without accusing, until they finally lead to a door that law and evidence both agree to knock. The morning brief trades headlines for resonance. Find the harmonics, the supervisor says, independent signals that ring the same note without being tuned to each other. No leaps, just echoes that survive new tests. Corridor first. Control runs repeat under a clean sky, then again as salt dust lifts in midday traffic. Brightness profiles from plate lamps lay one atop another. The unknown silhouette keeps tracing its modest plateau, above stock, below glare, steady under dry and dusty. An analyst prints a composite and writes what the curve has earned and only that. Stable output under variant surfaces. Digital adds a second instrument to the melody. The drive test radio map, built last week, is joined by passive scans from business routers that routinely log probe requests. Most are chatter. One probe lands where the corridor pinches near 4:00 a.m., the same minute a rear camera recorded a light lift off wet asphalt. The margin note refuses romance. Temporal alignment across dissimilar systems, identification not inferred. At the landfill grid, the metronome keeps time. Lift, photograph, bag, sign. Sector B4 yields a belt of polypropylene strapping and 2 carton corners. C2 produces a crushed coffee cup with campus cafe branding. Consumer packaging goes in the log with coordinates and weights. No probative tool marks follows like a refrain. Order over appetite. Scene control runs a hinge audit. Every door, every latch, every strike plate measured again under consistent torque. The faint hip-height scuff and razor-thin trim nick a line as before. A new datum appears where paint transfers to a microscopic ridge on the strike. Photographed, scaled, logged. The 3D model accepts a thin vector that suggests a grazed passage with something carried close, not a forced entry. The note beneath stays literal. Contact consistent with lateral pass. Force indicators absent. Canvas narrows its questions to rotation and drag. A porch mat 15 degrees off square from yesterday holds steady. A trash can wheel prints a small arc across dust on a walkway between 3:50 and dawn. The arc is shallow, the pull gentle, moved, not toppled. A neighbor's doorbell, as ordinary as any, graphs 2 blips at 4:03 and 4:05. Drift corrected, they bracket the same window as the rear camera light lift. Harmonies, not solos. Paper cuts keep nicking. The franchise counter's terminal, frozen by order, yields a second backup still. Cap brim, collar up, fluorescent wash. Again unhelpful for identity, precise for time. Detectives translate it into minutes and seconds and reconcile against a receipt string already in the file. Compliance, not stealth. Another subtraction that cleans the narrative rather than inflating it. Trace keeps the same patient beat. The dyed filament with a minor variance is retained again, now photographed under alternate light that nudges but doesn't transform the spectrum. Comparative potential, retain, the report says. A latent ridge set from a low-traffic surface rules out another cooperative visitor. Exclusions accumulate like sandbags against noise. The DMV sieve thins in tidy steps. Courtesy inspections send owners home with stamped exclusions and a thank you. One car's lighting signature hums close to the corridor curve, but phone, toll, and a photo of a midnight shift in another county rhyme too cleanly to ignore. Subtracted. The silhouette sharpens by absence. Midday belongs to audio. A recorder at the bend logs a hush, then a faint hiss over the shallow crack at 30 kilometers an hour. A mailbox that once slapped now thunks soft with new felt. Notes mark the change. Engineers plot the sequence against a window someone once remembered. The order fits only one direction of travel. The board earns a thin arrow that points, but never names. Legal keeps the rails up. Preservation orders extend 2 private lot buffers by another 24 hours. A new request, small and particular, seeks a 4-minute slab from a ramp camera that faces the outward lane. A separate memo, signed and circulated, reminds every lane of minimization, time-limited, place-limited, purpose-limited as a habit, not a slogan. Harmonics count only when law is in tune. Public Works returns with a sweeper-hopper sort. Tarps, magnets, rakes. Bottle caps grit 1,000 paper edges. No probative objects, the line reads, with weights and photographs and the courtesy of exactness. Negatives are still bricks in a wall. Victimology keeps the center warm. A screenshot of a shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits beneath the names, re-inked as always. A podcast paused at 41:12 on a phone that won't play again. The timestamp is entered without drama. The file resists myth by writing down ordinary life. Afternoon gives the case a small chord. A private lot camera at the edge of town, preserved last week, yields a faint pass at the far frame. Corrected for lens and clock, it lands inside the outward path within seconds of the county pair. A rear camera from a commuter 2 streets over shows another light lift that aligns within the same bracket. Router logs from a storefront note a probe request in the minute between them. Independent systems, same minute, same direction. The analyst writes one word, concordant, and pins all 3 under TRACKED. The candidate device refuses to be more than that. Its weak pings keep brushing the corridor and leaving. It never joins the house network, never behaves like a resident's phone, never settles into a commuter ladder. The annotation that has irritated the impatient for days remains intact. Correlation persists, identity not inferred. Patrol walks the hour that used to be nothing. Windows down, radios low. They mark a new reflection, a foil-wrapped wreath that adds a brief flare at one angle and none at another. The map updates so later when a clip shows a flare that wasn't possible last week. The file knows why street memory turning into a ruler again. The evening huddle is concise. Landfill grid, orderly, unglamorous, necessary. Corridor profile, stable across weather. Device correlation, unchanged, still a candidate. DMV sieve, 5 clean exclusions. Retail, compliance stories documented, none in the box. Legal, clocks extended where possible, asks narrow. Canvas, ambient markers harmonizing without being forced. A thin strip of tape goes up on the board, harmonics. Under it, 6 lines, plate light plateau across 3 lenses, rear camera light lift, router probe at the pinch, porch motion twin blips, audio hush then hiss in one direction, strike hand scuff alignment. None is a name. Together they make a note that holds. The log's final sentence is square as a signature across evidence tape. Independent signals concordant, clocks preserved, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark, while the case moves by echoes that refuse to contradict one another. Quiet music, measured, edging the arrow toward a door that law and evidence will someday agree to knock. The morning brief bans metaphors and accidentally earns one. Phase lock, the supervisor says, independent clocks lined up until drift shrinks to seconds. The rule is simple. If 2 things claim the same minute, prove they share it without being told to. Corridor first. The survey tripod returns to the feeder street. A laser ties curb joints to a reference bar chalked days ago. Control runs repeat at fixed speeds, while an analyst watches plate bloom rise and settle against a reflective arrow painted on asphalt. The unknown silhouette keeps riding its modest plateau, above stock, below glare, steady through dry air and a trace of road dust. 3 clips, 3 corrections, 1 curve. The printout earns a single line. Output stable, drift plus or minus 2s across lenses. Digital tightens its own clock. Passive router logs from 2 storefronts are scrubbed for probe requests in the 3:58:4:06 band. One blink at 4:00:41 near the pinch, another at 4:01:13.5 block down. Drive test radio maps subtract tower breathing. Wind data from the airport knocks multipath whispers off the board. What remains is small and stubborn, 2 dots spaced like motion. The margin note stays disciplined. Temporal coherence present, identification not inferred. Scene control runs edge effects. Door clearances are remeasured at temperature and humidity matching the night that matters. The faint hip scuff and the razor nick in the trim hold their alignment. A microscopic paint transfer on the strike glints under oblique light. The 3D model accepts a thin vector between those 3 points, a line that argues for a lateral passage carrying something close. The report does not write a person into that space. It writes a path. Landfill search keeps its metronome. Grid, lift, photograph, bag, sign. Sector B4 yields more polypropylene strap, 2 carton corners, and a campus cafe cup flattened into a fossil of ordinary life. Consumer packaging enters the log again with weights and coordinates. No probative tool marks follows like a refrain. Order beats appetite because order survives court. Canvas turns to micro-rotations. A porch mat that sat 15 degrees off square yesterday is now back to true. A trash bin's wheel tracks arc a shallow horseshoe between 3:50 and dawn. Drift-corrected doorbell graphs blip at 4:03 and 4:05 on 2 porches that don't share a wall. A neighbor's rear camera records a soft lift of light off wet asphalt at 4:01:22. Each datum is thin, together they stop contradicting each other. Phase locked. Paper cuts add edges without drama. The franchise terminal frozen last week yields a better still after the tech flips a dainter lace flag, cap brim, collar high, fluorescent wash. Identity, none. Time, exact. Detectives translate the frame into seconds and reconcile it against the receipt string already in the file. Compliance, not stealth, again. Another subtraction that tidies the narrative rather than feeding it. Trace resists romance. The dyed filament with a minor variance is shot under alternate light again. The spectrum nudges but refuses to sing. Comparative potential, retain, the lab writes. A latent ridge set clears another cooperative visitor and earns the unglamorous word exclusion. In a few months, that word will be gold. The DMV sieve narrows by patience. Courtesy checks send owners home with stamped exclusions and a thank you. One car hums close to the silhouette's brightness profile on the test corner. The owner's phone and toll camera place them an hour away at 3:59 a.m., verified by a midnight purchase receipt with clean metadata. Another subtraction. The outline on the board sharpens by absence. Midday belongs to audio again. A recorder at the bend logs a hush, then a faint hiss over the shallow crack at 30. A second recorder near the transformer hears a 60 Hz hum that masks footfall frequencies beyond 7 meters. The sequence a witness once recalled, hush then hiss, lives in one direction of travel, not the other, when the transformer is live. The board earns a thin arrow pointing outbound, annotated with a small if, transformer on. Public Works brings a clock of its own. Street sweeper telemetry shows brush head RPM spiking at 6:03 near the feeder, consistent with grit denser than leaves. The hopper from that run was frozen 2 days ago. Techs rake it across tarps with magnets and gloved hands. Bottle caps, grit, 1,000 paper edges. Negative, logged with weights and photos. A wall is stronger for the holes it doesn't pretend to fill. Legal keeps posture tight. 2 preservations extend private lot buffers by 24 hours. A new request, 4 minutes, 1 ramp camera, outward lane, exact coordinates, slides across a bench and returns approved. A separate memo, signed and circulated, lists verbs for affidavits that describe movement without implying identity. Approached, passed, departed. Particularity stays the spine. Minimization stays the tone. Victimology holds the center. A screenshot of a shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits beneath names re-inked as always. A podcast paused at 4112, never resumed, anchors the morning without begging for attention. The file refuses myth by writing down ordinary life. Afternoon tightens the lock. A private lot camera at the town edge, preserved last week, yields a marginal pass at the far frame. Corrected for lens and clock, it lands inside the outward thread within seconds of the county pair. A commuter's rear cam 2 streets over records another light lift at 4:01, give or take a breath. A storefront router logs a probe in between. Independent systems, same minute, same direction. The analyst writes one word, phase locked, and pins the trio under TRACKED. The candidate device refuses promotion. Its weak pings keep brushing the corridor and leaving. It never touches the house network. It isn't a resident's phone. It doesn't settle into a commuter ladder. The annotation that has annoyed impatience for days does not change. Correlation persists, identification not inferred. Patrol walks the hour that used to be nothing with windows down and radios low. A foil-wrapped wreath throws a brief flare at one angle now. A mailbox that once slapped now thunks with felt. A flag chain ticks in wind that lifts between houses but not above them. The private map updates so later when a clip shows a flare nobody could have seen last week. The file knows why. Evening's huddle is brisk. Landfill grid, orderly, negative for probative items to date. Corridor, brightness plateau stable. Phase error less or equal to 2 seconds between corrected cameras. Device, still a candidate, still law caution. DMV Civ, 6 clean exclusions today. Retail, compliance stories documented, none inside the box. Canvas, ambient markers that refuse to disagree. A thin strip of tape goes up, phase lock. Under it, county pair plus or minus 1/6 is. Rear cam light lift at plus 40s. Router probes at plus 20s and plus 52s. Doorbell blips bracketing plus 180s. Audio hush then hiss right arrow outbound XFMR on. None is a name. Together they argue for a minute that can be trusted. The final log line is square as a signature across tape. Independent clocks aligned, vectors consistent, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in early dark while the case moves by seconds that finally agree. Quiet, measurable, enough to tell you where to stand next without telling you who will open the door. Morning assigns conversations, not conclusions. The board adds a quiet header, knock-hand talks underlined once. Each visit is built like an affidavit in reverse. Time-boxed, question-bounded, body-worn cameras rolling, consent first, courtesy always. Corridor team pairs up with the DMV Civ. Candidates aren't suspects. They're owners of cars whose silhouettes rhyme with a brightness curve. Scripts are rehearsed in the lot. State the lane, state the ask, offer the why. We're working a corridor of interest. Your vehicle's lighting profile is similar. With your permission, we'd like a quick look at the rear assembly and to note any recent parts changes. Most doors open, trunks lift, plate housings unscrew. Photos document aim and bulb type, then a simple thank you closes the loop. At the mobile lab, lighting signatures from those courtesy checks stack into a grid. Stock OEM. Bright aftermarket aimed correctly. Bright aftermarket aimed high by degree. Older housings with film haze that mutes glare. The unknown plateau keeps sitting above stock and below mesoame spike, steady across wet dry. A traffic engineer writes the day's only flourish. Signature, restrained bright. Digital runs a sister script. Knock and talk for data. Consent forms explain narrowly scoped downloads, specific hours, specific sources. A commuter shares a rear cam card that auto-looped but kept one clip when brakes bit at 4:01. It shows the now familiar light lifting off wet asphalt, motion without a face. Hash recorded, time corrected, file sealed. The annotation repeats the discipline. Concordant with outbound thread, identification not inferred. Scene control performs a hinge replicate. With fixtures measured at the night's temp humidity, an evidence tech cycle's door swings with a weight hung at hip height to mimic a carried object. Paint transfers kiss the strike at the same microscopic ridge seen under oblique light. Photographed, scaled, logged. The model accepts the vector, lateral pass, close carry, no forced entry scars. The report remains allergic to narrative, path, not person. At the landfill grid, the metronome holds. Sector C2 gives more polypropylene strap and 2 box corners. B4 yields a crushed campus cafe sleeve and receipt paper turned to lace. Every lift is photographed from the same corner, every bag signed across tape. When the line reads consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. It isn't defeat, it's a wall kept honest. Canvas asks about changes, not memories. A porch mat rotated back to square after 2 days askew. A trash can now tuck tighter to a rail. A mailbox that thunks soft since felt replaced slap. Doorbell graphs on 2 homes blip at 4:03 and 4:05. A runner's headlamp reflection flicks across a storefront at 4:01. Drift corrected, the minute stack holds. Phase still locked. Paper cuts keep nicking where stories like to hide. A regional franchise shows a cash return of legal plate bulbs 2 days after the crime. The terminal export, preserved last week, gives a cap brim and a collar fluorescent washed. Detectives translate the frames into seconds and nothing more. The counter script is precise. This sale, this minute, what do you recall? The clerk offers quiet voice, asked about legal twice. Compliance, not stealth. Subtract, document, move. Trace refuses rescue by romance. The dyed filament with minor variants is retained. It still isn't unique. A partial ridge set excludes another cooperative visitor. The lab's notes read like metronome ticks: retain, exclude, archive. The rhythm that keeps trials from chewing on sloppy edges months later. By noon, one courtesy visit thickens from routine to relevant. A sedan's rear assembly is bright but tidy. The owner permits photos, then consents to show a box of old bulbs labeled too dim, and a receipt for new OEM stock purchased a week before the homicides. The fit is wrong for the corridor curve. The timeline is clean. A stamped exclusion slip rides home in the glove box. Another outline sharpened by what it is not. Audio checks the bend again. Hush, then hiss across the shallow crack at outbound speed when the transformer is live. A second recorder farther down hears only the hiss. The board gets a hairline arrow with a tiny if box, XFMR on. The arrow points. It does not accuse. Legal keeps rails high and tight. 2 preservations extend private lot buffers by 24 hours. A new request, narrow as a keyhole, asks for 4 minutes from a ramp cam that faces the outbound lane. A separate memo circulates phrases to avoid in public updates. Believe, likely, theory, and phrases to prefer. Recorded at, documented by, preserved. Language is policy, policy is guardrail. Victimology anchors the center with quiet specificity. A shared list, brunch, study, laundry, tape beneath names, re-inked each shift. A paused podcast at 4112 on a phone that won't resume. The file refuses to let interruption become identity. Afternoon, the corridor earns a small, stubborn chord. The ramp cam's 4-minute slice lands a faint roofline clipping frame where it should. A rear cam 2 streets over catches the same light lift in the same bracket. A storefront router logs a probe between them. Independent systems, same minute, same direction. The analyst writes the word that makes patience worthwhile, accordant. The candidate device stays what it is, a candidate. Weak pings brush the corridor and leave. No house network handshake, no commuter ladder. The margin note persists like a rule, correlation present, identification not inferred. Impatience doesn't move lines on a map. Evening's posture is visible, not aggressive. Patrol parks at corners with windows down, radios low. They listen to the block's metronome, transformer hum, tire hiss over the crack, flag chains ticking. The private map updates. Holiday foil wreaths add a flare here, not there. A porch bulb replaced yesterday warms slower, brightens later. Maps remember so witnesses don't have to. The huddle is quick. Landfill, orderly negatives. Corridor, plateau stable, phase still tight. DMV Civ, 5 new exclusions. Retail, compliance stories, none in the box. Digital, candidate unchanged. Cameras preserved before overwrite. Canvas, ambient markers that refuse to disagree. Legal clocks extended, asks narrow. A slim strip goes on the board, knock, not accuse. Under it, scripts used, consents logged, exclusions stamped, audio arrows annotated with a tiny if. No names, no leaps, just doors open, parts photographed, clocks aligned. The log's last line is square as ink across evidence tape. Conversations conducted, vectors intact, clocks preserved, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case moves one polite, documented knock at a time, pressure measured, posture humane, and every yes or no written in the only ink that matters later, precise, unhurried, true. The morning brief draws brackets around certainty. Error bars, the supervisor writes on the board, thin rails that keep confidence from pretending to be proof. Every lane must state its margin and live inside it. Corridor first. The survey tripod returns to the feeder street. A laser ties curb joints to yesterday's chalked baseline. Control runs repeat at fixed speeds, while an analyst watches plate bloom settle against the retroreflective arrow on asphalt. The unknown silhouette keeps its modest plateau, above stock, below glare, steady through clean air and a film of salt dust. Each clip gets a delta, plus or minus 1, 8 seconds after lens and clock correction, plus or minus 5 meters on distance due to angle. Printout doesn't gloat, it annotates. Output stable, timing variance inside prior band. Digital quantifies its own wobble. Passive router logs spit 2 probe requests in the 3:58:4:06 window, bookending a commuter's rear cam light lift at 4:01:22. Drive test radio maps subtract tower breathing. Airport wind data trims multipath drift. The analyst pencils a bracket, plus or minus 12 seconds across systems. Coherent, not conclusive. The margin note refuses promotion. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. Scene control runs tolerance checks. Door strikes measured cold last week are remeasured at today's temp and humidity. Hinge torque is matched with a calibrated wrench. The faint hip height scuff, the razor-thin trim nick, and the microscopic paint transfer on the strike still align within plus or minus 3 millimeters. The 3D model draws a fine vector that tolerates a shoulder or a carried object, rejects a forced entry. The report writes nouns, not names. Lateral passage, close carry, no price scars. At the landfill grid, error bars mean patience. Crews keep the metronome, lift, photograph, bag, sign, while the wind thinks about rain. Sector B4 yields more polypropylene strap and a crushed cafe sleeve. C2 gives 2 carton corners and receipt paper shredded by compaction. The line reads, consumer packaging, no probative tool marks, followed by weights, coordinates, and weather. Negatives wear numbers so they don't become stories later. Canvas narrows to measurable change. A porch mat that wandered 15 degrees returns to square. A trash can wheel prints a shallow arc across dust between 3:50 and dawn. 2 doorbells graph blips at 4:03 and 4:05, drift corrected to plus or minus 20 seconds. A headlamp reflection flicks across a storefront at 4:01, corrected plus or minus 4. The cluster earns a band on the map, not an arrowhead. Presence without a face, bracketed by clocks that agree within inches and seconds. Paper cuts draw their own brackets. The franchise terminal, frozen last week, offers a properly dainterlaced still with a cap brim, a high collar, and fluorescent wash. The face remains a suggestion. The timestamp, corrected against the receipt string, becomes a ruler. T equals 60, 41:28Z, not a sketch. Detectives ask only what that minute can bear. The clerk remembers quiet voice, legal said twice. Compliance, not stealth, subtract, document, move. Trace writes numbers where adjectives want to elbow in. The dyed filament with the mild variance shows a peak shift of delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm under alternate illumination. Interesting, not unique. Comparative potential retain, the report stays. Partial ridges exclude 2 more cooperative visitors. Exclusion gets a box on the board. Error bar approximately none. It's either out or it is. The DMV sieve shrinks another ring. Courtesy checks send owners away with stamped exclusions. One car hums close to the brightness curve at the test corner, but their phone, toll ping, and a time-stamped midnight punch-out in another county stack inside plus or minus 2 minutes. Control photos of their plate housing show aim within spec. The courtesy slip rides home in a glove box. Another maybe turns into a measured no. Midday belongs to audio and its margins. A recorder at the bend captures hush hiss across the shallow crack at outbound speed. With the transformer energized, masking raises the floor by plus 6 dB past 7 meters. Without it, the hiss arrives cleaner. A second recorder farther down catches only the hiss. The arrow on the board owns an asterisk, outbound if XFMR on. The if is the error bar that keeps memory honest. Public Works delivers numbers instead of stories. Street sweeper telemetry pegs brushhead RPM at 603 near the feeder, a spike consistent with grit denser than leaves. The hopper dump frozen 2 days ago is raked across tarps. Magnets find caps, clips, ordinary metal. No probative objects, the note reads with weights and photos. The outcome is a bracket around rumor, not here. Legal rights margins into law. Preservation orders extend 2 private lot buffers by 24 hours. A new request asks for 4 minutes from a ramp cam, outward lane only, GPS coordinates exact, export hashed on site. A memo circulates verbs that describe motion without identity, approached, passed, departed, and reminds every lane of particularity and minimization. Error bars are a civil right when they're written into the ask. Victimology anchors the human scale of precision. A shared list, brunch, study, laundry, stays taped beneath names re-inked each shift. A podcast paused at 4112 refuses to move. The case is about interruption. The file records the exact second the day should have turned ordinary. Afternoon adds a small, stubborn chord inside tight brackets. The ramp cam delivers a faint roofline clipping frame within the plus or minus 2's band of the county pair. A rear cam 2 streets over shows another light lift at 401 plus or minus 5's. A storefront router logs a probe between them. Independent systems line up without being told to. Phase error less or equal to 12's. Distance variance less or equal to 10m, the analyst writes, accordant bounded, and pins the trio under TRACKED. The candidate device still refuses a promotion. Its weak pings brush the corridor and leave. It never shakes hands with the house network. It doesn't ladder like a commuter. The margin note that has irritated impatience for days doesn't budge. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. The error bar here is the point. Patrol walks the pre-dusk hour with windows down, radios low, and a checklist. New wreath reflections foil adds flare plus or minus 1 frame at angle X. Porch bulb warm-up times older ballast, slower rise. A mailbox now muted by felt slap right arrow thunk. Amplitude down approximately 8 dB. When someone later says, I saw a flare there, the map will answer only after December 2. Not because anyone remembers, but because someone wrote it down. The huddle is short and square. Landfill, orderly negatives under rising wind. Corridor, plateau steady, timing variance inside the band. Device, candidate unchanged. DMV Civ, 4 new exclusions. Retail, compliance stories, none in the box. Canvas, ambient markers that rhyme without being coaxed. Legal, clocks extended, asks narrow. Audio, outbound arrow with an asterisk, transformer dependent. A narrow strip goes up on the board, error bars. Under it, 5 lines, plus or minus 2's camera alignment, plus or minus 10m distance from lens correction. Delta lambda die peak shift equals 46 nm, non-unique. Audio mask plus 6 dB XFMR on. Router probe drift plus or minus 12's. None names anyone. Together they keep certainty from pretending it doesn't wobble. The log's last line is as plain as squared corners on evidence tape. Margins declared, clocks aligned within bounds, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances like a careful instrument. Notes true, error bars visible, the melody moving forward because the math says it can. The morning brief turns the case inside out. Run the counterfactuals, the supervisor writes. If this isn't what it looks like, what else fits the same clocks, the same geometry, the same margins? Every lane gets a hypothesis and a ruler. Corridor, what if the loop is a neighbor's indecision? Control runs borrow a sedan from 2 streets over and repeat a missed turn pattern, slow roll, brake feather, shallow yaw around a parked car. Plate bloom spikes at the sign, then falls too steeply. The unknown silhouette's curve doesn't dip like that. A traffic engineer notes it flat. Indecision profile not equal to observed plateau. The board draws a small X through the scenario, not as mockery as math. Digital, what if the device is tower drift? Analysts feed the drive test radio map a cold night dataset with exaggerated sector breathing. 2. Candidate pings flat. The stubborn one at the pinch survives the correction and still lands inside the minute stack. Margin note unchanged. Temporal coherence survives drift, identification not inferred. Scene, what if the marks are old? A patina pass puts the hip height scuff, the razor nick, and the paint transfer under comparative light with untouched fixtures in lower traffic rooms. Microoxidation is newer on the strike. Dust halos differ along the trim. Rub sheen hasn't merged into the door paint's older wear. Photographed, scaled, logged. The 3D model adds a line that's careful where guesses get loud. Relative recency suggested, absolute age undetermined. Landfill, what if the tool came here? Grid holds, wind rising. Sector B 4-yield strap carton, a cafe sleeve, the grammar of a college week. Crews peel layers with flat shovels, not teeth. Magnets find bottle caps, nothing sharper. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks, the note reads, again with weights and coordinates. Counterfactual, a discard here would have left a scar on the map. It didn't, not yet. Canvas, what if the blips are cats and heaters? Detectives run a control block 3 streets away with similar porches and sensors. Motion graphs spike, but not in a band, random, sleepy, cat-shaped. The corridors pair at 4, 0, 3, and 4. 0, 5 persists even after drift correct, heater cycles mapped, and a porch with a known cat removed from the dataset. The board labels it what it has earned. Cluster not equal to ambient. Paper, what if legal bulbs are camouflage? Retail knocks stay bounded. A franchise manager remembers a return of Too Bright for OEM 2 days after the murders, a script about avoiding tickets, a card authorization that points to a night shift worker in another town. Terminal stills show cap brim and fluorescent wash. Body-worn cameras show a tidy rear assembly aimed to spec. Compliance holds. Subtracted. The story stays clean. Trace, what if the filament is special? Dye peak shift stays delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm, interesting, not unique. Alternate illumination nudges but doesn't separate it from common household textile families collected as controls. Comparative potential, retain, the lab writes again. Counterfactual, if it were rare, it would have sung by now. DMV, what if the curve belongs to a model we ruled out? Wheelbase tolerances are remeasured from curb joints under lens correction. A borderline model year falls back into the sieve, courtesy knocks follow. Stock bulbs, clean aim, clean alibis. Stamped exclusions add 3 more lines to the column that matters most, excluded. Midday runs a different kind of what if, foot versus wheel without romance. Soft soles climb the stairs heel light and forefoot heavy while a recorder lives on the landing. A second recorder on the sidewalk hears only the transformers plus 6 dB mask when energized. On the street, a control car glides the crack at outbound speed. Microphones pick up hush hiss in that order only when the transformer hum is present. The arrow on the board keeps its asterisk. Outbound if XFMR on. Counterfactual. Inbound can mimic the hiss, not the sequence. Public Works adds a dull but decisive what if. What if the sweeper took it? Telemetry spike at 6:03, hopper dump frozen and raked, tarps, magnets, grit, no probative objects, the line reads with photos and weights. The wall against rumor is taller by another measured no. Legal runs its own counterfactuals in ink. Affidavit verbs are scrubbed of implication, approached, passed, departed, and every request carries its fence. Time limited, place limited, purpose limited. A judge signs a 4-minute ramp cam ask that faces the outward lane only. A separate preservation holds 2 private buffers for 24 hours more. What if we're wrong? Is answered by, then we touched as little as the Constitution allows. Victimology answers a gentler what if routine was. Professors, friends, and families hand over attendance logs, shared lists, and a paused podcast at 41:12. Nothing inside those pages gestures toward rupture. Everything reads ordinary. The case is about interruption. The file refuses to let the interruption become the only sentence. Afternoon offers the day's cleanest test. What if the phase is coincidence? 3 independent clocks line up again without being asked to, the county pair within plus or minus 1. 6 is. A ramp cam edge clip within plus or minus 2. A rear camera light lift at 4. 0, 1 plus or minus 5s. And a storefront router probe between them at plus or minus 12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, error bars declared. Coincidence explains 1, it stumbles at 4. The analyst writes coherence chance bounded and pins the stack under TRACKED. The candidate device stays stubbornly honest. Weak pings brush the corridor and leave, no house network handshake, no commuter ladder. Margin note unchanged, correlation persists, identification not inferred. The counterfactual, it's just drift, was run at breakfast and didn't survive the map. Patrol walks pre-dusk with the case's private weather in their heads. Foil wreaths add a flare here, not there. A porch bulb replaced yesterday warms slower. A mailbox still thunks, felt doing its job. When a witness later remembers a flare, the map will answer only after deck 2. When someone says, I heard the slap, the file will remind them the slap became a thunk 3 nights ago. Memory gets rulers, rulers get dates. The huddle is short and square. Landfill, orderly negatives. Corridor, plateau steady. Indecision profile ruled out. Device, candidate unchanged after drift model. Scene, relative recency suggested. Forced entry counterfactual fails marks. DMV, 3 fresh exclusions. Retail, compliance not camouflage. Canvas, ambient cluster persists after cats and heaters. Audio, outbound sequence holds asterisk. Legal, asks narrow, clocks extended. A slim strip goes up on the board, counterfactuals. Under it, neat lines. Misturn curve not equal to plateau. Tower drift model not equal to corridor ping. Old wear pattern not equal to strike transfer. Cat heater noise not equal to 4. 0.3/4. 0.5 band, sweeper not equal to weapon. Coincidence bounded phase stack. None points at a person. Together they clear fog the way wipers do. Quietly, exactly, revealing the same lane underneath. The log's last line is as plain as squared corners on evidence tape. Alternatives tested, walls held, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in early dark while the case advances by what remains after the plausible else has been measured, annotated, and let go. The morning opens with a stitch, not a leap. Thread integrity, the supervisor writes, every strand documented end to end, no phrase left to pull loose later. The board splits into lanes with a single question under each. Can this thread survive court? Corridor first. The survey tripod returns to the feeder street. A laser kisses last week's chalked baseline. Control runs repeat at fixed speeds while an analyst rides the jog wheel frame by frame. The unknown silhouette stays on its modest plateau, above stock, below glare, steady through dry air and salt dust. 3 corrected clips, 1 curve, error bars declared. A traffic engineer signs the margin like a witness. Calibration verified, timing variance inside prior band. The curve isn't opinion anymore, it's a measured habit. Digital stitches time to distance. Passive router logs yield 2 probe requests bracketing 4:01, the minute a rear camera lifted light off wet asphalt. Drive test radio maps subtract tower breathing. Wind and temperature layers knock multipath off the table. What remains is small, stubborn dots spaced like motion. The annotation refuses to bloom into a name. Temporal coherence present, identification not inferred. A second analyst initials the line. Thread integrity is a 2-signature practice. Scene control runs a seam audit. Hinges, strikes, screw heads, torque values, remeasured at the night's temp and humidity. The faint hip height scuff, the razor-thin trim nick, and the microscopic paint transfer still align within ±3. A tech cycles the door with a weighted sling at hip height to mimic a close carry pass. The strike takes the same kiss of paint. The 3D model accepts the vector. The report stays allergic to narrative, lateral passage, close carry, no price scars. A chain of custody addendum notes who saw what when, under which light. Landfill work keeps its metronome while weather thinks aloud. Sector B4 offers strap and box corners. C2 coughs a crushed cafe sleeve and receipt lace. Every lift is photographed from the same corner. Every bag is signed across tape. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. The entry reads, followed by weights, coordinates, wind speed. Negatives get numbers so rumor can't borrow them. Canvas narrows to third pass specifics. Not what did you hear, but was the porch mat still off square at 7:00? Not did your light flicker, but does your app show 4:03 and 4:05 drift corrected like last time? Two houses nod at screens. Timestamps hold within the same narrow bracket. A runner emails a headlamp clip he almost deleted. Another reflected shiver sliding across glass at 4:01. Independent stories refuse to disagree. Thread intact. Paper cuts add quiet stitches. The legal versus bright bulb returns remain compliance narratives, not camouflage. A regional warehouse furnishes a pick sheet that looks promising until dimensions betray a drill housing, not a sheath. Detectives note the dead end with the same ceremony as a lead. Catalog, SKUs, times, initials. The thread is strong because even its knots are labeled. Trace resists the seduction of adjectives. The filament with the mild dye shift still reads delta lambda approximately 46 nm under alternate light. Interesting, not unique, retained for comparison. Latent ridges exclude two more cooperative visitors. The lab adds a small procedural win that will loom large later. All negatives preserved with image logs and scale bars. Thread integrity includes the threads you choose not to tie. The DMV sieve shrinks by inches that feel like miles. Courtesy check stamp 6 fresh exclusions, stock assemblies, tidy looms, clean aims, verifiable nights elsewhere. One car hums close to the corridor curve. The owner's toll ping plus a time-stamped gas receipt sets them a county away at 3:59. Courtesy inspection, photos, thanks, subtraction. The silhouette on the board sharpens by erasure. Midday runs a night of rehearsal at temperature. Audio technicians stage the bend. Transformer energized, then silent. Recorders at porch height hear hush hiss only outbound when the transformer warms the air with its steady +6 dB mask. Inbound fails the sequence even when the crack sings. The arrow on the board keeps its asterisk if XFMR on, because error bars are part of integrity too. Public Works brings a dull gift. Street sweeper hopper sorted on tarps, magnets finding caps and clips, nothing sharper. Telemetry spike at 6:03 annotated, photos hashed on export, weights logged. No probative objects, the line reads. A wall is truer for the space it refuses to paint. Legal audits itself. Preservation orders tick forward. A 4-minute ramp cam asks land signed, outbound lane only GPS bounded, hashed on site. A memo circulates with verbs allowed in affidavits. Approached, passed, departed, and verbs banned, believed, likely theory. Particularity is not a pose. It's thread tension set to the right pull. Victimology keeps the file honest. The shared list brunch, study, laundry stays taped under names that get re-inked at shift change. A paused podcast at 4112 remains a clock that never resumed. Small, exact human. The case holds its center because the board refuses to let ordinary life fade to the edges. Afternoon offers a small chord that sounds like proof but is logged like fact. The ramp cam's 4-minute slice catches a faint roofline nibbling frame inside ±2s of the county pair. A rear camera 2 streets over lifts light at 4:01 ±5s. A storefront router logs a probe between them within ±12s. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes recorded, initials added. The analyst writes accordant bounded and pins the trio under TRACKED. Accords are miles. The parenthesis is guardrail. The candidate device remains what the file says it is, a candidate. Its weak pings brush the corridor and leave. It never shakes hands with the house network. It doesn't climb rungs like a commuter. The note that has irritated impatience for a week doesn't change. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. Thread integrity means refusing to braid a name into a line of dots. Patrol trades laps for listening posts. Windows down, heaters low, they learn the block's private weather. Foil wreaths flare at one angle only. A replaced bulb blooms slower on cold starts. The mailbox still thunks soft since felt muted the slap. Later, when memory offers color where the record expects time, the map will answer with dates instead of eyebrows. Before dusk, the supervisor calls a spine check. Each lane lays its thread across the table and names the weak points out loud. Corridor plus or minus 1. Eighths of timing wiggle plus or minus 5/10 m of distance under lens correction. Digital, router probe drift plus or minus 12s, device pings not identities. Scene, relative recency suggested, absolute age undetermined. Landfill negative to date, weather limited. DMV exclusion strong, remaining candidates thin. Audio, outbound sequence transformer dependent. Legal, clocks extended where lawful, asks tight by design. The room nods. A thread that confesses its thinness won't snap when someone tugs. The board earns a slim strip, thread integrity. Under it, a checklist calibration sign, hashes recorded, clocks reconciled, error bars declared, exclusions stamped, negatives numbered, consents filed. No names, no leaps, just a net whose knots all have initials. The log's final line is square as ink across evidence tape. Stitches verified, margins visible, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances the only way it can last, by tying every thread to something that won't come loose when the weather turns and the questions get louder. The day begins with a grid, not a guess. An analyst pins a translucent sheet over the corridor map, curb joints, stop bars, slope lines, and writes 2 words in the margin, map matching. Every datum earns a coordinate or it waits on the bench. Traffic first. A team drives the outward lane at the minute bracket that has stopped pretending to be wide. They log friction the map never shows. A traffic light that lingers 1 cycle longer near dawn. A crosswalk that steals 9 seconds when the pedestrian button gets tapped by an early dog walker. A slope that makes cautious drivers feather brakes where the lens insists they glide. Back in the lab, those frictions become modifiers, tiny penalties that turn straight lines into travel time that breathes like weather. The silhouette's chain of appearances still fits the adjusted tempo without being nudged. The note at the bottom reads, path viable with real-world drag. Digital folds its own map. Router probe blinks and the drive test radio layer, built when towers were cold and wind slid signal down brick, are set against business hours and HVAC cycles. 2 earlier blips that once looked like motion dissolve into a cafe's night mode broadcast. One at the pinch keeps its stubborn place in the same minute as the rear camera light lift. The annotation refuses a promotion. Temporal coherence present. Identification not inferred. A second analyst initials it. Map matching requires 2 signatures. Scene control turns geometry into coordinates. The faint scuff at hip height, the razor-thin nick on the trim, the microscopic paint transfer on the strike are measured again and plotted as points on the 3D model's local axis. A line runs through them and exits the doorway at an angle that's narrow enough to suggest a close carry pass and broad enough to exclude a pry. The model spits numbers. The report stays human plane. Lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators. Underneath, someone writes the caution they've written for weeks, path not person. The landfill grid holds its slow metronome. Sector B4 turns up another belt of polypropylene strapping and 2 carton corners. C2 coughs a crushed sleeve from the campus cafe and receipt paper that looks like lace. Each lift is photographed from the same corner, bagged paper side out, signed across tape, weighed and logged with weather. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks, the entry reads. The map for not here gets stronger. Canvas goes third pass, surgical. Detectives bring screenshots rather than clipboards. Last week's porch light blips at 4:03 and 4:05 drift corrected. Scroll to the night of the 12th, they say. Tell us if these still match. 2 houses nod at their screens. A third, whose sensor once slept at that hour, now shows the same twin spikes after a firmware update re-exposed archives. The bracket thickens by a hair. The map gets 3 dots instead of 2. No arrowheads. Presence without face. Paper cuts keep tidy pressure. A regional distributor's invoice thread that flirted with relevance last week is followed into a warehouse aisle where box dimensions confess a drill housing. A franchise counter's dainterlace still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, lands in the file as a clock, not a sketch. T equals 16:40:128Z, the note says. Detectives ask the counter 2 bounded questions and stop. This sale, this minute, anything specific? The clerk repeats the refrain. Said legal twice, quiet voice. Compliance again. Subtract, document, move. Trace behaves like a metronome. The dyed filament with its mild peak shift, delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm stays, comparative potential retain. Latent ridges from low traffic surfaces rule out 2 more cooperative visitors. A small procedure note grows a spine. All negatives logged with scale bars and hashes. Map matching has a moral. Even empty squares get coordinates. The DMV sieve shrinks like a coastline when the tide goes out. Courtesy checks stamp exclusions. Stock lamps, tidy looms, aims to spec. Nights spent verifiably elsewhere. 1 car hums close to the unknown plateau on the test corner. A toll ping and a timestamp gas receipt put its owner accountee away at 3:59. Photos taken, thank you said, slip stamped, line drawn through the maybe. The silhouette on the board sharpens by erasure again. Midday becomes an experiment in lived geography. A patrol bus runs the corridor as if it were someone's only transport. Stop cycles, doors, ramp checks. Then an officer walks the same slope to feel where breath gives out and pace changes. A microphone at porch height logs hush hiss at the shallow crack, only outbound when the transformer hum is warm. Inbound can make hiss but not the order. The arrow on the board keeps its asterisk, XFMR on. The map draws sound the way it draws light. Public Works lends its own cartography. Sweeper telemetry plotted against curb lines puts the brushhead RPM spike at 6:03 exactly where grit gathers after frost and foot traffic. The hopper dump frozen 2 days ago is sifted by magnets and rakes. Bottle caps, clips, grit. No probative objects. The entry reads with weights and photos. The board tapes a narrow strip beside the map. Sweeper not equal to answer. Legal redraws boundaries in ink. Preservation clocks tick forward on 2 private lots. A fresh request asks for 4 minutes from a ramp cam pointed outward. GPS bounded, hash on export, no drift. A memo circulates verbs that move without accusing. Approached, passed, departed. Particularity is more than compliance here. It's how the map stays small enough to see. Victimology keeps the center from going silent. The shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits under names re-inked at shift change. A podcast paused at 41:12 remains a small clock that never resumed. The file refuses to let the corridor drown out the rooms it left. By late afternoon, map matching yields a chord you can measure. The county pair live within ±1, 6 is. A ramp cam edge nibble lands inside ±2. A rear camera light lift sits at 4.01 ±5s. A storefront router probe blinks between them at ±12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes initialed. The analyst writes accordant bounded and pins the stack under TRACKED with 3 tiny brackets drawn beside it: time, distance, error. The picture straightens again without being told to. The candidate device stays what patience says it is, a candidate. Weak pings brush the corridor and leave. No house network handshake, no commuter ladder, no promotion. The margin note that has irritated hurry for days remains intact. Correlation persists, identification not inferred. Map matching is not naming. Evening posture is visible, not loud. Patrol parks at corners with windows cracked and heaters low. They note a holiday foil wreath that adds a flare at one angle, a porch bulb replaced yesterday that warms slower, a mailbox that still thunks since felt muted its slap. A private legend in the margin gets 3 dates and 2 arrows. Later, when memory offers color and doubt, the file will answer with when and where. The huddle is brief and square. Landfill orderly negatives. Corridor, plateau stable with real-world drag. Device, candidate unchanged. DMV, 6 fresh exclusions. Retail, compliance stories, none in the box. Canvas, third pass markers align without being coaxed. Audio, outbound sequence holds under XFMR on. Legal, clocks extended, asks narrow. A thin strip goes up on the board, map matching. Under it, travel time drag applied. HVAC occupancy layer folded. Hinge vector doorway angle, sweeper spike placed. Third pass blip cluster bracketed. Hashes and initials recorded. No names, no leaps, just coordinates for everything that dares to be data. The log's last line is as square as ink across evidence tape. Points located, paths validated against the world, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances along a map that now fits the street, as if the paper finally learned the hill it's been drawing all along. The plan is to quiet the noise by stacking what repeats. Signal averaging, the supervisor writes, overlay independent captures until the random cancels and the real stays. Corridor first. 4 outward clips, 2 city, 1 county, 1 rampage, are normalized for lens and clock, then composited into a single brightness trace. The plateau that has refused to be drama shows up again, smooth as a tabletop, higher than stock, lower than glare, steady across frames. A control run under the same weather overlays in gray. The unknown rides just above it like a narrow shelf. The caption under the printout stays restrained. Stable elevation versus OEM, no spike profile, persistence greater or equal to 3 captures. Digital stacks seconds. Router probes at the pinch, 4, 0, 0, 41 and 4, 0, 1, 13. A rear camera light lift at 4, 0, 1, 22, and a second lift 2 streets over at 4, 0, 1 plus or minus 5 line up on a shared axis. Drive test maps subtract tower breathing. HVAC schedules peel off cafe chatter. What remains is modest and stubborn. 3 systems that do not know one another agreeing on 1 minute moving one way. The margin note, initialed twice, will not bloom into a name. Temporal coherence across dissimilar sources, identification not inferred. Scene control does its own averaging with steel and paint. The faint hip scuff, the razor nick on trim, and the microscopic paint transfer on the strike are re-imaged under matched temperature and humidity, then layered on the 3D model's doorway axis. A vector that has been thin from the start grows denser by repetition. Lateral passage, close carry, no pry scars. A tech cycles the door with the weighted sling for 10 passes. 9 replicate the micro-transfer. 1 misses by a hair. Error bars are logged, not hidden. The report remains allergic to story, path, not person. Landfill search holds its metronome in a rising breeze. Sector B4 yields more polypropylene strap and 2 box corners. See 2 coughs, receipt lace, and a crushed cafe sleeve. Every lift is photographed from the same corner and bagged paper side out, signatures crossing tape. The log reads like a drumline. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks, followed by weights, coordinates, wind. Negatives pile up into a wall you can lean on. Canvas averages motion by type, not thrill. Doorbell graphs, drift corrected. Stack a pair of blips at 4, 0, 3 and 4. 0, 5 across 3 porches now that a firmware update re-exposed archives. A runner's headlamp puts a reflected shiver on storefront glass at 4, 0, 1. A driveway camera catches a light wash with no plate and no pause inside the same bracket. Independent weak signals, same song. The map earns a shaded band instead of arrowheads, presence without face. Paper cuts keep cutting in the right direction. The legal versus bright returns continue to be compliance stories. Cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, exact timestamps used as clocks, not sketches. A warehouse pick sheet that once flirted with relevance resolves. again into drill housing, not sheath. Detectives write those no's with the same care as yeses. SKU, dimension, hash, initials. Averaging includes the negatives, they cancel rumor. Trace leans into repetition as discipline. The dyed filaments peak shift, delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm, stays interesting but not unique across alternate illumination. Control swatches from comparable houses continue to sing the same textile chorus. Comparative potential, retain, the line repeats. Latent ridges rule out 2 more cooperative visitors. Each exclusion is a clean stroke through noise. The DMV sieve shrinks again by small, documented steps. Courtesy inspections stamp 7 fresh exclusions, stock assemblies, tidy looms, aims with inspect, nights spent verifiably elsewhere. One car hums close to the corridor curve on the test corner. The owner's toll, receipt, and a midnight punch-out in another county win the subtraction. The silhouette on the board sharpens by what it is not. Midday becomes audio in layers. Recorders at porch height capture hush hiss over the shallow crack only outbound when the transformer hum is energized at +6 dB. Inbound makes hiss but not the order. A second recorder farther down hears the hiss alone. The overlay looks like a quiet heartbeat. Dip, rise, flat. On the board, the arrow keeps its tiny if. XFMR on. Signal averaging that keeps its conditions is the only kind that matters. Public Works adds its own stack. Street sweeper telemetry still spikes at 6.03 near the feeder. 2 hopper dumps, frozen by order, are sifted on tarps with rakes and magnets. Bottle caps, clips, grit, no probative objects. The entries are numbered, photographed, hashed. The average of nothing here stays nothing here. Proof by absence earned the hard way. Legal averages restraint into habit. 2 more preservations extend private lot buffers by 24 hours. A fresh 4-minute ramp cam ask, outbound only GPS-bounded hash on export comes back signed. A memo recirculates verbs that move without accusing, approached, passed, departed. Particularity stays the spine, minimization stays the tone. Layer it enough days and it becomes the culture. Victimology keeps the center steady. The shared list, brunch, study, laundry, remains taped beneath names re-inked each shift. A podcast paused at 41, 12 refuses to move. Small facts, repeated anchor against drift. Afternoon offers a composite worthy of tape. The county pair align at ±1, 6 is. The ramp edge nibble lands within ±2. Rear camera light lifts sit at 4, 0, 1 ±5s. A storefront router probes between them at ±12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes initialed by 2. The analyst writes accordant averaged and pins the stack under TRACKED with a thin bracket that lists its margins. Coherence you can measure is the only kind worth having. The candidate device remains what math says it is, a candidate. Weak pings brush the corridor and leave. No handshake with the house network, no commuter ladder. The annotation that has irritated impatience for weeks does not change. Correlation persists, identification not inferred. Averaging does not promote dots into a name. A small, careful knock-in talk pays the day's modest dividend. A resident near the corridor signs consent for an exterior camera export that had been overlooked. The clip doesn't catch a plate. It catches exactly what the composite predicts. A bathe of light crossing wet concrete at 4:01 and no pause. Another independent dim note stacking under the same bar. Patrol's posture is presence, not pressure. Windows cracked, heaters low. They mark fresh reflectors the city just bolted to a curb and note how they add a brief flare at one angle, dated in the margin so later clips don't get misread. A mailbox still thunks soft since felt muted the slap. Maps remember so witnesses don't have to. Before dusk, the supervisor calls a stack check. Each lane lays its layers side by side and says the quiet part out loud. What got stronger? What stayed thin? Where the error bars live. Corridor plateau stable, timing variance inside band. Digital, 3 independent systems agreeing on a minute moving outward, device still a candidate. Scene, replicated microtransfer under matched conditions, forced entry indicators absent. Landfill and sweeper orderly negatives, DMV, 7 exclusions, remainder thin. Audio, outbound sequence transformer dependent. Legal, clocks extended, asks tight. The room nods, threads look healthier when you see them braided by repetition. A thin strip goes up on the board, signal averaging. Under it 6 lines, composited brightness plateau, router rear cam ramp alignment, hinge micro transfer replicated 910, third pass porch blips, sweeper double negative, audio overlay with condition. No names, no leaps, just quiet notes that refuse to cancel. The log's final sentence is square as ink across evidence tape. Layers stacked, noise reduced, margins preserved, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case moves forward the way truth usually does here, softly, repeatedly, until the pattern is the only sound left. The day's brief is spare and geometric. Find the choke points. The supervisor writes places where a path must narrow, where choices collapse into 1 or 2 lanes. If a story can skip a corner, it isn't a choke point. If it can't, map it and measure. Corridor first. A survey tripod returns to the slope where curbstones pinch travel into a single clean line. Control cars run the outward lane at fixed speeds. An analyst rides the jog wheel and pencils where drivers instinctively ease left to avoid a seam that hums at 30. The unknown silhouette's captures sit on that very seam, steady output, the modest plateau that keeps refusing drama. The board earns a small square on the map, must pass here to keep time. A traffic engineer adds 2 words in the margin, speed governor, not electronic topography. Digital trims possibilities with the same knife. Router probes at 4:00:41 and 4:01:13 bracket the pinch. A rear camera lifts light at 4:01:22. A second lift 2 streets over lives inside plus or minus 5 seconds. Drive test maps subtract tower breathing. HVAC schedules peel cafe chatter back into ordinary. What stays is a short segment where motion cannot hide behind drift. The annotation repeats the discipline that irritates hurry. Temporal coherence present, identification not inferred. A second set of initials locks the line. Scene control searches the house for its own choke. The faint hip-height scuff, razor nick on the trim, and microscopic paint transfer on the strike are plotted again in the 3D model. Doors are measured under matched temperature and humidity, hinges torqued to spec. The vector that joins those points narrows to a hand's breadth of angle, wide enough for a shoulder carrying something close, wrong for a pry. It's a doorway as a funnel, not a breach. The report stays allergic to narrative, lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators. The model adds a shaded wedge where any traveler would have to pivot. At the landfill grid, the metronome holds under a skiff of rain. Sector B4 delivers polypropylene strap in box corners. See 2 coughs, receipt lace, and a crushed campus cafe sleeve. Every lift is photographed from the same corner, bagged paper side out, signed across the tape, weighed, logged with weather. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. The negative builds a wall a path can't pretend to pass through. Canvas turns choke points into questions. Where on this block must your eye go? Detectives ask, stoops, blind corners, lights that wake on motion. 2 houses near the pinch show doorbell blips drift corrected to 4:03 and 4:05. A driveway cam that looks outward instead of inward catches only a wash, no pause, no plate. A runner's headlamp makes a thin ladder of light up storefront glass at 4:01, same as last week. The band on the map thickens by a shade, still no arrowheads. Presence without face. Paper cuts tighten lanes. A franchise counters dainter lace still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, returns as a clock, not a likeness. T equals 164128Z, the note reads. The knock is brief and bounded, this sale, this minute. The memory is ordinary, said legal twice. Compliance keeps walking out the side door. Subtract, document, move. Trace refuses to chase romance down alleys. The dyed filaments peak shift, delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm, remains comparative potential retain. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the same textile chorus. Latent ridges exclude 2 more cooperative visitors. Each exclusion is a gate swung open in the right direction outward. The lab adds one small line that will matter later. All image logs mirrored, hashes verified by second tech. Choke points hold best when the paperwork does. The DMV sieve works the streets choke the way water finds a drain. Courtesy inspections stamp 5 fresh exclusions, stock lamps, tidy looms, aims with inspect, nights spent verifiably elsewhere. One car hums close to the corridor curve on the test corner. A toll ping, a timestamp receipt, and a midnight punch-out put its driver accountee away at 3:59. Photos, thanks, slip stamped. The silhouette sharpens again by absence. Midday belongs to sound narrowed by place. Recorders at porch height capture hush hiss over the shallow crack, only outbound when the transformer hum is energized at +6 dB with the hum off. Inbound and outbound both make hiss, but only outbound keeps the sequence at the porch nearest the pinch. The arrow on the board keeps its tiny box, XFMR on. A choke point in audio, not just road. Public Works puts a pin at the municipal choke. The street sweeper's brush head RPM spike at 6:03 where sand piles after frost. The hopper dump, frozen 2 days ago, is sifted over tarps. Magnets find caps and clips, nothing sharper. No probative objects. The entry reads with weights and photo. If rumor wants the sweeper to be a path, it runs into a fence with numbers on it. Legal tightens its own funnels. 2 preservations extend buffers by 24 hours. A 4-minute ramp cam asks outbound only, GPS bounded, comes back signed. A memo recirculates verbs that move without reaching, approached, passed, departed. Particularity stays culture, minimization stays tone. A good warrant is a choke by design, narrow, necessary, clean. Victimology stays the center lane no one is allowed to swerve from. The shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits under names re-inked at shift change. A podcast paused at 41, 12 refuses to move. The case is about interruption. The file writes that fact like scripture. Afternoon gives the corridor a small, hard bead. The ramp cam's 4-minute slice catches a roofline nibble inside ±2s of the county pair. A rear camera 2 streets over lifts light at 4, 0, 1 ±5s. A storefront router probes between them at ±12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes initialed twice. Together they make a gate you can't bypass if you want to keep time. The analyst writes a cordon bounded and pins it under TRACKED with a square drawn over the pinch. The candidate device stays what patience says it is. Weak pings brush the corridor and leave. No handshake with the house network, no commuter ladder, no promotion. Margin note unchanged. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. Dots are not a door. A quiet knock-in talk pays a modest dividend without spectacle. A resident whose porch faces the pinch signs consent for export. The clip is exactly what the composite predicts. A smooth bath of light at 4:01, no pause, no face, no plate. Independent, accordant, small, another bead snapped onto the same thread. Evening shifts posture to watchfulness without theater. Patrol parks at corners with windows down, heaters low. They mark 2 fresh reflectors bolted to a curb and the angle that adds a brief flare only on the outbound. A porch bulb swapped yesterday warms slower. The private margin gets dates and arrows. Memory can try, the map will answer with when. The huddle is quick and square. Landfill, orderly negatives, wind rising. Corridor, plateau steady, choke point mapped. Device, candidate unchanged, timing still holds. DMV, 5 fresh exclusions. Retail, compliance stories, none inside the box. Canvas, third pass markers bracketing the pinch. Audio, outbound sequence holds, transformer on dependent. Legal, clocks extended, asks tight. The board earns a thin strip of tape, CHOKPONTS. Under it 6 lines, seam at slope must pass, router, rear cam ramp converge, hinge vector funnels, door angle, sweeper spike fenced by negatives, porch blips cluster at the pinch, audio sequence outbound with XFMR on. None is a name. Together they draw a lane that can't be credibly skipped. The log's last sentence is square as ink across evidence tape. Narrow places found. Clocks and vectors agree inside them. Exclusions logged. No names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances through gates that evidence, not appetite, has made, one measured narrowing at a time. The morning brief swaps metaphors for math. Entropy down, the supervisor writes, uncertainty measured, then shaved where evidence allows. Every lane must say what it reduced, by how much and with what tool. Corridor. A survey tripod returns to the seam that forces drivers into one clean line. Control runs iterate speeds in tighter steps, 28, 30, 32, while an analyst composites plate bloom against the retroreflective arrow. The unknown silhouette's plateau sits again, just above OEM, far below glare, steady under dry air and the thin salt crust left by night plows. A traffic engineer writes the day's unpoetic dividend in the margin. Speed band narrowed to 2932 km/h plus or -1. Less speed to imagine. Less story to misremember. Digital. Router probes at 4:00, 41 and 4:01, 13. A rear camera light lift at 4:01, 22, and a second lift 2 streets over at 4:01 plus or -5 are stacked over the drive test radio layer. HVAC schedules peel cafe chatter away. Tower breathing is subtracted by last week's map. What survives is a 1-minute corridor with 3 independent notes humming the same tone. An annotation gains a number, not a name. Temporal coherence across sources. Window width reduced to 56s from 90s. Identification not inferred. A second analyst initials it. Entropy down, initials up. Seen. The hinge replicate becomes the hinge repeatability test. An evidence tech cycles the door with a weighted sling at hip height. 10 passes under matched temperature and humidity. 9 replicate the microscopic paint transfer on the strike. 1 misses by a hair. The 3D model densifies the vector that connects the hip scuff, trim nick, and strike transfer. Lateral passage, close carry, no price scars. Then adds the error bar that keeps confidence from pretending to be proof. Repeatability 90% under matched conditions. Small math, big restraint. Landfill. The grid keeps its metronome under a spit of rain. Sector B4 yields polypropylene strap and box corners. C2 coughs receipt lace and a crushed campus cafe sleeve. Every lift is photographed from the same corner, bagged paper side out, signed across tape, weighed, logged with weather. The line remains the drumbeat that has built a wall. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. Entropy drops not by revelation but by deletion. One more square that rumor can't occupy. Canvas. Third pass interviews turn memory into artifact. 2 porch cams with drift-corrected blips at 4:03 and 4:05 are joined by a driveway sensor that logged a lux dip at 4:01:04 after a firmware update re-exposed archives. A runner's headlamp yields the same reflected shiver on storefront glass at 4:01. The band on the map deepens 1 shade. No arrowheads. Presence without face. Less room for coincidence. Paper. Legal bulb stories keep reading like compliance, not camouflage. A franchise terminal's dainterlace still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, returns to the file as a clock, not a likeness. T164128Z. A regional pick sheet that flirted with relevance resolves into drill housing by box dimensions again. Detectives document the dead end with the same ceremony as a lead. SKU, hash, initials, because entropy drops when even the no's are tied off. Trace. The dyed filament's peak shift, delta lambda approximately 46 nm, stays interesting, not unique. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the same textile chorus. Comparative potential retain, repeats the report. Latent ridges rule out 2 more cooperative visitors. A small procedure line grows a spine. All image logs mirrored, hashes verified by second tech. Errors don't get to hide in mirrors. DMV. The sieve thins another ring. Courtesy inspection stamp 6 fresh exclusions. Stock lamps, tidy looms, aims with inspect. Nights verified elsewhere by toll, receipt, punch-out. 1 car hums close to the unknown plateau at the test corner. A midnight time card and a city camera in another county settle the question. Photos, thanks, stamped slip. The silhouette on the board sharpens by emptiness. Audio. A recorder at porch height overlays hush hiss over the shallow crack across 3 days, transformer energized, then silent. With the hum at plus 6 dB, outbound sequence repeats. With it off, hiss appears in both directions but never in the remembered order. The board keeps the asterisk, outbound if XFMR on. Entropy down is sometimes just a tiny box that says if. Public Works. Street sweeper telemetry keeps its spike at 6:03 where sand piles after frost. 2 frozen hopper dumps are sifted across tarps. Magnets find caps and clips, nothing sharper. Photographed, weighed, hashed. No probative objects. Rumor hits a fence with numbers, legal. Clocks extend where they can. 2 preservations gain 24 hours. A 4-minute ramcam asks outbound only GPS bounded hash on export comes back signed. A memo recirculates verbs that move without accusing, approached, passed, departed, and reprints the boundaries that make entropy drop lawful. Time limited, place limited, purpose limited. Culture, not theater. Victimology. The center stays human and exact. The shared list brunch study, laundry, sits under names re-inked at shift change. A podcast paused at 41:12 refuses to move. The case is about interruption. Entropy falls around the people it touched, not through them. Midday red team. An analyst who has avoided the corridor thread for a week runs a blind audit. What if we're fitting noise? They renormalize clocks, recorrect lenses, replot the rear cam lifts, router probes, ramp nibble, county pair. The stack lands within prior error bars. The note they add is small and valuable. Independent recompute, corridor thread replicates delta less or equal to 1.2s, no overfit detected. Entropy doesn't just drop, it holds when someone else lets go of the pencil. A quiet knock. A resident whose porch faces the pinch signs consent for export. The clip gives exactly what the composite predicts. A steady wash of light at 4:01, no pause, no plate. Another dim note under the same bar. The analyst writes one word, accordant, the candidate. The device remains what it is, dots near a minute that matters, brushing sectors, never shaking hands with the house network, never climbing the rungs like a commuter. The line that irritates hurry does not change. Correlation persists, identification not inferred. Entropy forbids promotion without a bridge. Spine check. Before dusk, the supervisor walks the lanes. Corridor speed band constrained, plateau stable, error bars declared. Digital minute narrowed, stack replicated by red team. Scene hinge repeatability 910 path not person. Landfill sweeper negatives orderly logged. DMV 6 exclusions, remainder thin. Audio outbound sequence transformer dependent. Legal asks tight, clocks extended. Canvas, third pass markers stable. Trace, exclusions mounting, unique claims deferred. The nod that moves the day forward is small and earned. A slim strip of tape goes up on the board, entropy reduction. Under it, numbers instead of adjectives, speed 2932 plus or minus 1, phase stack 56s plus or minus 12, hinge repeatability 90%, camera alignment plus or minus 1, 620s, distance correction plus or minus 510 m, audio mask plus 6 dB XFMR on. No names, no leaps, just less room for noise to pretend to be signal. The log's last line is square as ink across evidence tape. Uncertainty narrowed, margins visible, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances the way careful work does, by taking away everything it cannot be, until what remains is small enough to knock on with a warrant and a straight face. The morning brief turns the case into a puzzle with rules. Constraint satisfaction, the supervisor writes. Not what's possible, what's allowed once every rule is obeyed. Time windows, geometry, lawful process, repeatability, error bars in view. Corridor. A survey tripod plants at the seam that funnels outbound traffic into one clean line. Control runs increment speed by half steps, 29, 29.5, 30, 30.5. While an analyst composites plate bloom against the retroreflective arrow on asphalt. The unknown silhouette's plateau sits where it keeps sitting, above stock, below glare, steady across frames. The constraint adds a number. To keep timing with corrected clocks and natural frictions, outbound speed must live between 2932 km/h plus or minus 1. A traffic engineer signs it like a witness. Temporal. Router probes at 4:00, 41 and 4:01, 13. Rear camera light lift at 4:01, 22. Second lift 2 streets over at 4:01 plus or minus 5. Drive test map strip tower breath. HVAC schedules neat the cafe chatter back into noise. The minute band compresses to 56 seconds, drift declared at plus or minus 12. A second analyst initials the annotation that refuses to bloom into a name. Temporal coherence across sources. Identification not inferred. Scene. The door's microstory is forced through its own rules. The faint hip scuff, the razor-thin trim nick, the microscopic paint transfer on the strike must align at matched temperature and humidity. They do within plus or minus 3. A weighted sling cycles the swing 10 times at hip height. 9 replicate the transfer, 1 misses by a hair. The 3D model densifies a vector that permits a shoulder with a close carry, forbids a pry. A line appears beneath the render in flat ink. Lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators. Repeatability approximately 90%. Path. Map matching makes travel breathe like the street. Crosswalk penalties, light cycle linger, slope that nudges drivers to feather brakes where the lens insists they glide. Each friction earns a tick on the sheet. The chain of captures still fits without nudging, the path viable under drag. Constraint holds, you can't skip the pinch and keep the clocks. Landfill. The grid keeps its drumline under a spit of rain. Sector B4, polypropylene strap box corners. C2, receipt lace, a crushed campus cafe sleeve. Every lift photographed from the same corner, bagged paper side, signed across tape, weighed, weathered. The line reads what it has read for days. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. The constraint is negative and strong. If disposal happened here, the grid would look different. It doesn't. Canvas. Third pass questions turn guesses into toggles. Did the porch app still blip at 4:03 and 4:05? 2 phones nod, time corrected. Did the driveway lux dip at 4:01:04 survive a firmware update? Yes. Logs restored, metadata intact. Did the runner's headlamp reflection ladder up the window at 4:01? Again, yes. 3 thin signals in one band become a single shaded strip on the map. Presence without face, rule satisfied. Audio. Constraint means condition. Recorder at porch height overlays hush hiss across 3 nights. Transformer energized adds plus 6 dB of mask past 7 meters. Outbound sequence repeats. With the hum off, hiss appears both ways, order fails. The board keeps the tiny box, outbound if XFMR on. Without that if the arrow doesn't pass. Paper. Appliance stories stay mundane. A franchise still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, re-enters not as a likeness but as a clock, T=16 4128Z. A warehouse pick sheet that flirted with relevance resolves, again into drill housing by dimension. Each subtraction is tied off with SKUs, hashes, initials. The rule here is culture, no loose ends, trace. The dyed filaments peak shift, delta lambda approximately 46 nm, remains comparative potential, retain. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the campus textile chorus. Latent ridges exclude 2 more cooperative visitors. A new procedural line clicks into place, all negatives mirrored. Second tech hash verification complete. Constraint. Unique is earned, not wished. DMV. The sieve tightens 3 notches. Courtesy inspection stamp 7 fresh exclusions. Stock lamps, tidy looms, aims inside spec. Nights verified elsewhere by toll, receipt, punch-out, or a clean traffic stop on a different sign. 1 car hums closest yet to the unknown plateau on the test corner. The owner's time card and a city camera place them a county away at 3:59. Photos, thanks, slip stamped, maybe erased. The silhouette on the board sharpens by subtraction. Red team. Constraint needs contradiction that won't go easy. A fresh analyst recomputes the phase stacked blind. Lens corrections, clock reconciles, rear lift, router probes, ramp nibble, county pair. Their line lands inside the prior band. Delta less or equal to 1.3s, they add 4 words that matter later. Replicates. No overfit detected. Cross constraints. The room pins each lane's rule to its neighbor. Speed band 2932 must live under the audio condition XFMR on. The outward minute must respect the driveway lux dip and the runner's reflection. The hinge vector must allow lateral passage without pry while the porch sensors blip as logged. The sweeper spike at 6:03 must coexist with tarps that yielded caps and grit and nothing sharper. Constraint satisfaction turns squinting into yes-no boxes. More yesies than yesterday. A small, clean knock. A resident facing the pinch signs consent for export of a camera once ignored, mounted low, aimed at concrete. The clip is exactly what rules predict. At 4:01, a bath of light crossing wet slab, no pause, no plate, no drama. Accordant initialed hashed. The candidate device. Dots persist. Brief sector brushes inside the narrowed minute. Never a handshake with the house network, never a commuter ladder. The note that keeps impatience out of the file stays printed like a warning label. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. Constraint forbids promotion without a bridge you can show a judge. Spine check. Before dusk, each lane reads its constraints out loud. Corridor, plateau stable. Speed band 2932 plus or minus 1. Temporal window 56s. Router drift plus or minus 12s. Alignment plus or minus 1. 620s scene. Hinge repeatability approximately 90%. No forced entry indicators. Map path viable with real-world drag. Landfill sweeper negatives numbered photographed hashed. DMV 7 exclusions remainder thin. Audio outbound sequence transformer dependent. Canvas third pass markers stable. Trace exclusions mounting uniqueness deferred. Legal asks type clocks extended verbs clean. The nod that follows is small, the kind that moves a day. The matrix. An analyst tapes a tidy grid on the board, rows for rules, columns for candidate paths. Green if the path fits the rule, gray if it has no bearing, red if it breaks it. By late afternoon, one column wears more green than the others without anyone painting it that way. Still no name, still no leap, just a path that obeys the box. Evening posture is presence, not pressure. Patrol parks at corners, windows cracked, heaters low, making the kind of quiet that lets a block hear itself. 2 fresh reflectors bolted to a curb get dates beside them. A swapped porch bulb earns a note about slower warm-up on cold starts. The map absorbs the updates so memory won't have to pretend later. The huddle is brief and square. Landfill, orderly negatives, rain held at bay. Corridor, plateau steady, constraints met. Device, candidate unchanged, timing holds. DMV, 7 fresh exclusions. Retail, compliance stories, none inside the box. Canvas, third pass markers bracketing the pinch. Audio outbound sequence holds if XFMR on. Legal buffers extended asks narrow hashes recorded. Red team replicate confirmed. The plan press the column that obeys the most rules, verify not infer. A thin strip of tape goes up on the wall, constraint satisfaction. Under it the day spine, speed 2932 plus or minus 1. Phase 56s plus or minus 12. Hinge repeatability approximately 90%. Camera alignment plus or minus 1. 620s. Distance correction plus or minus 510 m. Audio mask plus 6 dB XFMR on. Landfill sweeper equals negative. No names. No leaps. Just a box that grew smarter and a path that still fits inside it. The log's last line is square as ink across evidence tape. Rules applied. Paths tested. Column favored by compliance. Exclusions logged. No names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in early dark while the case advances the way honest puzzles do, until the remaining piece can go only one place, and law says it's time to set it there. The morning whiteboard doesn't show arrows or boxes, just a single horizontal line drawn in dark ink. Above it, probable cause. Below it, reasonable suspicion. The supervisor caps the marker and lets the silence do the first briefing. Everyone in the room knows which side of the line they live on until the moment the evidence says otherwise. Corridor teams go first. because time keeps better on pavement than on memory. The survey tripod returns to the scene where the slope pinches outbound traffic into one clean lane. Half-step control runs, 29, 29.5, 30 kilometers an hour. Repeat under the same dry cold that will live in any affidavit as ambient conditions. The unknown silhouette, still a shape more than a car, rides its modest plateau again, brighter than stock, calmer than glare. The traffic engineer initials the margin, calibration confirmed, drift less or equal to plus or minus 1, 8s across corrected lenses. Below the line, still leaning up. Digital follows, stacking seconds until they stop wobbling. Router probes at 4:00, 41 and 4:01, 13 bracket the pinch. A rear camera lifts light at 4:01, 22. Another lifts 2 streets over at 4:01 plus or minus 5. Drive test radio maps tangle drunk towers back into alignment. HVAC schedules subtract cafe chatter. What remains is a minute that refuses to stretch. The annotation does not bloom into a name. Temporal coherence across dissimilar systems. Identification not inferred. A second analyst initials it. 2 signatures, 1 minute, no leap. Scene control returns to steel and paint with the patience of a watchmaker. The faint hip scuff, the razor-thin nick on the trim, the microscopic paint transfer on the strike are imaged again at matched temperature and humidity. A weighted sling cycles the door at hip height. 9 of 10 passes replicate the tiny transfer where a close carry brushes metal. One misses by a hair. The 3D model densifies a vector that allows a shoulder, forbids a pry. The report stays allergic to story. Lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators, repeatability approximately 90%. The line inches up. At the landfill grid, the metronome holds under a spit of sleet. Sector B4 offers polypropylene strap and 2 carton corners. See 2 coughs, receipt lace, and a crushed campus cafe sleeve. Every lift photographed from the same corner. Every bag signed across tape. Weights and weather ticked in the ledger. The entry reads what it has read for days. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. Negatives hold the bottom of the file flat so the top doesn't warp. Canvas turns its third pass into a tuning fork. 2 porches show drift-corrected blips at 4:03 and 4:05 again. A driveway sensor adds a lux dip at 4:01:04. A runner's headlamp switches a faint ladder of light-up storefront glass at 4:01. A consented clip from a low camera, overlooked because it stared at concrete, adds exactly what math predicted. A broad wash at 4:01, no pause. None of it names anyone. All of it removes room for coincidence. Paper cuts do their quiet work. The franchise still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, returns as a timestamp, not a face. T equals 164128Z. Another receipt line that flirted with relevance resolves, yet again, into a drill housing by dimension. Compliance stories stay off stage where they belong, but they carry their own weight. Every clean subtraction keeps appetite off the whiteboard. Trace resists rescue by flourish. The dyed filament small peak shift, delta lambda approximately 46 nm, stays comparative potential retained. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the campus textile chorus. A latent ridge set excludes 2 more cooperative visitors. A second tech signs the hash log for the day's images. The lab's pages are where later goes to live. Threads do not fray if they are braided this tightly now. The DMV sieve, once a haystack, is down to a handful of honest possibilities. Courtesy checks stamp 5 more exclusions. Stock lamps, tidy looms, aims inside spec. Nights verified elsewhere by toll, receipt, or a clean traffic stop captured on another county's sign. 1 car hums close to the corridor curve. The owner's time card, road sensor, and a timestamp photo of a greasy break room place them a county away at 3:59. A camera catch at a toll plaza draws the line through the maybe. Subtractions sharpen silhouettes. Midday is for red team and rulers. A fresh analyst kept off the corridor thread for a week recomputes lens corrections and reconciles clocks without peeking. Their stack lands inside prior error bars, delta less or equal to 1.2s. In the margin, 4 words, Replicates, no overfit detected. The line thickens, it does not jump. Audio gets the asterisk it's due. Recorders at porch height capture hush hiss over the shallow crack, only outbound if the transformer is energized at +6 dB with the hum off. Hiss blurs both ways. The remembered order fails. On the board, a tiny box survives beside the outbound arrow, XFMR on. That if is not an obstacle, it's the condition that keeps the arrow honest. Public Works adds its sober note. Street sweeper brush RPM spike 603 at feeder. 2 hopper dumps frozen by order are sifted again. Tarps, rakes, magnets, bottle caps, clips, grit, no probative objects. Offensive numbers around the rumor that won't die. Legal holds the pen like a level. Preservation clocks extend where the law allows 2 buffers 24 hours each. A 4-minute rampcam ask comes back signed. Outbound only, GPS bounded, hash on export. A memo recirculates verbs that move without accusing, approached, passed, departed, and reprints the test that rules the day. If an ask does not shrink entropy, it does not get asked. The victim's world remains the room's center of gravity. The shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits under names re-inked at shift change. A podcast paused at 4112 remains a small fact no one tries to make bigger. The file refuses myth by writing down ordinary life and protecting it from being repurposed as plot. By late afternoon, the case earns a term usually reserved for labs, concordance. County pair ±1, 6 is. Ramp edge nibble ±2. Rear camera lifts at 4, 0, 1 ±5. Storefront probe between them at ±12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes initialed twice. The analyst writes accordant bounded and pins the stack under TRACKED. Above the horizontal line, the supervisor adds a thin tick, not a cross, up. A quiet knock and talk becomes a rehearsal for what the line will eventually demand. The script is precise and brief. Lane, ask why. Consent, courtesy, camera on. The conversation ends in under 5 minutes with photographs of a tidy rear assembly, a receipt that predates the murders, and a stamped exclusion. Polite subtractions change the map as surely as dramatic captures do. The candidate device stays what math says it is, a candidate. Weak pings brush the corridor inside the narrowed minute, no handshake with the house network, no commuter ladder, no promotion. The line that has irritated hurry for weeks remains in the margin like a safety catch. Correlation persists, identification not inferred. Before dusk, the supervisor taps the horizontal line again. Each lane reads out loud what it would add above it tomorrow, what capture, what confirmation, what lawful return would make the thin tick grow. Corridor, a 5th accordant plate bloom at the pinch from a preserved private cam. Digital, a device bridge that survives minimization and lands as more than a dot. Scene, a legitimate comparison for that filament with the stubborn die shift. DMV, one remaining outlier checked, documented, and either excluded or lawfully retained. Audio, another outbound overlay with the transformer on, different wind, same order. Legal, a packet with error bars declared, necessity spelled, particularity true. The community's posture is visible, steady, and untheatrical. Patrol parks with windows cracked, heaters low. A fresh reflector bolted to a curb earns a date. A porch bulb swapped earns a note about slower warm-up on cold starts. Maps remember so witnesses don't have to, and so affidavits don't lean on adjectives later. The huddle is short, careful, and human. Landfill, orderly negatives, corridor, plateau stable, device still a candidate, DMV 5 clean exclusions, retail compliance outside the box, canvas, third pass markers that refuse to disagree, audio outbound with an asterisk, legal clocks extended, asks narrow, then the line itself again drawn across the room without a sound. A slim strip of tape goes up on the board, thresholds. Under it the day's nouns, speed band 2932 ±1, phase window 56s ±12, hinge repeatability approximately 90%, alignment ±1, 620s, distance correction ±510 m, audio mask +6 dB XFMR on, and beside them the verbs the case has earned, Approached, passed, departed, excluded, preserved. No names, no leaps. Just a line that got closer because numbers agreed without being told to. The log's last sentence is square as ink across evidence tape. Clocks and vectors concordant, asks lawful, exclusions logged, threshold approached, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in early dark while the case moves like a tide against a seawall, rising, inch by measured inch, until the water is high enough and the door lawfully gives. The board loses its slogans and keeps one word: Nexus. The supervisor writes it above a blank space where facts will have to touch on paper, not in the air. Object to place, place to time, time to lane, lane to law. No one says probable cause. They work as if the word will arrive on its own if the connections are honest enough. Corridor opens the morning by making the street a witness. The survey tripod goes back to the seam that forces outbound into one narrow line. Half-step control runs, 29, 29.5, 30. Repeat under the same dry cold that would live in any affidavit as ambient conditions. The unknown silhouette's plateau rides steady again, brighter than stock, calmer than glare. A traffic engineer initials, calibration confirmed, drift less or equal to plus or minus 1. 8, distance error plus or minus 510 m. Not poetry, foundation. Digital lays seconds on the table like chain links. Router probes at 4, 0, 0, 41 and 4, 0, 113 bracket the pinch. A rear camera lifts light at 4, 0, 122. A second lift 2 streets over sits at 4, 0, 1 plus or minus 5. Drive test radio maps remove tower breath. HVAC schedules peel cafe chatter back to ordinary. What remains is a minute that refuses to stretch. A second analyst initials the line that will not grow teeth before its time. Temporal coherence across dissimilar systems. Identification not inferred. Scene control speaks in surfaces. The faint hip scuff, razor-thin trim nick, and microscopic paint transfer on the strike are re-imaged at matched temperature and humidity. A weighted sling cycles the door at hip height. 10 passes. 9 replicate the micro-transfer. The 3D model densifies a vector that permits a shoulder carrying something close and forbids a pry. The report keeps its allergy to story. Lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators. Repeatability approximately 90%. The nexus here is geometry to behavior, not behavior to identity. Landfill keeps the metronome in a fine sleep. Sector B4 yields polypropylene strap and box corners. See 2 coughs, receipt lace, and a crushed campus cafe sleeve. Every lift photographed from the same corner, bagged paper side out, signed across tape, weighed, weathered. The entry reads what it has read for days. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. The nexus of rumor to disposal fails. Negatives wall off the lane the story wanted. Canvas moves from recollection to artifact persistence. 2 porches blip again at 4, 0, 3 and 4, 0, 5, drift corrected. A driveway sensor logs a lux dip at 4, 0, 1, 0, 4. A runner's headlamp throws a ladder of light-up storefront glass at 4, 0, 1. A low camera facing concrete, overlooked until yesterday, adds the expected bath of light at 4, 0, 1, no pause, no plate. Each is thin alone, together they are a band you can write down. Nexus here is time to place to direction. Paper cut stitch quietly. The franchise still, cap brim, high collar, fluorescent wash, returns as T equals 1641, 28Z, a clock, not a likeness. A regional pick sheet that flirted with relevance for a week resolves, again, into drill housing by dimension. Compliance lives where it belongs, off-stage, documented, subtracted. The nexus of bulbs to stealth dissolves under receipts. Trace refuses to sell a miracle. The dyed filaments peak shift. Delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm stays comparative potential, retain. Control swatches from comparable houses sing the same textile chorus. Latent ridges exclude 2 more cooperative visitors. A second text signs the day's hash log. Nexus here stays future-facing. If a lawful comparator arrives, this thread won't snap. The DMV sieve is no longer a haystack. Courtesy inspection stamp 5 more exclusions. Stock lamps, tidy looms, aims in spec. Nights verified elsewhere by toll, receipt, punch-out. A clean traffic stop on another county's sign. One car hums close to the unknown plateau. A time card, a road sensor, and a time-stamped photo of a greasy break room at 3:59 draw the line through the maybe. Subtraction sharpens the lane more than any headline would. Midday belongs to the packet. The why here, why this, why now that judges read with a pencil. Draft 1 lives in nouns and citations, not flourish. Particularity. Outward-facing cameras on 2 corridors for 4 minutes within 3:59:403. Necessity. Public footage overwrites at 7 days. Minimization. GPS-bounded outward lane only, no rummage. Nexus is spelled in short bridges. Repeated captures at the pinch. Phase-aligned signals across independent systems. Geometry consistent with lateral passage. Absence of forced entry indicators. Ambient markers bracketing the minute. Verbs are the clean ones: approached, passed, departed, recorded, preserved, excluded. A red team attorney marks the margins with quiet knives. Staleness, the draft tightens dates. Overbreadth, the map shrinks by 2 houses in 3 seconds. Inference creep, adjectives lose their jobs. The packet comes back smaller and stronger. Nexus survives the cuts, appetite does not. Audio gets a new pass because conditions are part of the bridge. Recorders at porch height catch hush hiss over the shallow crack, only outbound if the transformer is energized at +6 dB. Wind at 5 knots from the west shifts nothing but ambience. The arrow on the board keeps its tiny box, XFMR, on and earns a small check for tested under altered wind. Bridges don't wobble when you push them. Public Works keeps rumor fenced. Street sweeper RPM spike 6:03 at the feeder. 2 frozen hopper dumps sifted. Magnets against tarps. Bottle caps, clips, grit. No probative objects. If the story wants the machine to have swallowed a truth, it runs into a signed weight and a photograph that say otherwise. Victimology anchors the center in human scale. The shared list, brunch, study, laundry, sits under names re-inked at shift change. A screenshot shows a Sunday reminder to call home. A podcast paused at 41:12 still refuses to move. Nexus here is moral, not legal. The file remembers who the case is for while the packet explains what the case needs. Afternoon gives the stack one more bead. A preserved private camera along the outward lane adds a faint edge nibble within ±2s of the county pair. The rear camera lifts still sit at 4:01 ±5. Router probes blink between them at ±12. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, hashes initialed twice. The analyst writes a cordant bounded and pins it under track beside a hand-drawn brace labeled Nexus, time left right arrow root. The candidate device stays governed by math and humility. Weak pings brush the corridor inside the minute. No handshake with the house network. No commuter ladder. The line that has irritated hurry for weeks remains where it belongs. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. Dots do not cross the line without a bridge a judge can read. Before dusk, the supervisor calls a Nexus rehearsal. Each lane reads a paragraph it could swear to. Corridor, calibration, error bars, corrected clocks. Digital, independent systems, same minute, same direction, drift declared. Scene, hinge repeatability, absence of pry scars, geometry to behavior. Canvas, ambient markers that refuse to disagree. DMV, exclusions documented, remainder thin. Audio, outbound order under the transformer condition, tested in new wind. Landfill and sweeper, orderly negatives, signed weights, hashed photographs. Legal, particularity, necessity, minimization, staleness addressed. The room listens for leaps and hears bridges. A quiet knock-and-talk closes the day where the packet points. Consent, courtesy, camera on. The ask is bounded, exterior footage, exact minutes, outward view only. The clip adds exactly what the math predicts. A wash of light crossing wet slab at 4:01, no pause. No plate, no face, no story, just another plank under the bridge. The huddle is short and square. Landfill negative steady. Corridor plateau stable. Device candidate unchanged. DMV 5 fresh exclusions. Retail, compliance offstage documented. Canvas, third pass markers in phase. Audio, outbound with condition when checked. Legal, packet tighten. Verbs clean, clocks extended where lawful. The plan is a sentence you can file. Submit the narrow asks justified by the bridges we can diagram. A thin strip of tape goes up on the wall. Nexus. Under it, 6 clean lines. Time left right arrow root phase locked stack. Root left right arrow geometry, pinch plus speed band 2932. Geometry left right arrow access, hinge vector no pry. Ambient left right arrow time blips, lux dip reflections. Negative lanes left right arrow rumor, landfill sweeper. Law left right arrow scope, particularity minimization. No names, no leaps, just bridges drawn where evidence can bear weight. The log's final sentence is square as ink across evidence tape. Bridges diagrammed, asks narrowed, exclusions logged, threshold approached, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case moves from lines on a board to lines in a warrant, connections tight enough that the door they lead to belongs in the story for reasons a court will recognize. The morning begins with paper, not sirens. The packet, weeks in the making, sits on the table in duplicate, tabs the color of caution tape. Each section carries its own gravity. Scene geometry, corridor captures, ambient markers, exclusions, and the legal spine. Particularity, necessity, minimization, rendered in nouns and dates instead of adjectives and hope. A final scrub runs like a weather check before flight. The corridor section lists the brightness plateau across 4 corrected cameras, each captioned with timing drift, plus or minus 1. 6-2 zeros and distance error, plus or minus 510 m. The digital section folds in router probes at 4:00, 41 and 4:01 13. Rear camera light lifts at 4:01 and 4:01 22. A rampage nibble inside the same minute. Temporal coherence across dissimilar systems. The line reads, identification not inferred. The phrase has irritated impatience for days. It remains on purpose. Bridges earn weight by refusing shortcuts. The scene chapter stays austere. A hip-height scuff, a razor-thin trim nick, a microscopic paint transfer on the strike, measured under matched temperature and humidity, repeated 9 of 10 times with a weighted sling at hip height. The 3D model renders a thin wedge of allowed passage, lateral, close carry, no pry scars. Repeatability approximately 90%, the caption says. The math won't carry a name, it will carry a door. Negatives get their own dignity. Landfill and sweeper logs, photographs, weights, weather, show consumer packaging and grid across tarps, magnets finding nothing with teeth. A narrow strip in the margin reads like a fence line. Rumor does not pass here. Victimology sits near the front, not to dramatize, but to anchor. A shared list, brunch, study, laundry, taped beneath names. A Sunday reminder to call home. A podcast paused at 41:12. Ordinary hours not lived become the reason the packet exists at all. Before lunch, the red team attorney circles the verbs that survived. Approached, passed, departed, recorded, preserved, excluded. Overbreadth is shaved away with small, decisive cuts. 2 addresses fall off the map, 3 seconds come off a span. Staleness, they ask. The affidavit answers with preservation orders and overwrites that do not wait. When the pencil lifts, the document is smaller and stronger. Appetite has been excised. What remains is need. A judge's chambers are quiet on purpose. The supervisor swears to what the pages say. Pen moves not as a flourish, but as a test passed. Warrant signed, outward-facing private cameras on 2 corridors for 4 minutes. Limited vehicle-related returns keyed to constrained model bands and body shapes. A digital request bounded to a minute, a route, and nothing else. Each includes a minimization plan in plain English. What can be looked at, what must be ignored, how to hash on export, and where to stop if scope gets tempted. Back at the command post, a whiteboard changes posture. Execution windows takes the top row, flanked by clocks and contact names. Tasks fly to teams like cards to players. Evidence text with empty drives and hash logs. Liaison officers with property receipts. 2 detectives assigned to knock, not accuse, at a pair of addresses where consent has been promised if asked respectfully. The same tone governs everything. Polite, bounded, on camera. First stops are cameras that sleep with their eyes open. A loading dock supervisor signs the warrant receipt and hands over an SD card with a shrug that reads practical, not theatrical. A technician hashes on site 2 algorithms, 2 lines of numbers that will matter later, then writes the time in a notebook that always prefers UTC to memory. Clip is short, outward-facing, and exactly what math would have dared predict. A roofline nibble inside plus or minus 2s of the county pair. A wash of plate light that climbs modestly above a reflective arrow and then slides away. No digits, no faces, accordant again. A second return comes from a private garage ramp. The export is tame, controlled, 4 minutes outward, hash recorded. The clip adds a thin bead to a thread already taut, light lifting off wet slab in the same bracket, no pause. The analyst's annotation remains all spine, no romance. Accordant, bounded. Knock-in talks unfold like practice courtesy. Lane asks why, consent first, camera on. One owner opens a trunk to show tidy wiring and stock bulbs, a receipt predating the murders, and a calendar that says they worked overnight a county away. A body-worn camera sees it all. The log gives the moment a square box labeled excluded. Polite subtractions redraw maps more cleanly than headlines do. The digital warrant produces returns that respect their fence. A lawful time frame yields a handful of pings with seconds attached, not names. A device that's been a candidate for weeks brushes the corridor again and leaves. The margin note does not change. Correlation persists. Identification not inferred. The bridge that would carry a name does not exist yet. The file refuses to pretend otherwise. Audio earns its condition again under new wind. Recorders at porch height catch hush hiss over the shallow crack, only outbound with the transformer energized at plus 6 dB 5-knot gusts from the west add texture and nothing else. The arrow on the board keeps its tiny box, XFMR on, and a second tiny checkmark. Wind varied. Order survived. In the lab, trace is what it has always been, patient and boring until it is. The dyed filament's small peak shift remains interesting and not unique. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the same chorus of campus textiles. 2 cooperative visitors are ruled out by ridges and logged with scale bars and mirrored hashes. The most powerful words on the page are still retained for comparison and excluded. By late afternoon, the board looks less like a brainstorm and more like a ledger. TRACKED grows by 2 accordant clips. Excluded gains stamps that read like thank yous. Known holds its center with names and the little list that never got lived. Under Nexus, the brace gets darker. Time left right arrow root phase locked. Root left right arrow geometry, pinch plus speed band 2932. Geometry left right arrow access, hinge vector no pry. Ambient left right arrow time blips, lux dip, reflections. Negatives left right arrow rumor, landfill, sweeper. Law left right arrow scope, particularity, minimization. A narrow decision point arrives without drama. Another set of outward-facing cameras can be preserved before overwrite if someone sits with a manager after closing. The judge is reachable for an extension because the packet was already tight. The ask is small, 4 minutes, outward only, GPS bounded, and granted with a signature that will matter more than the clips if anyone argues later about how the evidence learned to exist. Evening patrol shifts to something that looks like ordinary safety instead of news. Windows cracked, heaters low. A fresh reflector on a curb earns a date. A porch bulb replaced that morning earns a note that it warms slower. If a new flare appears in a clip tomorrow, the map will answer with only after today. The huddle is brief, square, and unexcited in the way good days are. Cameras, 2 accordant returns, 2 preserved, 1 pending export. Digital returns within the fence, candidate unchanged. Corridor, plateau stable, calibration confirmed. Scene hinge repeatability holds, forced entry indicators absent. Landfill and sweeper, negatives remain orderly. DMV, 5 more exclusions, remainder thin. Audio outbound sequence with condition wind checked. Legal, warrants executed, receipts issued, hashes recorded, scope respected. Before lights dim, the supervisor writes a thin note under thresholds and steps back. It is not a crossing, it is a measure, probative weight increased, narrative pressure resisted. In the log, the last line is unshowy and exact. Warrants executed as signed, captures accordant, consents documented, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case moves from paper bridges to captured seconds, the kind of seconds that carry more weight than adjectives and more honesty than a theory ever will. The morning brief is a flowchart pinned to the wall, boxes for tasks, arrows for dependencies, a thin red ribbon for the line that actually moves the case. Critical path, the supervisor says, not the most glamorous steps, the indispensable ones. First box, hash verification. Overnight exports from 2 private cameras are re-imaged onto sterile drives. 2 algorithms, 2 strings per file, the kind of redundancy that wins arguments 6 months from now. The analyst signs the margin and writes only what's true, matches on rehash, no drift introduced. The clips themselves are unexcited and exactly what math predicted, outward-facing, short, modest plate bloom gliding over wet slab within the minute bracket that stopped pretending to be wide. Second box, clock discipline. A tech calibrates all captured devices to a single reference, one by one. Dispatch time server, then mobile lab, then field laptops, then recorders. Any device more than a second out is corrected and noted. The corridor composite tightens by a breath. The caption under the printout gains a parenthetical, post-sync delta less or equal to 1.1s. Inches matter, so do verbs. Third box, exclusion sweep. DMV courtesy checks continue with the monotony that builds strong walls. 5 more owners open trunks and calendars, stock lamps, tidy looms, aims and spec, nights logged elsewhere by toll, receipt, or a bodycam clip from a different sign in a different county at the hour that matters. Stamped slips ride home in glove boxes. Excluded grows by lines that look like thank yous. Fourth box, ambient audit. Detectives walk the pinch with fresh eyes. A low camera that stares at concrete, overlooked on earlier canvases, gives consented export after a firmware menu that only the resident remembers. The clip is spare and predictable. A bath of light at 4:01, no pause, no plate, accordant again. Across the street, a porch bulb replaced yesterday warms slower. The map tags the change so a flare captured tomorrow won't be invited to the wrong party. Fifth box, scene repeatability. The door gets its ritual. Matched temperature, matched humidity, weighted sling at hip height. 10 cycles, 9 replicate the microscopic paint transfer on the strike, 1 misses by a hair. The 3D model densifies the wedge, lateral passage, close carry, no pry scars, and the report refuses to write a person where only path fits. Repeatability approximately 90%. Integrity is the geometry that stays after you take the adjectives out. Sixth box, digital within fences. The warrant returns are what the ask promised, seconds and sectors, not names. The candidate device brushes the corridor again inside the compressed window and leaves like it always does. The annotation does not budge. Temporal coherence across dissimilar systems. Identification not inferred. It reads like stubbornness and is actually spine. Seventh box, audio condition. Recorders at porch height test hush hiss with the transformer energized at +6 dB under a breeze that wanders just enough to be real. Outbound preserves order, inbound produces hiss without the sequence. The arrow on the board keeps its tiny if XFMR on. Conditions are not caveats when they're measured, they're part of the bridge. Eighth box, negative lanes. Landfill crews work through a noon squall. Grid, lift, photograph, bag, sign. Polypropylene strap, carton corners, cafe sleeves, grit, bottle caps. No probative tool marks. The sweeper's 6.03 RPM spike lives in the log beside 2 frozen hopper dumps already sorted and signed. Rumor finds a fence line of weights and hashes and turns back. The flowchart's red ribbon threads through all of it and arrives at a rectangle labeled integration. The day's captures, 2 new outward-facing clips, 1 low-angle slab wash, a corrected composite of the county pair and ramp edge. Stack on a single axis with router probes at 4, 0, 0, 41 and 4, 0, 1, 13 and rear camera light lifts at 4, 0, 1 and 4, 0, 1, 22. Lens corrected, clocks reconciled, error bars in view. The analyst writes the smallest boast the case allows, accordant bounded, post-sync. Underneath, a number replaces a hunch, window width 52s from 56. Midday brings a red team pass with no appetite and a pencil that likes to erase. They rerun the composite blind, peel back HVAC schedules, subtract tower breathing, and see if the corridor holds when a stranger touches the stack. It does. Replicates. No overfit detected, delta less or equal to 0.9s, they initial. The board doesn't cheer, it moves the ribbon forward. An hour later, the critical path takes a door and knocks, politely, bounded on camera. Lane asks why, consent first. A manager escorts detectives to a recorder that overwrites at 7 days and keeps exactly what the warrant asked, 4 minutes outward GPS bounded. The export joins the day's stack. The hash matches the on-site string recorded in the notebook. The clip itself stays on brand. Roofline nibble plate light rising just above the reflective arrow. No digits, no face, no drama. The value is not what it shows, it's what it refuses to contradict. Trace holds its unshowy tempo. The dyed filament with the minor peak shift, delta lambda approximately 46 nm, remains interesting, not unique. Comparative potential retained. A partial ridge set rules out another cooperative visitor. Scale bars logged, images mirrored, second tech hashes signed. The lab's pages are the quietest part of the day and the most likely to matter when the questions get louder. The supervisor walks the flowchart again at dusk and taps the boxes that moved. Hash verification done, clock discipline tight, corridor composite post-sync narrower window, ambient audit new accordant, DMV sweep 5 exclusions, scene repeatability holds, audio condition verified under wind, digital within fences consistent, cautious, negatives logged. The red ribbon reaches the last square, decision gate, no speeches. The gate is a set of yes, no questions in small print. Do independent systems still agree inside declared margins? Yes. Did today's asks reduce uncertainty without expanding scope? Yes. Are exclusions documented with the same care as inclusions? Yes. Can every bridge in the packet be diagrammed without an adjective? Yes. Did any dot earn a name? No. Answering no to that last question is not a stall. It's the investigation's ethics expressed as procedure. Patrol's posture stays ordinary on purpose. Windows cracked, heaters low. They note a new yard sign with reflective ink that will bloom under certain angles and dated on the private legend. If a clip shines brighter tomorrow than physics allowed yesterday, the file will know why. Maps remember so affidavits don't guess. Before lights drop to night mode, the board adds a thin strip of tape, critical path. Under it, today's verbs instead of superlatives, hashed, resynced, composited, replicated, excluded, preserved, initialed, and the numbers that belong beside them, post-sync delta less or equal to 1.1s, window 52s, speed band 2932 plus or minus 1, hinge repeatability approximately 90%, alignment plus or minus 1, 620, audio mask plus 6 dB XFMR on. No names, no leaps. The log's last line is square as ink across evidence tape. Indispensable steps completed, window narrowed, returns accordant, exclusions logged, no names. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry. The town holds its lights in the early dark while the case advances along the only line that matters now, the one that ties seconds to places to procedures until a judge reads the same map and agrees that a door can lawfully open. The last briefing of this phase opens without adjectives. A clerk reads the docket of what must leave the room, what must stay, and what must be carried forward with signatures that cross seams like stitchwork. Chain of custody is not a form today, it's the story's spine. The corridor stack sits first on the table. 4 corrected cameras, 2 outward private lenses, a low-angle slab wash, 2 rear camera light lifts, each clip rehashed, time synced, captioned with drift post-sync delta less or equal to 1.1s, and distance error plus or minus 510 m. The composite brightness trace is taped beside them, a modest shelf above OEM, far below glare, stable across weather. No flourish, just the line that would rather be boring than wrong. Digital follows with its square corners. Router probes at 4:00, 41 and 4:01, 13. Rear camera lifts at 4:01 and 4:01, 22. Rampage nibble inside the same minute. HVAC schedules peeled off, tower breathing subtracted, the last of the cafe chatter filed under noise. The annotation that survived every meeting survives again. Temporal coherence across dissimilar systems. Identification not inferred. 2 sets of initials ride the margin. If a bridge to a name is built later, it will sit here on clean footings. Scene control presents steel and paint like evidence should be presented. By measurements. The faint hip scuff, razor-thin trim nick, microscopic paint transfer on the strike, plotted again at matched temperature and humidity. A weighted sling cycled at hip height 10 times, 9 micro transfers replicated. The 3D model keeps the thin wedge earned. Lateral passage, close carry, no forced entry indicators, repeatability approximately 90%. The vector is geometry, not a silhouette, a path, not a person. Negatives get their ceremony. Landfill grid pages, sweeper hopper logs, photographs and weights, magnets over tarps. Consumer packaging, no probative tool marks. A fence line of numbers around the rumor that wanted a machine to have swallowed something the town could not find. The fence holds. Canvas stacks its quiet accords. Drift-corrected doorbell blips at 4:03 and 4:05 on 3 porches now that archives woke up. A driveway sensor's lux dip at 4:01:04. A runner's headlamp ladder up storefront glass at 4:01. 2 outward cams and a low slab camera returning exactly what math predicted. A bath of light, no pause, no plate. Independent smalls refusing over and over to contradict each other. Paper cuts are logged as endings. Legal bulb returns documented as compliance, not camouflage. A pick sheet resolved by dimension into drill housing and retired with its SKU, hash, and initials. Subtractions that keep appetite out of affidavits. Trace keeps patience as posture. The dyed filament with its small peak shift, delta lambda approximately 4.6 nm, remains comparative potential, retain. Control swatches from comparable houses keep singing the campus textile chorus. Latent ridges clear 2 more cooperative visitors. Image logs mirrored, second tech hashes signed. The words that matter most are still retained and excluded. The DMV sieve is nearly all white space. Courtesy inspection stamped exclusions until the silhouette on the wall sharpened by what it is. A handful remain, scheduled with scripts that say lane, ask, why consent first, camera on, courtesy always. Nobody gets narrated, everyone gets documented. Audio carries its asterisk like a credential. Hush hiss across the shallow crack only outbound if the transformer hum is live at +6 dB wind tested, order preserved. The arrow on the board keeps its tiny box, XFMR on, and a checkmark that says retested unchanged. Conditions are not caveats when they're repeatable. They're the rules the sound obeys. Before lunch, the room runs a spine check one last time. Calibrations signed, hashes recorded, clocks reconciled. Error bars declared in the same ink as the timestamps. Exclusions logged like thank yous. Negatives numbered so rumor can't borrow them. A red team analyst, kept hungry for bias, recomputes the corridor stacked blind and finds delta less or equal to 0.9s. The board doesn't cheer. It initialed that discipline weeks ago. A liaison steps in with a simple list of ordinary human things returned under seal. A framed phone, a chipped mug, a book with a corner folded. Releases done under camera, witnessed, signed. Compassion documented because it, too, answers questions later. Afternoon belongs to the packet's closing loop. The narrow asks executed yesterday, outward-facing private cameras, 4-minute slices, a pair of ramp views, 2 low slab lenses, are now preserved under evidence numbers that bind page to device to drive like vertebrae. A short memo rides on top. Minimization observed. Scope adhered. Non-responsive content ignored. A judge's signature carried out as a practice, not a souvenir. A quiet knock-and-talk still earns its 5 minutes. Consent given, camera on. A trunk opened, tidy wiring, stock bulbs, a receipt that predates the murders. A calendar that says a night shift lived somewhere the corridor never could. Excluded, the log writes in the same neat hand it uses for everything heavy. Maps change on subtraction more honestly than they do on a hunch. No one says probable cause out loud. The supervisor doesn't need to. The room understands that numbers and lanes and conditions have pushed the file to a line that courts draw in ink and cases cross with paper, not speeches. What happens after that line is its own discipline. Grand jury rooms, hearings about scope and staleness, reports read without adjectives. At dusk, patrol parks in a way that looks ordinary because it is. Windows cracked, heaters low. They add 2 tiny notes to the private legend. A new yard sign with reflective ink that will flare at a certain angle. A porch bulb replaced that morning whose warm-up shifts a clip by a breath. Maps remember so affidavits don't guess. The board earns one last strip of tape, small, plain, deserved. Chain of custody. Under it, verbs instead of claims collected, hashed, reconciled, preserved, excluded, returned, and the numbers that kept the case honest. Alignment plus or minus 1. 6 zeros, post-sync delta less or equal to 1.1s. Window 52, speed 2932 plus or minus 1. Hinge repeatability approximately 90%. Audio mask plus 6 dB XFMR on. There are no names on the wall. There never were. There are only bridges that can bear weight, paths that obey the rules of the street and the room, and signatures that cross tape where they should. The final log entry for this phase is as simple as a seal pressed flat. All evidence secured, procedures completed, public asks fulfilled, exclusions logged, victims centered, investigation continues. Outside, the town exhales into early dark, the kind of night where porch lights are left on by choice, not fear. Inside, the files rest where they should, numbered, signed, and ready to be read by whoever must read them next. The house stays sealed. The corridors keep their patient geometry, and the story, now written in timestamps and margins instead of rumors, is strong enough to carry whatever lawful steps come after.